for joining us. Jason, what's going on today, buddy?
Well, I'll tell you what's not going on: the end of any kind of wars or any kind of transparency regarding Epstein, which we'll talk about. A lot happened in this past week that we haven't talked. Lindsey Graham, and it's so crazy that this is almost out of the news cycle, passes away suddenly.
Yep.
They're really, and again, I'm not a guy that takes laps on people's death. You're not going to hear me talking ill. I'm going to be talking about his policy, but there wasn't a bigger cheerleader for military force, especially in the Middle East, especially on behalf of Israel, than Lindsey Graham.
Yeah.
There is a ton of speculation out there whether or not he actually died of this heart attack. He supposedly was in Ukraine just before. There had been people postulating that perhaps he was hit in a Ukrainian missile strike. Apparently, he was visiting some type of weapons manufacturer while he was over there. There are other people that, more in the mainstream, that have talked about the possibility of him being poisoned. I don't really have a dog in that fight one way or another, but I did do a video that kind of made the point in this country, as much as, we say we're going to do the right thing and we're going to challenge the system, people like Lindsey Graham literally live and die in office. And he's not the only one. You look at the Mitch McConnell situation right now. You've got literally like supposed hostage photographs of Mitch McConnell holding up newspapers to try to prove that he's alive. And
I shouldn't laugh. You're right. I mean, people have really been going off the deep end on that one.
I mean, again, and who knows? I think they have every right to in the regards of McConnell, because once again, it's very clear that he is no longer mentally cognizant. He's not capable to do his job. If there's a definition of a political puppet, it would be not only someone like McConnell throughout his career, as I don't think he ever had an original thought in his brain or a word come out of his mouth that wasn't backed by some kind of special interest or lobbying money, but now literally he can't even say those words, right? So we again have this system where that guy's just like Dianne Feinstein in her final probably year and a half. It was very apparent she had no business being in government, and she lived and died in that system. Not to mention the replacement for someone like Lindsey Graham is probably going to be someone much worse. It's probably going to be somebody
Like his sister.
well, for now it's his sister.
I know.
I was going to bring that up too, because that's also insane that we allow somebody to decide that this person goes in, and it's nepotism on another level. She's going to vote every single way that, of course, Lindsey Graham would. But it also speaks to that point. There are so many people out there, and I talked about this too earlier in the week, that will tell you can't vote your way out of this situation. And it's hard for me to disagree with them, especially when you see the things that have been done to people like Massey, etc. But if you go the other route, you go that, force and violence revolutionary route, you're still more than likely going to get somebody that's corrupt, and sometimes even more corrupt than the last guy, right? So now that Lindsey Graham's out, there's no doubt in my mind, like I said, that they're going to run a war hawk. They're going to win with a war hawk. And this person is going to be much more likable than Lindsey Graham. So it's almost like a reset button, right?
Yeah, just push the reset button. From what I understand, so President Trump called the South Carolina governor and recommended that Graham's sister be appointed. Mm-hmm. She did not want to do it, and they were like, "No, you're doing it." And she's like, "Okay, I'm doing it." And so, I mean, that's at least one of the stories I read. And then the only description that I saw about how he died was the fact that it was chronologically, like time-wise, impossible for him to have returned all the way to his home from Ukraine and have had the heart attack at home.
It seems odd. It seems odd.
What's that?
I said it seems odd.
Right, like the amount of time it takes to fly there and back, and like, because he left on Thursday, and for him to like tour this facility and do all this stuff, there was just some people saying the math wasn't quite mathing on, he was back in South Carolina when he had a heart attack. Like, it doesn't sound like, the time was there. So who really knows? We know he's gone. could have been anything. Let's see, his family does have a history of heart attacks, fatal heart attacks. I guess that's how his dad died. So, there's that. But yeah, then there's he couldn't have possibly made it back that fast. How would he have died at home? So, who knows? Who knows, Jason Burmis?
I've seen it, and I think it's very, very odd. Obviously, the way it was announced was really just kind of one of those shock moments. Again, all eyes were on somebody like McConnell. But again, to me, the larger issue is that these guys are placeholders for this same agenda. And unfortunately, for all those that had the hopium that this wasn't going to be the Trump agenda, here we are a week later, and, the Strait is not open. We got all sorts of military action taking place there. Iran is now hitting water supplies of allies in the United States in that region.
And we're doing the same. There's breaking stuff right now in Al Jazeera. U.S. expands Iran attacks. What was being called war crimes before, that being targeting bridges, airports, railways, that's what we're bombing.
Mm-hmm.
And at least according to this. And U.S. Marines are starting to board tankers in the Gulf of Oman. And so I don't know if that's considered a boot on the ground, but it's a boot on a boat. And so definitely feeling like we're escalating into a different level of skirmish here, Jason Burmis.
I've been talking about this for a long time, right? When you officially get ground troops on there, and they're easing into that, you just said it. Is this boots on the ground? Well, it's boots on a boat. I've talked about the privatized military groups there. I've already talked about the special forces. Things are, right now with Ukraine and Russia, those are escalating on another level. You just don't hear that in the news as much because the Middle East right now is the focus. I will say this, on one small, and I mean minuscule, bright spot, the defense bill did not pass through the Senate, although it was extremely close, okay?
Did you see BB's comments?
What's that? No, I have not seen BB's comments on it yet.
So he's in a press conference, this Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, leader of Israel, and he's in a press conference and he says, it will happen. It just didn't happen this time because Americans have too much freedom.
Oh,
that's the problem. We have too much freedom over here. And so we don't just want to do what our government says or what Israel says. And I was like, man, you get punched in the mouth saying something like that on American soil.
You would think that, but not Bibi Netanyahu. Try getting that close to him. And again, Bibi Netanyahu is not going to be around for much longer. I mean, just, again, the numbers game. Is he going to be around 5 more years, 10 more years? Certainly not going to be around 20 more years. However, this agenda is still moving forward. There are plenty of other people that have this same mindset as Netanyahu. When we talk about our military-industrial complex and we talk about these foreign wars, we've already been integrated with Israel for a very, very long time, even prior to the quote-unquote war on terror and our actions in the Middle East, especially when we're talking about covert actions. This is, again, one of the reasons that they don't want to delve deeper into the Epstein network, because when you do delve deeper into it, you end up finding this large-scale arms trade. You end up figuring out that Iran-Contra was heavily the United States and Israel. You end up finding out so much of the technologies that are used not only in surveillance but beyond originate from Israeli companies. You find out that Israeli companies are heavily integrated into communication systems in the United States. So this would have really just been the final nail in the coffin of solidifying this quote-unquote unification of our military-industrial complex. It passed through the Congress, and for it to be 50-46, again, that's 4 people not voting, folks. It's already too close for comfort. They're saying that the Democrats blocked the defense bill over the Iran war and Israel integration. This is out of Al Jazeera. The acknowledgement in the United States that this is is Israel integration is nowhere in the mainstream. Except for if you go to military.com. Senate stalls, I mean, literally on military.com, they admit this, but you won't see it in NBC or MSNBC or Fox News or any of these things unless they're just want to call it, plain anti-Semitism, and they won't call it integration. But this is the headline out of military.com. Senate stalls NDAA with major Israel plan critics call treason, because it is treason. They're talking about specifically the Israeli Futures Act. And I'm sorry, it's not just, if we're talking about Israelis' future, and we're talking about this administration, this government, this agenda, it's the Greater Israel Project. And it doesn't end with anything but more military aggression in that region, in Lebanon, in Palestine, or what's left of it at this point, in Iran, also in parts of Syria and parts of Egypt. They're out there talking about it. So I don't know. I hate to say that Netanyahu may be right in the sense, it's not so much that we have too much freedoms, in my opinion. Obviously, that's his talking point, to restrict that and restricts free speech in particular. But it is that this agenda keeps pushing forward. And unfortunately, there are just so many people asleep, and it was so close this time. He may be right. It might just be a matter of time before this passes. And that should be extremely alarming. Aaron, it's funny. And by funny, I mean it's disturbing. I sit here and I do a bunch of research, and we're working on this report via 9/11. And I got the Israeli section, right? So everywhere you go in this case, there seems to be a very, very odd connection. So one of these, anomalies that have been talked about for a very long time is there's always been this debate on how valid the phone calls were to loved ones on that day, especially the ones that were supposedly cell phone calls.
On airplanes.
Yes, on airplanes.
25 years ago.
Yeah, and not the air phone calls. So one of these calls is supposedly from a woman named Barbara Olson, who calls her husband Ted Olson, and Ted Olson is the Solicitor General of the United States at the time. Okay, very high up in the political class, conservative, very much involved in those politics. Okay, and we were just kind of talking, back and forth about some of these connections with Israel, and we were talking about the phone calls. And I just said, I bet you anything if I scratch and sniff somebody like Olson, who said he made these phone calls, and then the records, by the way, of the phone calls didn't match anywhere near what, he said he talked to her for like a couple minutes or something, and it's not even clear if those phone calls connected to him. So while we're sitting there, I just, do a quick search of Ted Olson and Israel just to see, what his stance is, if there are any odd connections. Turns out that Ted Olson actually was the lawyer and the representation for Jonathan Pollard, the large-scale Israeli spy in the United States that stole nuclear secrets, got convicted. Israel denied that they were supporting him. They later had to admit it, and Trump ended up pardoning and releasing him. Yes, and Pollard, that was a big deal back in the day. So, I mean, I didn't even have to go that far, and you find out that somebody like Ted Olson, who is very much building a narrative surrounding 9/11, is connected to Israel on a I mean, he literally supported a treasonous spy that was on a nuclear submarine passing secrets to Israel. The commentary from Netanyahu post 9/11, and it's in my film Fabled Enemies, where he literally says Israel is benefiting from one thing right now, and that's the attacks of September 11th, because of the foreign policy that was taking place at the time. Again, I'm not one of those guys that thinks Israel runs everything, or that they're the largest power block, but our forefathers, and forget about just our forefathers, anybody with a common sense of keeping us as a sovereign nation in the last 100 years, would literally be rolling over in their graves for our integration with any nation state on this level. Israel, the United Kingdom, you name it, they wouldn't be for it. And that's, that comes out of the basis of you want less foreign entanglements. And boy, are we entangled in all sorts of foreign theaters, if you will, right now. I don't know how we're getting out.
Yeah, we're kind of like the puppy that lost their way on foreign entanglements. I'd say we're entangled in plenty of things. I feel like, and we are deep in the weeds of Jason Burns, brought to you by River City's Rita, by the way. I think our forefathers would, and maybe you've seen some of the recent stories about how much they drank back then. I think they would be drinking double if they saw some of the things that were happening here. But yeah, there were some stories that came out, I don't know, in the last couple of weeks about, the forefathers, like their diet and how they would. But okay, number one, they didn't have clean water, and one of the ways to purify water was to make it into beer or something like an ale, and also they didn't have pain reliever or any of that other kind of stuff. And so, and especially if you're getting a little aged and you haven't really been able to take care of your body the same way that we do because you didn't have modern medicine, people were literally putting leeches on each other back then. I can see where they would have drank a little more. Like, and you're also way more physical labor. So, completely different world, complete agriculture and production world. So yeah, of course they drank more, but I think if they, again, saw today's America and some of the things our government's involved in, they'd be drinking even more.
There's a lot of revisionism that surrounds, and look, when you talk about the forefathers, you can't just talk about, one unified thought. That was one of the greatest things. If you actually read some of the debates that they had, there were vast differences. There were some that really wanted to align more with Britain and the former empire, right? You could even argue that some of these people may have in fact been British agents. Somebody like Benjamin Franklin was an envoy. He was going back and forth between the United States.
A lot of people didn't trust Franklin. They questioned whether he was indeed working for somebody else.
Yeah. So I mean, again, it's not a uniform thing, but you notice the attacks on these guys. They can't wait to try to exploit the shortcomings, especially when you get into identity politics. Obviously, slave owners, a lot of people will point to how wealthy they were. And yeah, a lot of these guys were literally rich kids, right? Because when they're fighting the Revolutionary War, they're in their early 20s. Barely, almost none of them were 30. You know what I mean? These guys are very, very young men. And like you said, it's a very different time. I would say, we've talked about testosterone levels in the modern day. I bet you these guys' testosterone was off the charts.
Through the roof, man.
Yeah, but you talk about their diet and things. I'm fascinated by history. I encourage anybody to go out to DC and hit those museums, and then you see like one of George Washington's old uniforms, and you realize that this guy's like 5'2", and like every
Washington was 6'2".
That's not true.
It is true.
I'm telling you right now, go look at what he was wearing. I think that's hype. Every time I've seen any of these guys, they are little men, like physically.
Oh no, everybody was, but that was his whole thing. That was why people were kind of all inspired by him, because he was big.
I mean, I guess I'd have to go back and look, but I mean,
I'm gonna look it up right now. Have you seen? There's a new movie out called Young Washington. So I've not seen the movie. That is one movie I would like to watch just because it's historical, but it's based on the book. Some of it's based on the book Undaunted Courage, and it's a story about, back in your 1740s-ish, Washington was really young, and of course they had the British colonies, but everybody was afraid about what was over the mountains, and nobody really knew. They knew the French were over there, working with the Indians on trade and stuff like that, but none of the British wanted to go, and no one in the British military wanted to go. Washington volunteered. He was like, I'll go. And so he went with like a guide, a secretary, someone to take notes, and then one other person, and maybe a trapper or something, a hunter. And they all went, on horseback, and went through the Appalachians and went down and met with Indian tribes and started like gathering information situation and all this stuff. Well, then Washington published his notes from the trip all through the colonies, and so he was pretty famous then. Like, everybody knew his name because he did this, and no one would do this, and he's like, I'll go. He volunteered. And so I only know because I read that book about that whole situation. But yeah, I mean, I think, let's see.
No, I'm looking at it right now, so I'll say it right here. So, like, on the very top, they say, yes, no, he's 6'2", average height's like 5'6". Then Wikipedia's got him at 6'3". Then we've got this other article that goes, Washington's height, how legacy changes us. And then that one saying, you could say he was 6'1". I mean, again, maybe he's like the more average sized guy compared to so many of these other ones. But, you know, I've been to the George Washington Masonic Memorial. I've seen some of these suits. Maybe it's outside of just Washington. I'm just saying that most of these guys, like I was saying, they're literal people. Yes.
Yeah, 5'6" was like the average. Well, 5'6" the average height now. If you believe that. It's true.
Yeah.
Robert E. Lee had a size 4 shoe. Size 4.
And
not big people.
And I would argue those people would fight tooth and nail with way more vigor than our more quote unquote well nourished populace here, because you know, we're so damn ignorant. We don't have a well informed populace, and that was one of the things many of the founding fathers felt like they needed to base society on. You know, they put the checks and balances out there in these three branches of government. But the First Amendment was supposed to ensure the Fourth Estate, which was the media, which was a free press and the freedom to say things. And quite frankly, do we really have a free press? You know, I just made the point that the mainstream media isn't even really talking about this Israel integration. And you have to go to somewhere like military.com where they're alluding to it, but they're not using the term integration. No, you have to go to Al Jazeera, which will be dismissed by many out of hand as, Arab propaganda. It's just.
And there's probably some mixed in.
And look,
I mean, I think all publications have. I just assume there's a percentage of propaganda in everything. That's why I tried to read all sides and all areas, and then just cut through the crap on my own. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And by the way, propaganda doesn't necessarily mean that the information is false. Good propaganda has a lot of. I mean, that's seriously the definition. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be false. It just has to be presented in a manner where it is being positive to your viewpoint or fueling a certain agenda. That's why propaganda was actually coined as a term by somebody named Edward Bernays, the father of public relations. PR and propaganda are almost a synonymous thing. So you're trying to point out all the things that will make your argument stronger and then either marginalize or not mention other things. That's a good piece of propaganda, you know, having no criticisms whatsoever. Now, on the other end of that, sometimes it's just outright lies. You know, I saw Caroline Leavitt yesterday taking questions in the press room, and she was being pressed again about civilian casualties. I believe it was specifically about the girls' school that had been targeted. And they said, look, the investigations are in. It was us. You know, we know it was us. Well, and she just won't cop to it. She flips the script. She talks about, you know, the enemies and how they target civilians, and just totally and completely. I mean, to me, that's beyond propaganda. I mean, those were outright lies that are completely unaccountable. You know, just talking about the administration before we move on to some other stories. Obviously, Trump came out last night and talked about the compromise of the voting system via China, right? Did you see that, Aaron?
Yeah. You see how excited I am about it?
And as you should be. So
I said this earlier, like, no one cares. Like, you go get us into a war, everyone's got to pay higher gas prices, and then you're trying to, like, roll out these little nuggets, like, hey, everybody, look, there's new UFO stuff. What I said earlier was, like, yeah, the meme for that would be E.T. holding up a different finger. Like, no one cares.
Yeah, you know what? Just because you said higher gas prices and you ran that Robbie Wolf commercial, I was literally pumping my car full of overpriced gas over at the local Quick Star in Bettendorf, when a fine gentleman rolled up on one of those gators. You know how they like to do that in Bettendorf, just ride around in those little things?
Well, it's like that here, too.
Yeah. Rolls up, and it's Robbie Wolf, and that is my first American Picker sighting.
Oh, yeah?
That it is, and you know, Militich, you know, grew up with those guys. I have a couple other friends, you know, that know him, but no, I've never met him. I saw Frank, rest in peace, over at the Militich Nun fight. He was ringside for that. But other than that, since I've lived here, I have not had any interactions. And you know, just a side note really quickly, I grew up in like a house that was very much American Pickers, like dumpster diving, stripping homes, going to auction houses and stuff like that with my stepfather. So I have a soft spot for that show for sure.
Oh, yeah. Well, Rob, we just had Rob on the show earlier this week. The thing that like strikes me the most is how down to earth he is.
Mm-hmm.
Like you would never know, and like you can't even get him to talk about the TV show. You know, he just doesn't talk about it. Like he's got obviously Rust Belt Americanas coming up August 6th and the 8th down at the Bend in East Moline, and so we talked a lot about that. But just in general, and then if you ever get the opportunity to go to his shop in downtown Davenport, it is insane. I told him if he ever wanted to raise funds for a charity, he could auction off a tour of that. Like if he were to give people a tour, because I've done the tour, it is unbelievable. And if you grew up around a lot of that, man, I'll see if I can't get you in. I'll talk to him.
So another funny story. Like the first year that I was here, I was looking for a building to possibly, you know, do, you know, I was making a little bit more cheese then, had some paid gigs. And in one of he's not there now, but he had moved a bunch of stuff into this other building where it didn't work out. We had a full tour, and you know, he had the craziest cars in there, and they were building a wall, but her secretary took us through. Look, I'm into all that stuff, like, because again, I'm very much into history and where we came from. So yeah, no, I'm pumped. I love all the nuances here in the Quad Cities, and that is certainly one of them. And I'm sure that event coming up in Moline is going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's East Moline, but yes, kind of like right on that East Moline border at the Bend. But well, no, it'll be cool. He's like I said, just super cool, down to earth guy. And I think, you know, I think I've met his brother once, and he seemed to be the same. You know, they're just like, yeah, I don't know, we're on TV, it's cool, whatever. You know, we are Deep in the Weeds with Jason Burmester. We've kind of veered off into the swamp a little today. I don't know, we're kind of all over the place. I know you had some Epstein news for us. What's on the Epstein front this week?
Yes. So for those that do not know and haven't realized it, they've tried to close the book on the Epstein files yet again. J.D. Vance was actually on Rogan trying to do damage control and just basically obfuscating what's really gone on. And what's really gone on is the files they gave us were heavily redacted, overly redacted, not just protecting quote-unquote victims. In fact, the redactions in many cases did not protect victims and actually showed victims' names. They've acknowledged at least 3+ million more pages of documentation that just have not been released to the public at all. And Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie have officially introduced the Epstein Files Transparency Act 2. This, I think, was announced 2 days ago, and you can actually go to congress.gov. It is H.R. 9694 right now. And I think that this has a good chance of passing. I think it needs to. It's insane that we have to go to this level to have it passed. Todd Blanche had his, I believe it was his confirmation hearings going on in the past week. Did you catch any of those?
I did not.
So you had an Epstein victim who spoke at them, and she basically said, look, you know, you talked to Ghislaine Maxwell for 9 hours. And you haven't talked to any of us for 9 seconds. Like, what is going on here? Hey, you mean for real? She's not wrong. And none of these people are being prosecuted. You know, it was barely in the news. I didn't even realize it, Aaron, that Leslie Groff, his, you know, longtime assistant, had been interviewed in these Epstein hearings. Leon Black, the guy who gave Epstein $170 million, was able to like walk out in outrage just like Hillary Clinton was. It's insane. I mean, people need to realize how much of a show this supposed investigation is. And I'm seeing some back and forth with people online that are arguing that the investigations haven't been shut down. No, the only thing that's open right now are show investigations that are not going to lead to prosecutions. They're not going to lead to indictments. They're not going to lead to people going to prison whatsoever. And
that's never been. You know what I mean? How is this? You got, all these crazy allegations. You got, we know some bad stuff did happen for sure. There's lots of other things that probably did happen that, they're either not talking about or can't prove. But no one's going to jail for anything.
Nothing. And the more I go through these files and the random things that I come across, just by searching dates, like the amount of networking that is going on in the life of Jeffrey Epstein that we have public knowledge of is just, it's insane. It's from morning, noon to night. It's everything from him, flying a guy like Peter Mandelson in to meet with him just before Bilderberg and this is in like 2012, to talking to somebody about Bitcoin before it's big on a large scale with investment firms, to possibly some of the abuse where he's taking, young models that, sometimes are named to be 19 years old, sometimes named to be 16 years old and with their mother and getting them jobs. All this stuff is going on, and they seem to be protecting not so much, the possible 16-year-old, but the person that they may be being trafficked to. There's so many of these exchanges where names are redacted and they don't, it's obvious that these aren't victims being protected. And you see how much of some of the civil cases have been just completely blacked out, especially the original Palm Beach case. It's just really disturbing. Not to mention, we talk about Epstein and we talk about blackmail. But, an example of higher level blackmail, like, don't get me wrong, the vast majority of the politicians that were probably involved in what I'm just going to say are compromised on some level. But we had Chuck Grassley, Iowa's own, come out and say this: I received records from the DOJ confirming Jack Smith's investigative team, and we got to get Trump, reviewed the contents of text messages sent by 44 members of Congress. Okay. First of all, they had access to all the members of Congress and all the members of the Senate. And I'm sure if you looked at other cases, they would be looking at text messages beyond this. Grassley, obviously, is one of those 44. Rand Paul is also one of those 44. This just shows that, people within the power structure on all levels, and especially our government level, are being surveilled. They're being compromised. And I don't think any are excluded on any level. What's going to be done about that? Is Jack Smith going to jail? No, he's not. Is someone like Peter Strzok going to jail? I saw that hopium out there. Somebody, mainline 250,000 plus followers on X comes out and says, oh, this Department of Justice, they're looking at James Comey and John Brennan. And I'm just like, when are we going to grow up? None of these people are going to jail. We just had John Bolton essentially plead guilty to treason, and he's going to pay a couple $100,000. The max he's looking at right now is 5 years. Even if they gave him 3 to 5, he's going to do 12 to 18 months in a resort prison. Tops. That's tops. That's not justice. No one, and by the way, John Bolton isn't a billionaire. Okay. Sure, he's made millions and he's a total warmonger, and he's very powerful within Washington, and they like him because he does a lot of narrative management for them within the media as a talking head, and has for 20 plus years. That guy is barely getting burned. You know what I mean? If you can't put a guy like that has propagated for the war machine and committed treason in the United States and admitted to it, If you can't put him in prison for the rest of his life, why would anybody else fear that they're going to go to prison for their crimes, Aaron?
I don't know. Kind of, gives you, if you're one of those guys, it gets you sleep a little better at night, huh?
I'm sure most of them are sleeping just fine. But you look at the demeanor of somebody like Les Wexner, who here's an establishment guy, has all sorts of connections globally, running limited brands, has all these quote unquote models that he can basically delegate to all these other power players, is integral in U.S. and Israeli foreign policy, and again, has been basically one of these globalist assets for decades for those agendas. I mean, decades upon decades. He can't believe they even have him sitting down with Todd Blanche. He's surrounded by lawyers. You look at his face, and I mean, literally right before it kicks off, as they're starting to ask, he winks at his lawyer. You know why he winks at his lawyer? Because now he's ready to go. He's ready to read the script. He's ready to answer just the way they've told him to. And remember, when he gets out of line, there is that pretty viral clip where his lawyer leans in and whispers into his ear, and you can audibly hear it, "If you keep talking, I'm going to effing kill you." He's like,
that's a classic. I mean, that's normal lawyer speak, right?
I mean, again, everything he said was scripted. He knew that there was no way that he was going to get in any sort of trouble, surrounded by lawyers. I mean, he can't even he can't even believe he's there. Yet at the same time, he's not worried about going to jail. And with the system we have, he shouldn't be. This story, I don't know that it's really been reported anywhere in the mainstream, but I'm certainly going to talk about it because I think it's 100% real. And again, it speaks to the corruption of this administration. I think I've spoken to you before about how John Kiriakou, the CIA whistleblower who blew the whistle on torture and waterboarding specifically and did prison time, he tried to get a retroactive pardon from Donald Trump. He claims to have sat down with Rudy Giuliani and a surrogate. He says when Rudy Giuliani got up to go to the bathroom, his surrogate said that the pardon would be $1 million. And basically, he comes up with $1 million, he'll get the pardon. And Kiriakou was kind of taken aback. Now, one of Giuliani's ex-girlfriends, obviously much younger, without bringing up Kiriakou whatsoever, one of the allegations in a lawsuit against Rudy was, again, Rudy was facilitating pardons for Trump at $1 million. Okay? So,
what do you think his cut was?
I think it's 50-50. I think it was 50-50 for everybody that got the $1 million for the pardon to Trump, and that he okayed. So if he had okayed it, I mean, that's a speculation. But I believe that either Kiriakou or in the lawsuit it was expressed as such, at least in Rudy's case. Kodak Black, the rapper most people don't know about, he got a pardon from Trump. You think Trump is into Kodak Black? I mean, he does like many men from 50 Cent. But I got news for you. I don't think he knew who Kodak Black was. Now, this story's out there. There's a rapper out there named Boozy. You know about Boozy?
No.
Boozy's gone viral many a times on the internet, mostly not even for his music, mostly for his interviews and his behavior. So Boozy is suing Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman. And these guys are some of the biggest grifters within the right-wing circle, especially prior to the first Trump administration, into the first Trump administration. I mean, these guys were running ops, lying all the time online. They're some of the slimiest people that I'd ever seen in the political arena. Totally and completely shameless. Okay? And Boozy is claiming he paid them $600,000 to help secure a Trump pardon in his federal gun case. Now, he did not receive that pardon. The only thing I wonder here is, whether or not Wall and Berkman were actually doing what Giuliani was doing, or they just knew of what was going on and figured that they could grift somebody like Boozy out of $600,000, which they may have done. Either way,
cash.
Yes,
only cash.
Exactly. Either way, it again leads more and more credence to what? The idea that Trump was indeed selling pardons. And again, this is something that should be in the mainstream. And you wonder why, the left that has had such severe TDS, even the mainstream Democrats are not jumping on this story. Well, I would argue the reason they're not jumping on this story and haven't jumped on those other stories that have now been around for years and years and years is because, well, I mean, they're all pay to play, right? You start, scratching at that one, and who's paying for pardons that way? I mean, does it even reach the level of the pre-pardons that we're now dealing with? And that could bring me to the next story. Rand Paul, again, not being reported anywhere, but I believe he said he has secured a date for the Fauci to finally testify. I believe it's coming up now on the 29th. So 12.
Well, he's already got a pre-pardon. What's he care?
I mean, is that even a real thing? Like, that needs to be challenged in the Supreme Court. And the fact that none of those pre-pardons have been challenged, it should really, again, raise alarm bells to what state our country really is in and what kind of society we do live in. The Constitution does allow a president to pardon somebody for anything. If they've been convicted of a crime, no matter what that crime is, it's pretty specific. The president can just say, "You're okay. We're done. Pardon. We're gonna let you go." Doesn't even matter how horrendous the crime is. However, we've never had a situation where a person not convicted of a crime has been given a pardon. And, as I understand, there were no criminal investigations, at least that I knew about, or the public is aware of, into Anthony Fauci prior to this. So I don't think it holds up. I certainly hope not. And if it does hold up, you want to see those falsetto arguments made by these quote unquote justices and how they try to manipulate it just to know who they are. But this is just super authoritarian. Paul's basically saying that if he doesn't testify or he lies during the testimony, that he faces the risk of felony. But once again, I mean, Fauci is an old man. He might be the quote unquote exception to the rule that I was talking about, living and dying in office. Fauci is a bit different because we're talking about domestic policy. We're talking about policy that literally affected every man, woman, and child in the country, whether or not they followed his recommendations or not. Our entire society was flipped on.
I'm sorry. He admitted. Remember, did you see the Senate panel hearing?
Yes.
And where he admitted they made it up?
Yes.
The 6-foot distancing. Oh, that just appeared.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. But that's crazy. And then he gets a pre-pardon from things he should be charged for.
Yes. And again, it speaks to this idea that even if they're not in government until they die or in these positions, because again, this guy is generationally in there for decade upon decade upon decade. He was the face and spokesperson for, the HIV/AIDS situation, where now if you look at that in retrospect, how much fear-mongering and propaganda was going on then, right? I mean, that's what this guy has been, a high-level narrative manager, a high-level money launderer, a high-level operator for globalist, I wouldn't even call it health agendas. I would say it biological warfare operations, unfortunately.
Control.
I mean, when you're having to massage a term into quote unquote gain of function, it's very simple. When they say it's gain of function, it's biological warfare. That's all it is. You can't slice it any other way. You are enhancing viruses, or you are creating them out of whole cloth to supposedly protect people on the back end by creating these things. That's biowarfare 101. I mean, you go back to the Nazis and the human experimentation that they were doing. A lot of that had to do with their own vaccination programs because they did not want to release biological agents against their enemy that they could not protect their populace from. So, the large-scale experimentation that was taking place with this stuff, a lot of it had to do with the very same things that they're doing in Wuhan or that they're doing in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And I know that makes people extremely uncomfortable to make those comparisons, but it just happens to be the truth. Not only has there been no effort to criminally charge anybody in those situations, the CDC, they're continuing with mRNA. They're pushing this technology into the populace. And I think there's still a lot of people out there that don't understand what mRNA is. They don't understand that this is a technology that is literally digitally created. The sequences are programmed in, and they are using biological nanoprinters to create these things. And, when you're talking about it, we're talking about the nanobot revolution. We're talking about moving way away from just the Internet of Things into the Internet of Bodies. And look, I think it's great that so many people are concerned about flock cameras. They should be concerned about data centers. They should be, but they should also be just as concerned with the technology in regards to the global quote unquote healthcare system. Because if we don't have any kind of justice or even acknowledgement of what has been done, then people aren't even going to be aware into which the arena that we've moved in regards to this technology, and when they go and visit their doctor's office and what they're actually recommending and what these quote unquote drugs really are. So I think this is pivotal. Like we need, I don't expect anything to happen here other than more to be exposed into the public arena. And hopefully in the court of public opinion, we can move forward. But like I said, if we're on Epstein Files Transparency Act 2 by, a congressman who was primaried via foreign money against an opponent who never debated him, never really spoke to the media whatsoever. If you asked me or 100 people on the street who beat Thomas Massey, I think you're 0 for 100. Do you know who beat him? I don't either. That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't remember. I mean, the Israeli lobby beat him. But, I mean, really, we're going to get into it, 10+ million. But, the mRNA thing, so obviously my wife is in the medical field, and she said from the very end, and so we were both, well, I was because I'm here, but we were both required to get the jab, right? We had to get some sort of, so she said, she's like, we don't want anything to do with these mRNA shots. She said, let's get the Johnson & Johnson. It's a normal, so what really made her mad about COVID was because all the rules and all the things and all the science that she had been taught, that she, knew, that had been established over, decades, centuries, whatever, was just thrown out the window. And people were told not to question, not to ask questions. People were told, basically just do what you're told, and you have to take this. And she's like, we're not taking it. So we went and got the Johnson & Johnson shot before they banned it, because it wasn't mRNA. And we have not had a single for anyone in our house. And we're not big on that stuff. We're not flu shot people. We're not, we don't do any of that stuff. But there has been, and so she knew. I was lucky to have, my wife who knows, kind of what was going on, and was like, none of this is right. She's like, man, and that whole thing really caused her to look more, for these things because she knew they were lying to us.
You know, I was having a conversation with a TV producer out of the BBC earlier this week, and it's a producer for a series called Once Upon a Time, and you know, we were kind of just talking about where we were as a society when it comes to, you know, either questioning things on a mass level or quote unquote conspiracy theory. And certainly during that COVID 1984 time period, I think more people woke up because of the severity and the general impact on your life that you just, there was nobody in the country that wasn't affected in some way. Anybody telling you any different is simply a liar. Like, even if you were living out in the woods and had almost no contact with anybody, you still had to go to, you know, the store to get food. Yeah, not many hunter gatherers out there in the good old US of A. And I also think that on the flip of that, that because people felt so lied to and so distrustful, it has this boomerang effect where now people don't believe anything, right? And they also start going into arenas where, well, they lied about this, that they tend to gravitate towards whatever quote unquote alternative narrative is being pushed in their social media feed, right? And we've talked about it here. Just because the government is lying to you doesn't mean the quote unquote conservative alternative media is telling you the truth. Just because the Democrats are lying to you doesn't mean the Republicans are telling the truth, and vice versa, right? You alluded to it before. You really have to dig into each subject, and you have to make a decision for yourself based on that. But we live in this quick click like society where so many people watch a 2-minute Instagram reel and they're like, it's Jim Carrey in a mask. It's not Jim Carrey, you know? and
I forgot about that one.
Oh man, I had that. It was funny because that was one of the conversations that I had with her, and she goes, "Well, why do you think that is?" And I go, "Well, they take a story that's real, and then I showed her the photographs of the woman from the Central Intelligence Agency wearing a mask and sitting right across the desk from George H.W. Bush in the early 90s when he was the president. She'd never seen it before." And then it shows the picture of her holding the mask in her face, and she's like, "Oh, I didn't realize that that's real." And I go, "Exactly." So they'll take something that's real, and a lot of people forget about the real quote unquote fake news sites that were out there. Probably they flourished in that second term of Obama up until the Trump presidency, and then there was kind of a lockdown on them. But there were sites out there that were outright making up quotes. They would take every celebrity had been killed by the Illuminati. You know, Paul Walker had been killed by the Illuminati. Robin Williams had been killed by the Illuminati. Mel Gibson, fake quotes about Satanism and Hollywood and blood sacrifice. And these articles were just flourishing everywhere on Facebook and every other social media app. And, they were outright lying. You know, eventually a lot of them failed and got taken out. I remember one of them was like before it's news. And I go, they'll take a story that they see, has a bit of truth, and then they'll just make stuff up and people buy it. And the same way that happened, now you have all these quote unquote people that want to be internet famous, that want to be an influencer, they want to be a professional TikToker, and they see this Jim Carrey story and they're like, well, I could make a video on it and get 10,000 views. I mean, when that story came out, how many people in your feed had an AI generated photo of them sitting with Jim Carrey and acting like they were with him? There was like 24 of them that came up in my feed, right? And all those people just wanted the clicks and the likes, and you'd hit that follow button. So people are motivated by money, and they're motivated by fame, and they're taking advantage of a bunch of people that are just in their scroll box. And then that bleeds into, their everyday, I guess, worldview, you could call it. When I was doing
algorithm.
Yeah, you remember when we were talking about the Michelle/Michael Obama controversy?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So
Secret Service called her Big Bob.
Well, yeah, I'm just, I had
Big Mike. Was it Big Mike? It's Big Mike.
It's Big Mike, supposedly.
They called him Big Mike.
Big Mike. But so I premiered that video, and when I premiere a video, I can get live in the stream and talk to people. And there's just somebody in there that is saying over and over again that he's seen a video where Barack Obama says, "This is my husband, Michael," and it doesn't exist. You know, I think I actually sent you the couple of videos where the Michael thing kind of maybe slips out, right? And and there's not one where he goes, "My husband, Michael," and I go, and
Michael,
yeah,
but not that. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And I said to him, I go, "It doesn't exist." I go, "If it exists, you can send it to me, and I will play it on the show. I have no problem." This person got so emotional, they blocked me and they cursed me out before that.
How dare you call me out and make me prove it's true?
It's just like, why are you so emotionally invested in a false memory? That's the thing.
It's a different world, man.
Yes. And I think, again, people have to have discernment. They have to look for their own biases, of which I have my own, and they have to challenge themselves on a daily basis. You know, closing it out, because I know we got only a couple of minutes, going back to that story about the kids' school that was bombed by the United States, or our missiles, you know, in conjunction with Israel, seems to be targeted. I was, you know, having a drink with a buddy I hadn't seen in a while. He'd been watching my videos, and he's a big Trump guy. And he goes, "You know, I watched you talking about how you hate seeing dead kids, and you brought up that school story." And he goes, "I would have never even known about that if it wasn't for you." And he's like, "I don't like dead kids. And, you know, I don't like that story. And that makes me rethink my allegiance to this administration and, you know, this viewpoint." So that's what we got to keep doing. We got to be sharing real information and trying to get people to look at that information and hopefully not only change their political views for the better, but their actions that hopefully can lead to a better society, Aaron.
Well, yeah, hope. Let's hope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the bigger thing for me with all of it is that, you know, all of the social media, this digital world, is pulling people more into it versus like actually paying attention to the real world. And, you know, the whole thing just feels like a digital smokescreen to get your younger generations more worried about. They're more worried about likes and being favored on social media than they are about actual money. Which is why they live in their parents' basement. I'm not kidding. 49% of people 30 and under live with a parent or parents.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
That's insane.
We've been stripped of our independence. Again, we've been conditioned in a lot of ways to kind of be a perpetual child. And, you know, a lot of people out there just don't really even want to be independent, and they don't know why, and they are beholden to that screen. It's very disturbing.
Hello, welcome back, Sergeant Major Sit Rep. Thanks for tuning in. Greatly appreciate you watching the show every week. Numbers are coming up slowly but surely. Keep the comments coming in. I appreciate the emails. I appreciate the Twitter hits and this and that. But if you put the comments in the comments section, other people will be able to see what we're talking about, and they may have some more relevant information. But if you don't want to add anything in the comments, I get it. Continue to email, and I'll continue to respond. So with that, let's get into it. President Trump last night gave a speech on election integrity. Had some other issues going on there, but um, the speech vindicates everything that we've been working on. And I'm going to stick pretty much with the Arizona issues. But what Trump spoke about is he alleged that China obtained about 250 million to 220 to 250 million voter roll captures of information. Now, the mainstream media, some of them didn't even cover it. ABC, NBC refused to cover it. CNN commented on it, but they didn't cover it. So again, the mainstream media is screwing the public on this because we know what's going on. As the Arizona elections chair in the Arizona House of Representatives, I see all the data. I see what's coming in. I see the contracts. I see it all. And I put together at AZ Rep Gillette on Twitter, you can go there, or an X, look at the post because I'm posting everything that I can openly post, including what some people said was doxing, but it's not doxing. If it's public record and anyone can look it up, it's not doxing. So those of you that want to get all shitty and say you're going to call your attorney, that's fine. Go ahead because it's public record. Now, the criminal referrals sent to the DOJ, obviously I'm not posting those. Any of my emails back and forth with the DOJ, they are privileged information. You can FOIA them all you want, but you're not getting them because it's attorney-client privilege. So with that, I'm just going to take a little time to break down what's going on in Arizona. So election software, election hardware are deemed critical infrastructure by the United States government, meaning it requires a different level of security than your typical setup. So it requires at least to be NIST compliant with some other control measures. I don't want to tell you what the control measures are here. I don't want to create any other areas of vulnerability or expose any other vulnerabilities. That we have enough as it is, but the big battle continues on where we use a system called Avid. And that system is run out of a single family home in Salem, Oregon. Now, people say that, well, that's okay. You know, you can run a business out of a home. Yep, got no problem with small business. If you're running out of a home like I do, or a small storefront, all the power to you. That's the American dream. Keep living it. But when you are running an election system where you're managing the entire state database and pushing it up to the cloud from a single family residence with what we can tell, no physical security, some very lax standards on who's coming and going, that's an issue. Now, I'm only going to cover really the cyber part today. I'll cover a little bit more of the Arizona issues because it deals with the cyber, and I'm going to post a few documents on here today. But if you want to see the bulk of it, just go to my Twitter feed or my X account and look at it all there, because I've been hitting Secretary Fontes and all the makers of Avid with it, and posting, like I said, what documents I can post. But here's the long and short of the Arizona story. You heard about the cyber ninjas. You heard about all the 2020 audits and everything was good. Nothing to see here. Clean election. Everything's fine. Well, not true, because not until 2021 did Arizona have full control of their IT system, and we'll prove that. We'll put that document on there right here. So based on this document, you'll see we didn't even have full control of our system. So if a third-party vendor was controlling the system that we are supposed to have 100% access to, but yet we have minimal visibility on it, how do we know that everything the third-party vendor was audited? We don't. It wasn't. So we don't know what's secure. We don't know what's insecure. But the main crux, and I'm going to post just the front sheet, just the cover sheet of it here. You can look it up on your own, but it was a sealed criminal indictment in the Southern District of New York in 2020 for Iranian hacking into our election system in several states. Arizona is state number 2 in that indictment. So in state number 1 and number 2, thousands of names were taken. Now, Trump mentioned the Chinese, and this indictment is against 2 Iranian men, but who were they working for? Obviously working for the Chinese government and the Iranian government to hack into our voter data system. Now, you'll hear Secretary Fontes and Chris Mays and Governor Hobbs in the state of Arizona say, no, this isn't true. This didn't happen. They weren't privy to the sealed indictment, which is now unsealed, and I'm not showing you anything I'm not allowed to show, but this indictment was sealed for all these years, and now it's available. So we were hacked in 2020. The Proud Boys letters that went out threatening people, that was an Iranian hack job, and the federal government prosecuted 2 individuals on this. But the public didn't hear a word about it. The IC community, Merrick Garland, Comey, all the corrupt, Brennan, the deep state, not a word said. Sealed indictment, everything was done quietly, and boom, there you have it. Trump mentioned it. I have the document to show you right here. I looked. This is not even posted on the Trump website or on the whitehouse.gov website with the other documents. Now, I think that's just an oversight on their part, but now that it's unsealed, it's a thing for Arizona because it shows Arizona was definitely hacked in 2020, and we know we had a hacking event in 2025. The event in 2025, I'll post the defacement and my complaint to CISA because the Secretary of State did not want to engage our federal government on critical election security and critical hardware and software information because he said he didn't trust the president's team, didn't trust CISA anymore. Well, he doesn't have that option. Under USC 52, under HAVA, he is required to report it. Now, as a mandated reporter and knowing this information, I reported it to CISA, got a case number, turned the information into the federal government, and requested a full investigation and monitoring of the system. Why, you ask? Well, we obviously can't monitor our own system if we have the Iranians hacking in 20 and 25, and you have a Secretary of State that says they're not, but says, well, they did, but we don't trust the federal government. We're going to take care of it ourselves, and we're just going to put a mirror image up of the clean version, and we're going to make some patches. Now, these are multi-pronged attacks from different vectors. So putting a mirror up, you're putting a clean version up of what's already been attacked and hoping you fix the vulnerabilities. I'm saying you don't know what all the vulnerabilities are because you didn't have full control of the IT system until 2021. And this is what Fontes is not telling the people. Now, he's running scared. He is making video after video of how our elections are secure. He's protecting the people's voter data. But under 52 USC, and there's a couple other federal laws, we took the federal money, and the federal government, upon demand, shall see these. Now, this is lost in like 11 court cases straight, where these lower courts are ruling against the federal government on this verbiage. And you can look this up for yourself. I'm not making this up, folks. This is easy to find stuff. The law is clear, upon demand by the Department of Justice. And the Department of Justice at the time, under Pam Bondi, she ordered this, and her predecessors have ordered this. But yet the courts are still denying it. Why? Because the courts probably know about the sealed indictments and know that the voter roll system in most states is corrupt. We have illegals. We have duplicates. Matter of fact, I'll put right here, let's put a duplicate up. So as you can see on the screen right here, I've redacted the full name and full registration number, but you can see from the redaction, I left the first part of the first and last name so you can see their exact records. You have people that are valid in the system, valid registration with 2 different numbers, same name, same address, and 2 different parties. So they're going to get 2 live ballots, but everything's fine. Everything's fine. You have the data guru, the ABC data guru, Garrett Archer, continually saying none of this is true, none of it's happened, false, everything he can do to cover it up. But guess what? Garrett Archer was the program manager for Avid when Arizona wrote the contracts. You cannot make this shit up, folks. So the program manager saying everything I did was great, perfect, in tune, to the point, Trump's lying, the Republicans are lying, Fontes is great, everything is perfect, and put a rubber stamp on it. All good. Well, it's not all good. Now, let me tell you why it's not all good. Let me share this with you right here. So the Democrats hire an outside firm, and that outside firm looked at Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. Now, keep those 3 states in mind because each one of those states had similar problems. You see what's going on in Georgia right now. We had the same thing going on here in Arizona. And let's just show a couple snippets of what their lessons learned stated right here. And I highlighted in red the key statements: a minimally operational or a minimal viable system. So the system that they employed in 2020 when Katie Hobbs was the Secretary of State barely even worked, but they ran with it anyway. They ran with a system they didn't have full IT control and capability of until 2021. And they had to write so many change orders to get that information in there to make sure that they fixed it, but they never fixed it. So the glitch that allows MVD to register just about anybody who shows up to get a license plate, a sticker, any non-credential or a credential, meaning a license and ID, something like that, is going to get registered to vote. Under what party? Who knows? Because they're double registered. So you have people that are registered no labels, other, Democrat, independent. There's a couple you'll see the REP, that stands for Republican. There are people registered as Republicans and Democrats. And the case out of Tempe, we ran that to ground, and I believe that's one of the cases that forced the resignation of MV director, the former MVD director, Eric Jorgensen. We called him in, had a private meeting. The private meeting ended up being public because Mr. Jorgensen got sued for enforcing rules that had never been enforced by the MVD. I have a public request out there right now, public records request, that's about 90 days old, and the MVD can't seem to tell me if they're following Arizona statute or not. Simple request: are you following the law under this Arizona revised statute? So far, they have not responded. So our next step there will be a subpoena, sending letters to people's personal homes to remind them that we have an outstanding legislative public records request that needs to be filled. And it's a simple request: show us the logs and tell me how you're complying with the law. They so far have failed to do so. But everything is fine. Nothing to see here. Now, we know there's duplicates. There's dead people on the voter rolls. There are illegals on the voter rolls. There are non-qualified registrants. Now, what do I mean by a non-qualified registrant? Well, number one, if you've never lived in the state of Arizona, you are not qualified to vote here, but yet you are on our voter rolls. How can that be? Now, I have a case out of Havasu, which I have posted all this on my Twitter account, and you can read the documents. I'll post a few on here, but I have a case out of Havasu. I'm obviously not going to mention the woman's name, but she purportedly voted in person Republican in the state of Arizona, but she voted in LD 30 in South Carolina as a Democrat in person on the same day. So tell me there's no shenanigans being played. Now, you can blame the NGOs, the third parties, you can blame poor software, bad contracts, but this is known stuff, folks. This is not like it's unknown and we're just figuring this out. This is 4 years worth of investigative work to put this together, file criminal referrals. My hope and intent is somebody goes to jail. We've yet to see it. And until people go to jail or people are hanged for treason, once convicted, it's not going to stop. And I'm talking these deep staters. I'm not talking local officials that are just incapable and incompetent. I'm talking about your Brennans, your Comeys that knew this was going on, hid it from the public, hid it from the president, and worked with the other side to make sure it continued to happen. To me, that's treason. They should be brought in front of a court, tried, court-martialed, and over, done. Until that stops, until that starts, this is not going to stop. The Democrats will continue to cheat. They will continue to have their deep state actors, and they will continue to run with these nonsensical things. So the few documents that I've shown on here is proof enough. But all the things that I've already posted, the criminal referrals, it should tell you a story that our voter rolls are not just a spreadsheet of names of people that are eligible to vote. It is a list of people that are registered to vote And the county recorder is statutorily obligated to vet that voter to make sure they are a qualified registrant. But when they are registered through the MVD or a third party or what have you, that record goes to the Secretary of State first. It's put in the system, it's uploaded, it's scanned against ERIC, which is absolutely useless and corrupts the voter rolls even more than they are. And then it gets stored in the cloud, then it's brought back down and sent to the recorder. So the recorder is the last to know. And most of the recorders have no idea how bad the system is. They just see a record that comes in and it's been vetted through MVD and Service Arizona and Secretary of State is how it looks to them on the system. But yet it's not been vetted at all. It's just been input by a clerk somewhere clicking a box. And I can't tell you how many cases, and it's a lot, that we have of people, registration has been flipped, meaning they go to vote and, well, wait, I'm not a Democrat. I've never voted Democrat, but yet now they're registered as a Democrat. And it's election day. It's too late. They can't fix it. So they got to do a drawer 3 ballot, which doesn't get counted. Now, Abe Hamadeh's race was 400 some votes. Trump's race, 11,000 votes. We've got more than that just in the quote glitch. The glitch. As a matter of fact, I don't know if we can embed that in here. If we can, I will. It is a short video of committee testimony with the Democrats admitting they know this happens. And it's unreasonable that this governor has vetoed every single one of the bills that are designed to fix this system.
The clarification, the communication with the registered voter, those are the kinds of issues that I'm used to. But I do have a question. With the information, that you collected, are these, does this affect, in other words, I get the glitches, I see the attachments, but did these people vote?
Not all of them. Ranking Member Hernandez, not all of them voted because, to my point, not all of them knew they were I almost said their name. The individuals in California, husband and wife, had no idea they were registered to vote in the state of Arizona. In that exhibit, they had no idea. The individual that was labeled No Labels Party, when I first contacted her, she thought I was a phone scammer trying to sell something. She's not from Arizona. She didn't know we have a No Labels Party. She thought it was a scam. I texted her a copy of her voter registration card. She verified all the information, but she said she was not familiar with that address. She'd never been to that address. So we're talking more than glitches. We're talking somebody physically had to push a button somewhere to register to vote. That is what Mr. Jorgensen testified to. This is not a glitch. That's why he started seizing computers and interviewing people and firing people. These are NGOs and third-party vendors that are registering people to vote. Where are they getting the information? I believe they get it from Access and Service Arizona because we can prove that Service Arizona will maintain a series of signatures from the voter. So, like you can sign in Adobe, it's a click from an employee to sign someone's name, and now you've sworn and affirmed on a computer click. That is not a glitch, that is a violation of federal law. These are not glitches. These are on purposes. Somebody from 1997, how do you skip not voting? This individual registered in 1997 hasn't voted in this state since 2000. 2 cycles, you're supposed to be removed. Why is this person not removed? Why was this not caught by 2 different recorders, a Secretary of State? That's not a glitch. That's an on purpose. Have never lived in the state of Arizona. That's an on purpose. Stephen Richard telling recorders not to comply with the legislative public records request. That is not a glitch. That's an on purpose. The Secretary of State's numbers not matching the recorder's numbers is not a glitch. It's a federal crime. These are the numbers reported by the Secretary of State with his signature. His signature is still affixed to the form. That is a crime. It is not a glitch. My cybersecurity bill, which would incorporate quantum security into our election system, was vetoed. It was held. Now, why would you be against an encryption system if we own the system? We can encrypt it. We can protect it from foreign adversaries like Iran, China, that have already been into our system. What Easter eggs did they leave behind for the recorders to open up, or the Secretary of State, or the MVD? We don't know because we didn't report it to CISA. The Secretary of State didn't feel it prudent to contact federal government and say, hey, we've been breached by a foreign adversary that we're now at war with, that we've been at war with for 47 years, and we're in a Cold War with China. But it wasn't relevant to report because, well, he doesn't trust Trump administration. That's the kind of crap we have going on in Arizona. So all these people that are saying, well, Fontes is doing the right thing by withholding the voter rolls. You know what? The government already has the voter rolls, but they want to see, and what my investigation proved is that the Secretary of State voter rolls do not match the county voter rolls. Coconino County was off by 1,412 registrants or voters. Now, Abe's race, like I said, was 400 votes. So did he win? Is Mays the legitimate Secretary of State? Well, she is the in fact Secretary of State because the election was certified because it's the law. So Senator John Kavanaugh had a bill. I heard the bill in committee. It says that you cannot be forced to certify something that you cannot testify to or prove. And of course, that bill just crashed and burned, and there's no way Hobbs would sign that. But it's a forced certification process. Even if you know there are shenanigans afoot and you can prove it, you're still forced to certify that election. So when these people come on, well, the election was certified by the county board. Well, the county board was under pressure to certify under threat of law. The attorney general said she would arrest and prosecute, and tried to prosecute and did prosecute people for not certifying the election. When they saw fraud, they said, nope, we're not going to certify. We see proof, evidence of 100% fraud. We're not certifying. Well, then you're going to jail. Is that the kind of system that we want to have? So again, the mainstream media bashed President Trump, said, well, this is just a rehash of 2020. He's lying. It's fact check, not real. But I'm putting the real evidence out here for you to make that determination right now. Trump is telling the truth. The DOJ is telling the truth. The assessments are correct. Even the paid Democrat assessment that they tried to bury and not let anybody see is telling the truth. The lessons learned, the information that we put on there, the information that's available to the public now, it's all there, folks. The elections, I didn't even cover the tabulators. If it has a Wi-Fi card, it is hackable. If it has a USB port, somebody can modify it. I didn't go into any of that. I'm going strictly with the first part of our election system, and that is voter registration. And I'm here to tell you, folks, voter registration, at least in the state of Arizona, and the voter registration application program that we use, Avid, is absolute garbage. Absolute garbage. It doesn't reconcile with Maricopa and Pima because they use some different tools and different systems. So they had to build a bridge to do a reconciliation of voter data. So if it doesn't reconcile in the 2020 election, we didn't have IT control until 21, then we have to build a bridge to reconcile. How can you even say the 2020 election was even valid? It was a minimally viable system to begin with, according to the lessons learned in the cyber techs that looked at it, hired by the Democrat Party. So this has never been put out to the public because the Democrats don't want you to see it. But you're going to see it right here for the first time. Sergeant Major Sit Rep. The rest of it is posted on my Twitter account. Go take a look there. Look it up. All the documents are in a couple different threads with Adrian Fontes, and you'll see the Democrats come out and defend tooth and nail our election systems are not hacked. They are fine. None of this is happening. It's not real. You actually have Democrats saying, we're not going to sign on to this. We're not going to be, but we don't even want to investigate. And that was the House Democrats. And yes, I shared this information with several House Democrats, but they don't, nope, we're nothing to see here. Well, is this name registered twice? Well, looks to be, but that's not our business. What? It's not your business. That was the exact statement. It's not our business. It's not our business. It 100% is our business. The legislative branch makes the law that the executive branch is to follow. The executive branch is not following the law. The judicial branch won't hear the cases because of time constraints. Well, it's too close to the election. It's not far enough after the election. It's during the election, so we're just not going to hear the case. And a lot of the other stuff, they just don't flat understand. And if these contracts would have been presented with the evidence that was found, I think judges would have been more apt to look at the contract and see what the statement of work is. When the statement of work says, produce a bridge to reconcile voter data between MVD, Secretary of State, and the recorders, that would raise a question. Well, if you're asking for this statement of work and a contract to be done in an addendum, then it's obviously not working now. So how can you prove that the voter data was correct? You cannot. So I know it's a short one today, but this is what's going on, folks. Go back, watch the Trump speech if you haven't watched it. Look at this data, judge for yourself. That's all I'm asking. You make your own conclusions. Are Arizona voter rolls good or bad? And I'm telling you they're garbage, but I'll let you make that decision yourself. Give me some comments in the comment lines. Keep the emails coming in. We'll go from there, and I will answer any questions you have on this. If I need to post some other documents, if you want to see more proof, I can do that next week. If not, I'm going to move on because we're done. We've sent our criminal referrals in. We're hoping for the best. We're hoping for DOJ to sweep in and do what they do and put the bad guys in jail and clean up our voter rolls. Thanks. Have a great day. Stay safe. Train like they hate you, because they do.
6 years ago, there was a global pandemic, and one of the side effects from that global pandemic, no toilet paper in stores. Fast forward to where we are now, there's an outbreak of explosive diarrhea, yet there's toilet paper everywhere. What's going on? Welcome to Accidental Education Reality Lab. I am your host, Tom Cunningham. And this week's podcast, this week has been really odd. Well, most weeks have been odd, but we've had a lot going on this week. We had the All-Star game in baseball. We had Trump's speech last night about election integrity and all the shenanigans that were going on in the 2020 election. And he also alluded to what had happened in the past, the mayoral race in Los Angeles. Plus, Lady G has departed this earth. And we got a proof of life of Mitch McConnell, which that picture is so weird, man. It's blowing my mind of how odd this weird proof of life photo is. We're also seeing the rise of socialism and communism and sort of the mainstreaming of it. And now we see the media kind of carrying the torch, which is really strange to me. But it's strange for a lot of us who grew up knowing, hearing about communism and seeing the effects of communism and socialism across the world, and not wanting it and identifying it as an evil. But with younger generations, they're giving it a second look and they're like, it seems pretty good to me. And then also we have the rise of explosive, what are we calling it? Lettuce diarrhea. So we've got lettuce diarrhea happening in the United States, which again is really weird because when we had an upper respiratory infection, there was no toilet paper to be had. Now that we have explosive diarrhea, there's plenty of toilet paper, which I guess is a good sign, but you would think the reverse would be true, but in this instance, it isn't. All right, first things first. I think we should talk about the demise of Lady G. Yes, Lindsey Graham is no longer with us, had an aortic separation. And my grandmother, when she was 95, that's what finally did her in. Was she wasn't feeling well, went into the hospital, and while she was in the hospital, had an aortic separation. Nothing could be done for her, and she passed away at the ripe old age of 95. It's the same thing that John Ritter had back in, I think it was the early 2000s. And it's like, I can't remember the name of it, but it's like one of your arteries in your heart, or one of those tubes that goes into your heart, it just separates. And once that happens, death is inevitable. So that's the story that we're hearing. Initially, we were told that it was a heart attack. We also told that he was in Ukraine before he came back to the United States and had a heart attack at his DC place. And while he was touring a drone manufacturing facility called, what was it, Skyforce or Skydance or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember the name of it. Anyways, so out in the conspiracy world, which is a world that I like to dabble in, and I would say that I'm not a full-fledged conspiracy theorist, but I am more on the side of conspiracy theorists than I am on the normie side when it comes to any sort of official comment that I get from any government agency worldwide. So we're told that he was having a heart attack, it was an aortic separation, and he's dead. But then in the conspiracy world, we're hearing that the factory was attacked and he actually died there, and then his body was shipped back. And I don't know, there's video of somebody coming out of supposedly the apartment or townhouse where Lindsey Graham lived, and the paramedics were trying CPR on him, got him into the ambulance, took him to the hospital where he's later pronounced dead. I don't know, could this aortic separation happen because of something that he injected into his body, which he was a very staunch supporter of? I don't know, maybe. I've heard a few doctors, including Dr. Drew Pinsky, talking about how since some people elected to do this to themselves, this injection, that he's seen a significant rise in aortic separations in some of his patients. That's just one doctor. I don't know if it necessarily means anything, but it gets you to thinking about what exactly did some people put inside their bodies. For myself, I've buried quite a few friends over the last couple of years who have either died suddenly or have had turbo cancer. So I'm at the point now where I'm not ruling anything out, including this, what happened to Lady G. Moreover, I'm not a fan of Lady G. I would say probably early on, like in the early 2000s, maybe when I first started, engaging with politics and paying attention with politics, after my first daughter, or my only daughter, was born, my firstborn. And I was like, well, he seems like kind of a fighter, you know, he seems like somebody. And at the time I was a Republican and was like, yeah, you know, he's all right. He's a little bit weird, but you know, whatever. You know, he seems to be on board with what I was on board with Afghanistan, and, you know, kind of loosely on board with Iraq. But, you know, I felt that he was making convincing arguments why the war is important in Iraq and so forth. So, you know, he just kind of flew under the radar for me. And it wasn't until recent years where it was like, I was thinking to myself, what is this guy talking about? You know, why does he want to go to war so much? And that's when I kind of like, I was like, dude, this guy is just kind of icky. And then you start hearing more about his personal life, and whatever you do with adults, that's your own business. I don't care. That's your thing. It has nothing to do with me. Knock yourself out. If the ladybug story is true, which I'm pretty sure that it is, whatever, have at it. But then one of the things that I noticed was after the announcement was made, people took to social media like they always do, and they were posting things like, rest in piss, you warmonger, fuck you, you know, burn in hell, that sort of thing. To me, as much as I didn't like the guy, and I like to think that I coined the term Lady Graham, and that was kind of, you know, I think that was my that was my gift to social media, was coming up with Lady G or Lady Graham. So anyways, when it comes to the death of somebody you don't like, I understand somebody like him, you're very emotional about how they were while they were on this earth, and I totally get that. But I also understand that for myself, I know it's, you know, for myself, I'm uncomfortable with talking shit about somebody after they're dead, especially saying like rest in piss and that sort of thing. And I'm not going to ever tell people what to say, but at least for myself personally, and again, I'm no fan of Lady G, but I also, for myself, am not a fan of talking shit about somebody that's no longer here to talk shit about. I disagreed with him wholeheartedly on Ukraine, Iran, his stance with Israel, and, you know, our continuing funding of Israel and what was going on in Gaza. I vehemently disagreed with them on a lot of those points. And, you know, and while he was alive, I probably wasn't the nicest to him when talking about him. But in death, you know, I'm not here to eulogize what a great guy he was, because I really don't think he is. You know, from what I hear, he had a great sense of humor, and he was very quick-witted, and people liked being around him. That's great. I never met the guy before in my entire life, so all I know about him is what I saw on TV and what he supported. And for a lot of what he supported, I didn't agree with. But now that he's dead, I just, for myself, don't feel like piling on to him. What I think is more important to talk about is who's replacing him. And right now his sister is, which kind of strikes me as weird. It kind of strikes me as, you know, the Republicans always make fun of the Democrats and saying, well, the Democrats, you know, never get a chance to weigh in on who they want to be president, who they want to run for this office. You know, they were given Kamala Harris. She was kind of anointed by Biden. And same thing with Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, you know, got big-footed out of there, and then Hillary took his place. That's what we're seeing right now on, you know, a smaller level with the Lindsey Graham's sister taking over for him, which it's like, and, you know, and this has been done before. I mean, look at Debbie Dingell. There's been a Dingell in that representative spot since like the 1930s, since the seat was created. So I understand how Washington works. But to me, it's just, it's like, and I get it. Lindsey Graham represented more of the hawkish neocon side of the Republican Party. So if you want to keep that within the Republican Party, then you're going to take somebody who is most like that and mirrors that person and put them in. And what better person to fill that slot than his sister? Unfortunately, when it comes time for an election, I think there's a good chance that she's going to take that seat over. I think the Republican Party in South Carolina, the machine, the apparatus that they have is just way too powerful to get somebody like a Thomas Massey or somebody who is more of a MAGA side of the Republican Party in that seat. I don't think they're going to give that up. So again, never really liked Lady G, especially in the last few years. I would say the last 10, 12 years or so. I'm very uncomfortable with, bashing him, his private life, and just calling him out for being a horrible person. I think, however you feel about him is how you feel about him. But the bigger picture is we've come to a point in society where people, where people can actually articulate those opinions, and they do it through social media. And as far as, the benefits of social media, of people being connected worldwide and sharing their thoughts and ideas, it also gives them a spot to say something that they wouldn't naturally say in polite company. And those are some of the growing pains that we're going through right now. We're trying to normalize shit talk and not being polite. And we're doing it through social media, and we're bombarded by it. For myself, I've always been a little bit of a contrarian when it comes to trends. Excuse me. I've got something weird's going on with my throat, so bear with me. So being a contrarian when it comes to piling on and shit talking when somebody dies, especially somebody like Lindsey Graham, I'm just not going to do it. That's my own personal feeling on it. If you want to do it, that's your own business, not mine. But I think you hear the right always talk about, and the left, we have to get back to some, semblance of normalcy. And to me, normalcy is just being polite. You can disagree with somebody, you can despise somebody, but after they're dead, they're dead. They're going to have to meet our maker and do a lot of explaining. And in Lindsey Graham's, in Lindsey Graham's case, who knows what kind of explaining he has to do. We all have to explain. So I'm not going to say that his explanations are going to be, more than mine or whatever. I'm not going to make that comparison, but I'm just going to leave it up to Lindsey and God and let them sort it out. Also, I found it kind of coincidental that after Lindsey dies, that we get this weird proof of life photo of Mitch McConnell and his wife, Elaine Chao. Elaine Chao. And he's propped up in bed, and he looks like a ventriloquist dummy. And Mitch McConnell has always looked like a ventriloquist dummy just because of how, the fat in his face and the creases and everything. He looks like he has one of those mouths that, was put in there like a ventriloquist dummy. But the composition of the shot was really strange. It's not as strange as Biden with the Carters, which is my all-time favorite presidential photo. But this one is weird because Elaine is behind him with her hand almost looking like it's in his back, as if she's manipulating a ventriloquist dummy. Now, is Mitch McConnell alive or dead? I think two things can be true at the same time. I think he can be so incapacitated that death is right around the corner. I don't think that's an actual photo of him sitting up and being alert in a hospital bed. Do I think that he's on some life support system? Yes. And why do I think that? Because Mitch McConnell represents the anti-Trump wing of the Republican Party, the more neocon side wing of the Republican Party. And there's no way on God's green earth that the neocon party wants somebody like Thomas Massie to come in and take Mitch McConnell's seat. That's just not going to happen. So they're going to keep him attached to life support as long as possible so they can say, oh yeah, Mitch is still alive. And when it's time to fill that seat, when they figure out who they want in that seat, and then the plug is pulled, and we're going to have all these tremendous eulogies on Fox News and the other, outlets. I can't remember, is it not News Nation? Can't remember the other one down in Florida. Anywho, talking about, what Mitch McConnell did, and they're always going to go back to the, not appointing Merrick Garland, which I think that was a good call on Mitch's part. But, Mitch is one of those old school neocon Republicans that, hasn't, he's still in the, mid 1990s in this line of thinking. I know he's not thinking right now, but that mentality, that neocon mentality, he was one of the ones that, is preserving that. He and John Thune and John Cornyn and all these other, the Mitt Romneys of the world. They bug me. So it'll be interesting to see what happens to him. I guarantee you, though, when they have somebody to fill Mitch McConnell's seat, that's when we're going to see Mitch McConnell and, all these eulogies happening for him, or not eulogies, but retrospectives on his career. I don't know. A certain part of me is going to miss Cocaine Mitch, kind of like those freeze-ups that he would do. Not big fan of The Falling, but, just as kind of, so what we're going to do now is, yes, Merrick Garland, we're going to go in recess now. I always like that sort of part of Mitch McConnell. Elaine Chao, do we think she's a Chinese spy? Allegedly. I don't know. Your husband's in the hospital, supposedly on death's door, and you bolt to China for a little rest and relaxation. It's a bit sus. All right, speaking of communism, what in the world is going on with our younger generations? The younger side of the millennials, the Gen Z, the Zoomers. They're all thinking that socialism is a good thing. And we've seen, these Democrat socialists, which is funny to me. You're just a socialist. And again, we're getting back to language. And I'm all about pattern recognition. That's why I fall into the conspiracy world, because I see patterns developing and understand how they work. And being a television producer, I understand the story arcs, how to tell a story, how to produce a plot, how to push that plot forward, and how to make your plot pay off in the end with some sort of resolution. And this whole moniker of Democrat, socialist Democrat, or Democrat socialism, it's the same thing that we see over and over and over again with the left and also with the media. And that pattern is, if there's a term that they find to be negative, they figure out a way to soften it. So let's take illegal immigration. When I was a kid, there were always people who crossed the border with no documents were called illegal aliens. That's what we called them. You were illegal aliens. And then somewhere it turned into undocumented. Well, first we dropped aliens because that had a negative connotation, because it was like, oh, are these people from a different world? Are they from, a different galaxy? So that played into the empathy of a lot of people saying, okay, well, we probably, it's kind of degrading if we, refer to these people as aliens because they're actually human beings. So alien, that's not really a human. That's somebody from a different planet. So I'm not sure if I really like it, but okay, I'll go with it. I don't want to be called a xenophobe or a bigot or anything. So I'm just going to go with undocumented. And then we fast forward a few more years, and I'm trying to say this word, incrementalization, I guess. So the next thing to be changed is you go from undocumented. So what do most Americans share? We share the experience of somebody in our family being from another country and coming to the United States, an immigrant. Okay, so now you take that word and you put it with undocumented. So you have undocumented immigrant. Okay. So now it goes from illegal alien to undocumented immigrant. So you're taking a word that's actually very positive in the whole, in America, being an immigrant, everybody can relate to it. Totally relatable. Let's use it. Because now what you're doing is taking away from the fact that they entered the country illegally. They become undocumented. They're also an immigrant. And then it becomes, well, don't you have any sympathy because they're coming from a third world country? And do you know how hard it is to get a birth certificate in Guatemala? Do you know how hard it is to get a birth certificate in Burkina Faso? It's almost impossible. So, let's have a little bit of sympathy for these people that are coming over. They might not have, the proper documentation like we would, but look where they're coming from. Do you really expect them to have all their papers in order? That's how you play on the sympathy, by constantly changing the words. And that's what we're seeing with socialism. Because now we've got, we for the longest time it was Democrats versus Republicans. And I do think the idea of the Democrats and Republicans is a good one, because people like myself who are on the middle or in the middle, or maybe lean more to the right than they do the left, I understand how you need both parties, and you need the thought process of both parties to have a successful country. And the way that I look at it is you have got the right, the Republicans, who look after business and defense. And then on the left, you have the more creative people on that side. I've worked in Hollywood for over 30 years, and there are a lot of people in that business that I would not trust my checkbook to. But they're also some of the most creative people I've ever met before in my life. And I enjoy being around them because of the way that they look at the world. But I know that they don't have the skills to be able to balance a checkbook. Well, who balances a checkbook now? Or or come up with, some sort of a family budget. I'm in that camp. I'm very bad at budgeting things. I get money, I spend it, I don't think much about it. It's always seems to be there. Sometimes, being freelance, you sweat a little bit, when the next gig's coming and so forth. But I believe that you need the two sides. You need the right brain and the left brain. And to me, that's what the left and the right in the United States represent. The creative side and the analytical side. You have to have the two if you're going to have a successful country. But this creative side now is being hijacked by a side that wants everybody to be the same. And in certain ways, I understand that, because we talked about incrementalism, and let's go back even further to how we've gotten to where we are. We stopped keeping score in kids' games because we didn't want the losers to feel bad, and we didn't want the winners to gloat. So we've had 3 generations of people who are now grown-ups thinking that, well, competition isn't good because the outcomes are all going to be the same. So they're used to competing in an environment where the competition doesn't matter because the outcome is the same. So you've got millions of people who have that mentality now, who believe that capitalism isn't working for them. And I have to admit, if I were that age, I would think the same thing, because you look at the price, the median price of a home right now is $400,000. And you also look at the median price of the average income. It's nowhere near where it needs to be if you're going to afford a $400,000 house. So I understand why a big segment of those populations are disenfranchised. Because for the rest of us who were able to see the American dream through our parents, get to an age where we entered the workforce, the American dream of owning a house and going on vacation, that was all attainable. I remember buying my first house and getting a loan for $99,000, and the house was $114,000, and it came with a pool, and that was in Royal Palm Beach, Florida in 1998. I can't imagine what that house is worth now. And the house that my ex-wife lives in that I still own, sort of, that one has gone up in price. So I understand that mentality, because the future does look grim and bleak. And I also believe with the constant inundation of social media, and if you're 25 years old and you're looking at other 25-year-olds who are getting on private jets, flying all over the world and, going to parties in Ibiza, you're going to become a little bit envious, and you're going to get demoralized, because you think that, I'm seeing a peer do that. How come I can't do that? And it's easy. It's like a drug dealer who's like, hey, you seem depressed. I've got something for you. Take the edge off. You might like it. Here, try this. That's what I'm seeing with the younger generations. And the Democrat socialists are the ones who are the pushers. They're pushing a drug that will eventually kill you. It will make you become so addictive that you're going to ruin your relationships with your friends and your family. And your only allegiance is going to be to that drug dealer. That's the ultimate goal with socialism and communism, and the drug dealer being the government. I don't know what the answer is to try and turn around the thought process, or trying to encourage younger generations to feel like they can take the risk. And also too, with social media and taking a risk, these other generations want to conform. You seldom see somebody branching out on their own and saying, hey, I'm going to try this, for fear of getting roasted on social media. So a lot of them just want to go along to get along. But once you start doing that, then you start compromising with yourself. You might have the urge or the mentality of, entrepreneurship, and say, well, I want to start, my own coffee shop. But you're going to talk yourself out of it, saying, well, do I really want to take the risk? Because we've become very risk averse in a lot of circles. And I think the younger generations are very risk averse. And I fault generations like myself, Gen X, who, with our kids growing up, we're like, we were, a feral generation that kind of, just went outside and stayed outside all day, and then would come home at night. I mean, you've all heard the stories. And then once we became parents, we overcorrected. And for a lot of us, we became overprotective of our kids. Oh, there's pedophiles that hang out in that park. There's, weirdos and, criminals over at the mall. And it just got to a point where in a way, we wrap bubble wrap around our kids instead of encouraging them to go out and explore and learn how to be a human being and interact with other human beings. And for most of us, we did it out of concern for the safety of our kids, because a lot of us, including myself, came away with a lot of broken arms, a lot of skinned knees, a lot of fights. And as a parent, you don't necessarily want your kids to go through that hardship, but going through that hardship helps you develop the armor to go out into the real world and be able to deal with unpleasant situations. So with the lack of those abilities of coping mechanisms to deal with unpleasant situations, I really understand the appeal, because the government, and this is one of the ploys of socialism, is to make the government the parent for the child. You know, I can't afford, you know, my school loan payments. All right, that's fine. We'll take care of it. But in return, this is your job. This is what you need to do. You're going to work for the state. You'll be loyal to the state. That takes away any sort of agency a person has and makes them dependent on the government. And right now, it feels like younger generations would rather be dependent on the government, which the people who are pushing this, the Mandamis of the world, it's always the rich kids. Mandami's dad, multimillionaire. His mom does all right for herself. You go back in history, everyone who has pushed communism or socialism has always been very rich. They just want to make sure that they have theirs. And they also have this weird sort of sense of guilt about them not accomplishing anything and inheriting everything. And so that becomes, well, you know, I've been put in a position where I do feel a little bit guilty that I've never accomplished anything, you know, that built anything. So what I need to do now is to make sure everything is equal for everybody so I can come in and be the hero. It's a hero complex that these rich kids have. And it's a constant for these rich kids, especially on the left. It's primarily on the left. It's a Don Quixote syndrome. They come up in an environment where they have everything, but they never had to cross what seemed to be an unbearable obstacle to get to where they were. So they're constantly looking for windmills to fight. And communism and socialism have always been one of those windmills. I've never done anything with my life, and I think if I can transform the United States from being a capitalist country to being a communist country, that's going to be my crowning achievement. And all that means is I've got mine, you're never going to get yours. I wouldn't sign up for that. But then again, I'm not a 22-year-old college graduate who's got mountains of school debt, is entering the workforce unsure of being able to get a job, and it looks like home ownership is totally out the window. I could see how that would be appealing. Now, how do you combat this? That's a tough one. Because right now, with the way the housing market is, and when you have the BlackRocks and the Vanguards of the world who consistently come in and start buying up property and buying up homes and turning them into rental properties with the goal of everyone being renters, it's very hard to get your starter home. And I'm not one who believes the government should get involved with business, but there comes a point that if you want a country is only as strong as the next generations that are coming up. And if you're going to make something like home ownership impossible and make them renters, well, you're transforming the entire country into dependence. And if that's your ultimate goal, if the ultimate goal is global governance and having all the citizens of every country in the world dependent on a government for that region or a world government that oversees these regions of the world, then you're on the right track. But if your goal is to have independent-minded people that can carry on a culture and a civilization and a country for generations to come, we're so far off track. So far off track. And debt is the biggest killer that there is. There needs to be some sort of plan. And I don't know what that plan is, but there needs to be an incentive for home ownership for people who have jobs once again. And I'm not just talking college graduates. I'm talking about, tradesmen, craftsmen, having the ability to say, okay, you know what? I would like my own house, my own piece of property, and settle down and have a family and give whatever I've built to my next generation, to, my kids, man, so they can build upon that. That to me is the American dream. And that's somehow disintegrating, and it's figuring out a way to try and reconstitute that. And I would like to think that there is a way, but right now it seems pretty bleak. And if I did have the answer, I'd probably be in DC right now talking about what that answer might be. Go, oh, I got it. This is what we need to do. But nobody right now in DC, Republican or Democrat, feel like that's a worthy topic to get into. What I think a worthy topic to get into is the outbreak of explosive diarrhea in the United States and where it came from. Because where it came from is, the whole story is just really bizarre to me. And let me see if I can find this article about what's this, cycloclonosis or something like that. All right, here we go. So what we got going on is evidently there's an outbreak of explosive diarrhea that has been pinpointed to be at Taco Bell, of course. So health officials are tracking a fast-growing outbreak of cyclosporiasis, and it's an intestinal illness caused by a microscopic parasite that has spread across at least 34 states with nearly 7,000 confirmed suspected cases nationally. You know what kills parasites? The horse dewormer that we're told by CNN isn't meant for people, but it actually is. It won a Nobel Prize. Yes. It just that kind of propaganda. It's just like it's so criminal what they did in trying to vilify certain drugs because they wanted to push a vaccine. It blows my mind why they would do something like. Well, I know why they would do something like that, because you make more money off the vaccine than you do something that you can buy, with the prescription, or in some countries over the counter. Michigan remains the hardest hit state with 4,312 cases and 102 hospitalizations as of Thursday. No deaths have been reported, which is good, because once we start going down the death spiral or the death count, then we get the death count on television. So everybody needs to be scared. Go out, get the toilet paper, put on the mask, bleach your food before you eat it. Bleach, keep your mail out in the sunlight, and go through all the rigmarole that we did before. The FDA is investigating iceberg lettuce supplied to the Taco Bell company by California-based produce company Taylor Farms as a possible source of the outbreak, per NBC News. All right, right there, per NBC News. Do I believe that? Absolutely not. NBC News is one of the biggest frauds in broadcasting when it comes to news. I can't think of one reporter or anchor at NBC News that's worth the shit. They're all fucking liars. They're all propagandists. And they always default to, well, that's what we were told. You know, how are we supposed to know? That's what we were told. And when it's painfully obvious that whoever is telling you that is lying to you. You know, before it was, you know, journalists spoke truth to power. And then once Obama came into the office, it became access. You wanted to get invited to the parties. You wanted the exclusive interview. So when you're a journalist, you don't want to give up that access. So you'll push out whatever bullshit narrative that the government tells you to push out, or whatever agency that you're dealing with wants you to push out, because you don't want to lose that access. The investigation is currently focused on 5 states: Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, and Indiana. Taco Bell has voluntarily removed suspected lettuce from its supply chain nationwide indefinitely. All right. So here's my comparison as far as stereotypes go and fraudulent stories that are perpetrated to the masses. Back when COVID started, the COVID outbreak, what were we told? We were told that the outbreak's origin was not the Wuhan lab, and definitely had nothing to do with Ralph Barrick and what was it and his research going on at the University of North Carolina. That definitely didn't have anything to do with it. What had to do with it was a wet market and bat soup. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget Fauci talking about the wet market in Wuhan and somebody eating bat soup. And that's how the virus jumped from one species to another. All right, so for most people back then, the stereotype, Japanese or Chinese people will eat anything, dogs, cats. I mean, how many times have you heard the old dad joke? Hey, Dad, let's go get Chinese food. Oh, I'm not eating Chinese food. I'm not going to eat dog. Yes, we've been programmed to think that Chinese people eat dogs and cats. Fine. That's a stereotype that's going around. So when we hear somebody like Fauci getting up and saying it was bat soup, somebody was eating bat soup in a supermarket, most people are like, oh, well, that tracks because we heard all these stories about dogs and cats and so forth. All right, well, that's plausible. Yeah, okay, I believe that. Maybe it wasn't the Wuhan lab. So you have a lot of people believing the official story that it comes from this wet market. As for myself, I didn't buy it. I didn't buy it from the jump. I need a swig of water. And the reason why I didn't buy it from the jump, one simple fact, one simple detail that was left out of Fauci's lie. And if he would have said this detail, I would have bought it hook, line, and sinker. Who knows? I probably would have even gotten the jab. But this detail that he left out, for me, was the linchpin. When he didn't say it, I knew he was lying. And that was, if he would have said somebody in the market was eating bat soup, because in China, the belief is if you consume bat soup, it'll help with erectile dysfunction. Since that detail was omitted, I was like, this is a bullshit story. If he would have added that, I would have been 100% convinced that it was true. And I say that because over the course of my career, I've done a lot of shoots all over the world about endangered species, poaching, anti-poaching units that are trying to go after these poachers. And every single solitary time, it always involves the Chinese. And the reason why these animals are being poached, because there's something about them that the Chinese believe would make good boner meds. The rhinoceros horn, file it down, get the powder, it's supposed to make you hard as a brick. Cobra blood. I mean, I know cobras aren't endangered, but just run down the list. I guarantee you, if you start running down the list of endangered species that still exist on the earth, and you put into any form of AI that you want and draw the correlation between ED and whatever part of that animal is being harvested is used in the manufacturing of something to aid in erectile dysfunction. That was the main one that he left out of it, or else I would have bought it. Same can be said for Taco Bell. Taco Bell and diarrhea are synonymous. Everyone talks about, I went to Taco Bell and I got the shits. I like Taco Bell. It's one of my favorite, it's one of those, guilty pleasures that I have in life is Taco Bell. The crunchy taco, absolutely love it. Grilled stuffed burrito, chef's kiss, love all of it. Big fan of Taco Bell. It's never given me the shits. It's actually sorted me out after a lot of hangovers when I used to drink. Love Taco Bell. But saying that the origin of this outbreak comes from Taco Bell, to me, is the wet market. There's something else going on because that's too obvious of an answer, and it reinforces negative stereotypes. Where most people are like, of course, explosive diarrhea outbreak, of course it would come from Taco Bell. And that's where it ends. And that's where they want you to have it end. And when I say they, I mean the government, the FDA, whoever is pulling the strings, because they don't want the truth out there. What is the truth? I don't know. I have my suspicions, and I will tell you this, my biggest suspicion is the Chinese. And the Chinese, for the last, I don't know how long it's been, but how many stories have we heard about Chinese researchers? There was just one recently. A Chinese researcher from the University of Michigan was caught coming back into the country with mold spores in his shoes that are created to attack wheat. The Chinese are constantly working, and the United States is constantly working on how we can destroy each other's food supplies. There was another SARS outbreak during the Obama administration that hit China and decimated their pork production, which caused a lot of starvation in China. We still don't know the amount of people that died from it. So poisoning food supplies is something that, at least the United States and China is engaged in. So that's what I would lean more toward, instead of saying that, an illegal alien took a poop in a lettuce patch and it somehow got into, the fixins at Taco Bell. That doesn't make any sense to me. What's more plausible is it's some sort of biological attack by China, Russia, or any other country that might want to cripple the United States in some way. Is it a deliberate attack to cripple us like COVID was? No, I don't. I actually think that COVID was a lab leak, but once China realized what they had with people walking around the streets of Wuhan, and then also seeing how easily transmittable it was, started pushing a lot of these COVID patients onto flights. And we saw this happen. You had full flights from Wuhan flying all over the world. And that was the main spread of COVID, was the Chinese government putting their Chinese nationals on flights as human bioweapons and then sending them out all over Europe and eventually to the United States. Which during the early part of 2020, there were direct flights from Wuhan coming into LAX. Almost 4,000 people a day were coming in from Wuhan directly. So, yeah, I think that's how it spread. Is this a deliberate attack to kill Americans? Obviously not. Is this a dry run? Absolutely 100%. It is a dry run to see how much havoc that they can, if it is the Chinese, not saying it is, but I'd be highly suspicious of them. Is it a dry run for something bigger? Yes, could be. Is it a detention getter? Could be as well. Hey, we just want you to know this is what we're capable of. So, with all this election interference that you're talking about that we may have perpetrated in 2020, you need to back off that shit. Because if you think explosive diarrhea is bad, just see what we can unleash next. Right now, we're giving people a lot of pain and discomfort, and you guys are throwing Taco Bell under the bus. We've got other things that we can put in your food supply where people start dropping like flies. So if you want to keep going down this road of accusing us of, interfering with your elections, look what else we're capable of. That's what it seems like to me. Again, I am part conspiracy theorist, but I'm also a pattern recognitionist. That's it for me. My voice is about to give out. Thanks for bearing with me. I hope that you don't get lettuce diarrhea of 2026. And if you do, plenty of fluids and plenty of ivermectin. Until next time, we'll see you next week.
Spanning the globe, from the four corners of the world, traveling the earth while entertaining millions in secrecy. These are lessons learned through not so average experiences from a life spent creating reality television. This is accidental education. Reality Lab with your guy, Dr. Tom Cunningham, Esquire, amateur DDS. Balls and banter. Balls and banter. No excuses, just win, win, win with your balls and banter. We got balls, we got pucks, we got sticks, we got everything in between. We got balls and banter.
All right, it's Thursday. We have made it through another week, folks. So glad to be with you today, live from the studio here in beautiful, hot as balls, Jacksonville Beach, Florida. Tom's with us, Zach in studio, Matthew hitting the keys. Nate is out today, but he'll be back next week. How are you boys doing?
I'm doing well, dude. You wouldn't believe how soupy it is up here in Northeast Ohio. I'm telling you, we're getting all this smoke from the fires in Canada. It's unbelievable. When you walk outside, it's like this. You think that the whole city is burning, and it's just the wind gusts pushing all the smoke down from Canada into Ohio and Michigan.
Two things. One, the pictures coming out of there are crazy. Just the Midwest, the North in general, from all the fires, Canada screwing shit up again. Also, not surprising that things are hot and muggy and just terrible in Ohio because you got Buckeyes there and it's a terrible state. But I love the main thing. The second thing, your outfit on point. Love everything
it's amazing.
about it. Don't. I keep telling Tom, like, obviously Tom and I are great friends. We talk all the time. Like, can you just dress this way all the time? Not that it's a requirement. I just get such satisfaction out of it. It just makes me happy. Like, maybe everyone on the show starts wearing the tricolored 80s wristbands, tube socks, even though you can't see them behind, at least where Zach and I are. But yeah, I think that could be good.
I'm definitely going to lean into it then.
Okay. We got to get Zach something.
Yeah.
And myself, we got to get everyone something.
We're starting some uniforms now.
Yeah, we are. Yeah. I mean, you got to stand out, right?
There you go.
Like, there's some crazy sons of bitches over there at Balls and Banter. And have you seen what they wear? It's not appropriate. It's not even good looking, but I'm not saying you don't look good, Tom. You do. You look great. So I got into quarterback season 3 last night. I talked about it Tuesday. And here's this is both a bad thing and a cheat code at the same time. My concern was, I love this. We're going to haul through it. My wife and I are going to blow through the entire season in 2 nights. Maybe 3 if we're tired. The kids, we have a sports family. They've all been indoctrinated. They all love it, partly because they have to, but partly because they now really do. So they wanted to watch too. So we just did 1 episode last night, and then it was closer to their bedtime, close to the point where we probably could have done a second, but my wife called it, which I think was the right move. And because we're doing it with them, there's like this forced pacing that's in place now. I will do 1 more tonight, maybe 2. With the whole crew. They loved it. And what's great is my girl's into, obviously my son's into it. My middle girl, who's a cheerleader, who's doing all these crazy backflip things now, and it's insane what she does. She's so dire. She's like the girl in movies who's the daughter's coach. She's not a tomboy, but she's like the daughter's coach who's just so into sport. She's like the one grabbing the clicker and, Dad, the game's on. What are you doing? I'm sorry. Anyways, it was awesome. Peyton Manning, Omaha Productions, Netflix, NFL Films, all the people who work on quarterback, freaking ball. Baker Mayfield is a great character for quarterback because he's got that piss and vinegar. Flacco was interesting. Cam Ward doesn't give 2 shits about anything. There's points where he's just dropping F-bombs okay. This is a great – and he still looked good, and it came off for him. It worked fine. But you see these dudes, and I think it's really good PR for them because, you learn about their family, you learn about them, their story behind and off the field, and it makes them look really good. Cam had a couple moments last night. I was like, well, you said it, so it's out there. But I love that freaking show, all that to say. I don't know, Zach, I know, Tom, you're into it. I don't know if you're into it, but I love freaking quarterback.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting into it now. I think you sold me on it. I haven't seen it. I didn't know the quarterbacks that were in it, but I'm excited to watch, yeah.
It's good. It's good. And the theme song that I will spare you guys from me humming it or trying to make it sound good. I love their freaking theme song that they use every year. Tom, have you started it yet?
I have not started it yet, but I'm really looking forward to it because Omaha Productions puts out very great content. And then taking the approach from a cinematic look of their content, I really have a true appreciation for it. And it was something that was established long ago by Steve Sable, who, brought in an orchestra to start scoring, the highlights that they were doing for NFL films. And it truly makes a difference. And I think with the productions like Quarterback and the rest of those in the franchise, it just elevates to what you're seeing to a different level. And to me, sports is the original reality television because you've got the characters who are already there, and you have the built-in stakes of the game, and then you have the highs and lows of regular storytelling, and at the end there's a conclusion, and that's the same that you get with these documentaries. They have the ability to encapsulate what it is to be a competitor at a very high level, but also show a different, more well-rounded side of the characters that you're pulling for.
Absolutely, 100%. It is built in that way, and it's just, and you're right to reference Steve Sable in this because he's the godfather of all this, and what Peyton and the boys have done and taking it to a new level with better technology, with better cameras, better all that stuff. Freaking awesome. Quick side point, Chaos, happy birthday. She said, I'll just read the article. 2 great pieces of information for me personally that I want to share. 1, happy birthday to me, which absolutely. 2 years ago, I was given 6 months to live. Cancer markers are down. Yeehaw. Amen. I remember when we were talking about that. That's amazing. Praise God. That's an awesome praise point right there. So all good on all fronts. Firefighter, good to see you, Andy, everyone, Texas, all you folks that are in the chat. Okay, let's get to some soccer. Yeah. From real football to the fake football we go. So you had Spain take on France. Tom, you're out, baby. You said France was going to win this, and they're done. They got taken down by Spain 2-0 the other day. Really wasn't that close. Spain, a great team. Spain and Argentina both. We'll talk about Argentina in a second. But Spain gets the win. They're on to the World Cup final, which will be Sunday. We'll remind you of that at the end of the show. And then this Argentina game yesterday, I couldn't quite decide what I wanted to do. I think I wanted Argentina just because I think the matchup will be so good in the finals. But they're down 1-0 at the very end. And then like England always does, they fuck it up. And they lose 2-1. I mean, we're talking the 85-minute mark and then extra time. 2 minutes into extra time, Argentina scores again. And they end up winning 2-1. They're advancing. They've had multiple games like this in the tournament where they've come back. And you could kind of see it coming. I don't know if you guys got a chance to watch it, but they were in their zone so much at the end. Like they had so much pressure on England. It's like this is going to change. They're at least going to get 1, and they got more than 1. They got 2, and now they're going to the World Cup final. Really good game though. Really good game. And it's my brother was over. One of my brothers was over. And it's just crazy. Like you see Messi in that picture there where it says Argentina advancing to the World Cup final. The dude is an animal, but you look at him and like he's the most average looking human, can't go on certain rides at theme parks. Like he's tall enough to do that. But like you get my point. He's a short, pretty average looking dude. And he's just a wizard on the freaking soccer field. That team's impressive. That game's going to be really good.
Yeah, he does. He has this air of being like a high school chemistry teacher. And
yes.
You're going to go in, and put on the Bunsen burner and the goggles and, start some sort of experiment. He's got that everyman feel to him. But whenever I see Argentina play, it always, like when they're down and they need to come back, it feels like there's something very John Elway about, a John Elway drive toward the end of a game. And that's what they always seem to pour on and then come out with these victories, which as the game was inching closer and closer to the arbitrary ending of whenever the referee decides that it's over with, I was thinking, well, England's got a pretty strong chance. The goalie's playing out of his mind. Their defense is playing great. Until they weren't, and they gave up a goal, and it was like, okay, here comes that Elway 2-minute drive, and that's what we got.
That's what we got. And now this is your final, as we've made clear, Spain, Argentina. Really, if you're the television networks, if you're FIFA, this is what you wanted. But what's interesting is, and I didn't know this, it's probably not a surprise to you guys, but I'm not the biggest soccer statistician. But this is the first time that the top 2 teams, what's that next graphic? Yeah, here we go. First time ever, top 2 ranked teams made it to the final.
Wow.
You got number 1 Argentina, number 2 Spain. So we got some history being made here. That game's going to be awesome. By the way, President Trump will be attending that game. So if you're going to that game, 1, invest in the show because you're rich as balls because those tickets are insane. And 2, get there early because security is going to be crazy. But that's pretty wild. I didn't know that you'd think historically some of these great teams would match up in the final, but I guess you just always have someone kind of eke their way in, and now we've got the 1 and 2 teams squaring off in the final on Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern from the I'm going to call it the Meadowlands, MetLife, whatever. It's always the Meadowlands in my heart. Tom, you got something you want to say? I can see it.
Yeah, so when this game wrapped up, there's a couple of things that I was thinking, okay, what kind of matchup is this going to be? You've got this, killer offense that Argentina has. You have this really stingy defense that Spain has, and Spain's defense is something. I know that it seems like all defenses are something because people score like 1-2 goals.
right.
But there's something about Spain's defense that they just seem to have their games on lockdown. But at the end of the game, I was wondering to myself, for the finals, we've got Spain, which is known for one of my favorite things in the entire world, which is Iberian ham. And then we also have Argentina, which has some of the greatest steaks on earth.
They do.
So I'm thinking to myself, what does Drew Berquist go for? Does he go for an Argentinian steak with Malbec, or does he go the Iberian ham with sangria?
I'm looking up Iberian ham because I've obviously spent a lot of time overseas. I'm trying to, the name doesn't sound familiar. Have I had it?
Oh, I'm sure you've had it. It has the whole leg on it. And it's.
I'm seeing it now. I don't know that I've had it. So really? I don't know that I can get that in time for Sunday.
Costco.
Costco has Iberian ham?
Wow.
They always have it at Christmas time. I don't know. I think
Costco has everything.
They do have everything. I'm gonna put someone on this. I might have to try that. Here, I'm going to a nice steak dinner tonight. I was telling the boys in studio with my father. That'll be yummy. It doesn't preclude me or stop me from having steak again on Sunday. That's never going to be the case. Steak and a Malbec. That does sound very good and South American. Well, it's going to be an interesting game. Here, you talk about the defense and the offense. What's an interesting stat to follow too? With these international teams, I think it's a little different, kind of like when you have Olympics, World Cups, and these international teams when everyone comes together and you have all-star type rosters. But Argentina, 17 players with previous World Cup experience. Spain, 0. So that's interesting. Messi on the end of his career. You've got some who are late, but Messi not playing like he's on the end of his career. So certainly you'd think that kind of thing comes into play. I got to get this ham off the screen. I'm going to be drooling on my laptop for the rest of the show. He just drooled. He didn't even use words the rest of the time. That's just what happened. It'll be interesting. It's going to be a good game. I'm looking forward to it, and it's weird to say I'm actually, for the few weeks that we have until we get closer to week 0, the Hall of Fame game, which is before week 0 for college football, but the Hall of Fame game in the NFL, I will actually kind of miss the World Cup. I feel slightly gay saying it, but it's true, and it comes from the heart.
I'll ask you then if you're really missing it by then, because I don't know if that's going to be true.
Yeah, I mean, once the other stuff kicks on and you're like, there was the World Cup in America, I will totally forget. I black out during football season.
Well, as soon as the World Cup's over with, from now until the Hall of Fame game, Drew's going to be out in the garage getting into that special trunk that has these old reel-to-reel films of Super Bowl 1 and 2 that he's going to put on the old school projector and sit out in the garage and be like as he's watching silent film of game highlights from the 1960s.
Running it back. Hold on, let me see that again. Bring that one back. Pause. What is the left tackle doing here?
Max McGee certainly had a good day on Super Bowl 2.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. That's what's going to happen. You know what's wild is I'm looking at the Twitter sphere, X sphere, the World Wide Web, and I know this to be true, but we talk about how quick the NFL and collegiate football season is upon us. Praise Jesus. But we don't think about how quick the NHL season is upon us because it just ended. Right? It was just over 5 days ago. I'm exaggerating, but it hasn't been that long. And they're already dumping out the broadcast opener schedules, which are in September, end of September.
That's why it's the best sport.
It is. That is so freaking good. Let's put this up, Matthew. So here's what the first day looks like. You got you got Florida going to Carolina. Great matchup. The Kachuk brothers now in Florida. Carolina obviously just won themselves a Stanley Cup. Weeks ago, it feels like. Rangers, Bruins, Blackhawks, Knights, Canadians. I'm not going to spare you and talk about the different networks that are on. You can see it on the screen. If you're not, you can Google it, or you can come watch the show. Canadians, Maple Leafs, Canucks, Oilers, Penguins, Flyers, Kings, Avalanche. And really the main point is just that, look at that date, September 29th. We're like months away from people taking the ice again. And then that bitch just lasts all the way through April. And it's crazy. Does it end at the end of April or May? I don't even remember anymore.
I'm pretty sure it went into June this year.
Did it go into June?
I think it has the past couple of years.
God bless hockey players. The toughest people on the planet. The fans amazing. Everyone's got it just dialed in. That sport does have it dialed in. You got to give them credit. But there's so much greatness on our doorstep that it's amazing. We talked off camera. Detroit, who is Zach's team, making some change. A lot of people making changes the offseason for the 7 days that's the offseason. But a lot of people making changes. Steve Yzerman out as the GM.
Yeah.
In Detroit. Tell us, Mr. Red Wing, how do you feel about this? What do you think?
Man, it's tough because there's conflicting feelings that, it was supposed to be the Yzer plan. It didn't come to fruition. He's had some questionable moves over the past couple of years, and I think ultimately, one domino after another, it kind of just, kind of comes to light that maybe we should kind of separate from that agreement. The Red Wings cannot fire him, I don't think.
He's Steve Yzerman.
Exactly.
He is the Red Wings.
He is the Red Wings, like you said. So, he's just going to be stepping aside and letting someone else come in and make the decisions that he maybe should have. Great guy, love him, but it's probably time for some change in Detroit.
That's the tough thing. When you're a legend,
right,
like he was for that organization and in hockey across the board, and then they're like, we want to make you part of it. We want to institutionalize you in the organization, make you part of it forever. And we're going to give you all this responsibility and power. And then typically in most cases, I feel like in sports, not just hockey, like, you'll see former NFL players who try and coach high school football. They're terrible coaches. A lot of them are terrible coaches. They'll go and be a GM or somewhere on the staff, and they're just not good. Some of them are. It's just how it goes. But it's really tough when they're a legend, on the banners in the arena, and you have to tell them you're moving on. They gave him a new title. I forget what it is.
Yeah, vice president of, I don't know, assistant to the hockey ops people. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
No.
Yeah, it's not as powerful as it once was. But he's still there, and he still is a legend. So hopefully, for your sake, the Red Wings get back on track.
And I'm excited to watch the rest of the teams this season. I can't be too excited about the Red Wings right now.
I wasn't going to say it, but you did. Okay, quick pivot out of sports. This is going to be, by the way, folks, this is going to be a little different episode today because we're going to do some memes in the middle of the show, and then we're going to come back and finish on a couple stories, and then we'll head into the weekend. And this is not really a full pivot out. Let's go back, Matthew, to the one you had. To this one. So this is like quasi-sports, quasi-not. Maybe you've seen this on social, but I think it's just worth, you were golfing this morning.
Yep.
When you were golfing, did you happen to see something like this happen? Take a look at this course.
Hey, Bear. Hey, Bear. Hey, Bear, he's ripping my God damn it. Oh, my God. Bear, get off my golf clubs, please. Please. Oh, he's ripping my bag. Bear. Bear. Hey, Bear. Hey, no. No, stop. Oh, my God, he's gonna, oh, shit. Bear, come on. Oh, my God. Oh, God. Oh, no. Bear, get back here. Hey, Bear. Those are my clubs, man.
That's an expensive bear attack.
Yes.
Oh, you just think you got that net. Bear. Oh, come on. Oh. There.
I just love it. I love that he not only, it's not every day. In Florida, you'll see gators on the course and stuff like that. Gators rarely come up and take your clubs. They usually get scared and scurry back into the water. If you're not from here, you're going to see it. You're going to see a prehistoric creature come onto the course every once in a while. It's a weird thing, but you'll get used to it. But you never see gators or creatures, in this case a bear, actually take the clubs. I love this bear. I'm all about this bear because he's like, you know what? These are interesting to me. And I'm taking them back to my crew, or just maybe I'm going to enjoy them by myself. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I just love that he drags them off. Like, significant props to the bear for going all the way. Because you could have quit and been like, this is awkward to carry. It's like hitting the ground, and teeter-tottering. He didn't give up.
No.
This is a life lesson for all of us. When you're stealing golf clubs from humans, and it seems like it's hard to drag it back into the woods, you don't give up. You take them back to your bear family, and then I don't know what you do with it. I'd love to finish that more cleanly than I am, but I thought it was amazing.
Yeah,
that didn't happen to you this morning.
No, it did not happen. The gator thing did happen. I did not hit the ball into the water. The gator came onto the land and got my ball. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay.
So that it didn't hit the water. I'm just going to drop it where I know the gator picked it up anyway.
Right. Exactly. I mean, rules don't dictate that specifically, so you just set the ball down there.
But there must have been some food or something in that bear, or in that bag that the bear wanted. But I'm surprised that this came out. I mean, I don't know what's in the water these days, but this comes out the same time as the Yellowstone video comes out of the. Have you seen that? The bison?
Oh, yeah.
Like, what's going on with the animals these days?
Yeah, that one is great. There's some great memes on that one, by the way. We don't actually, I don't think we have any bison memes today, but that one was wild. Yeah, absolutely. I love the bear.
Anytime that I see a bear, I'm just like, I wouldn't say I'm scared of bears. I'm very cautious of them, just as I am with the bears that you find in certain bars that are wearing all leather and work out a lot. I'm very cautious of them. And for that guy to get as close as he did, I was like, holy smokes, dude, I would never do anything like that. But the bear was obviously engaged and like Zach's saying, wanted something in that bag. Something smelled really good in that bag, whatever it was. My guess is the guy probably has some, hydroponic, weed in there. And it gave off a little bit of an odor that the bear was attracted to. Or it was just a candy bar. Who knows?
Snickers, weed, either way. Yeah, I was surprised that I would not have gotten that close. I obviously have had some interesting experiences in my life, like adrenaline, like danger. I don't want to get close to a bear, a great white shark. There's a lot of things I don't want to get close to. You could tell they're on the back nine. Like, they had enough drinks where it's like, I ain't get close to this thing. Because I'm not doing it.
Yeah, that's certainly not front nine behavior.
It's not front nine behavior. It's not. I don't know how to segue from a bear into this. We don't do politics as much here. I'm not even going to get. I don't like Chuck Schumer. I think he's terrible for America. I think everyone should hate him. And that sounds mean. That's whatever. Don't care. He shouldn't be. He's been in office for like 400 years. But you'll get it at the beginning. This is a New York Post clip, if I'm not mistaken. You'll get it at the beginning, and then you'll get it again at the end. We've seen some of these. And sometimes, look, it's probably happened to you too. Sometimes you just let one out, and you don't mean to, and you think no one caught it, but they did. They definitely did. This one on microphone on the Senate floor. Here is the illustrious, hateful Jew, Chuck Schumer. Listen.
Now on Iran and the NDAA. The American people need to know, of course, how and why this chaos is spreading through their streets, and we need a complete investigation that's independent. Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration can say about his disastrous war with Iran is that Vietnam was worse.
All right, so we can cut back.
A point Trump made yesterday, he reveals the scale of his failure.
This is similar to Swalwell on TV. We've seen lots of instances like this. It does happen to be Democrats more than Republicans. Take what you will with that. But you can't avoid, like, Chuck, you definitely farted, bro. Did you shit your pants? We're not certain. But, like, you definitely farted. There's no two ways about that. That's pretty damning.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, he had the body movement to go with it. He kind of raises up a little bit.
Yeah.
But, you reach a certain age. I'm getting up there in years, and there's times where I'll, like, take a step and go, was that me? And luckily nobody's around, but it has a tendency to slip out once in a while. You just have to be a little bit more cognizant of your surroundings and have a little bit more concentration and a little bit more awareness of your surroundings. What's funny? I was in a football game about 8 years ago with my father-in-law. We were at a Cal game. And he was with all his old friends. They've been going to Cal games for like 50 years. Same seats, everything.
Okay.
And so as we're going through the stadium, he takes the time to point out every restroom to me. And I'm like, oh, man, this is definitely old guy. When you're around a bunch of old guys, they always talk about, where the restrooms are, just so you know exactly where it is in case you have to go. And I was kind of like, oh, okay. Oh, here we go. We're on this tour. Now, fast forward 8 years later, I'm very cognizant of where the bathroom is.
True. And which ones are the best?
Exactly.
Yeah. No, that's actually a really important. It's an important thing. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, it does happen, and it does. Even not getting up in the years, it still happens. It happens more. I mean, if your parents, your grandparents, people you've been around, you see it like. Okay, we're not gonna bring it up. We're just gonna leave it. By the way, speaking of politicians, real quick, I didn't pull in the clip. I think this is fantastic, and of course I'm being facetious. It's terrible. Joe Biden puts out a video the other day. He's writing a book, a memoir on his time in office, and he's talking hardly, if we can call it talking. And you can like the guy, don't like the guy. You can like Trump, don't like the guy. I don't care. That's not what we're here to talk about. But he's not with it, right? Like, he's not been there for a long time. I mean, even his people have come out and said it since the campaign and the election. But he comes out and puts this video out as if he's like super proud of it and like talking. It's like, Joe, you did not write this book. You did not even contribute to this book. Stop the charades. It's typical news, media, politician bullshit. But I just love that he's like, and I want you to check it out. I talk about this. I talk about that. I'm not even certain you remember being president. To tell me you wrote this book is categorically insane.
The things that he's saying it's in the book probably isn't even there.
Probably not. Probably not. I wish that he had, because then he'd forget what he's allowed to say and not allowed to say and what he should say and shouldn't say. I think it would be great. I'd love like some tell-all Hunter stories, some tell-all, here's how I started screwing the babysitter who's Jill. And, that would be interesting, but it's not going to go that way. And it'll sell lots of copies because the publisher will buy lots of copies and they'll, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really nice if he did come out and say, hey, my intention was to arm up the Taliban, continue to give them a bunch of money so we could fight them at a later date, and I want to kill as many Afghans who worked with us as possible because we don't need them around and they're expendables. And you know what? If we lose a couple of military members on the way out, so be it.
Yeah, it would say that.
I mean, that would be honest. And that would be honest. That's exactly what I thought, in my mind was going on as it was happening. And I think that it was not just myself, but there are others like me out there. And I think that we've been proven right that was the actual intention.
100% to the point where I'm having to be super careful. I already have a long road to hoe with the publication review board with my book. I've had to take a lot of things out, and I have to change some of the vernacular and terminology in it. So it's like, which is dumb. Anyways, let's not talk about Afghanistan. That leads to rage.
Drew, we need you to change Adam to Alpha.
So I'm not looking forward to it. Tex says, by the way, Tom, wait till you're in your 80s and have had rectal cancer. Yeah, I mean, that's a different level for sure. Tex, glad you're here today. Okay, last thing, and then we'll do some memes, and then we'll get back into a little sports, and then we'll get out of here. I'm excited about this. I'm an 80s kid. I'm on the tail end of Gen X. I love it. I don't like really anything that's happened since then. I do love my family. I love my wife, my kids. I love everyone here involved in the show. I love all you guys in the audience, most of you. But the 80s are great. Like, I just love like going back. I'm a nostalgic figure. Most of us are. So Danny McBride is going to, we can put this up, he's going to redo a new G.I. Joe movie. He wrote the script, said the goal is to film in 2027, which is crazy. That's next year. It was his favorite franchise growing up. It says grounded action film, not a comedy. You know, they've done a couple G.I. Joe films, but they like work in like this shtick and some humor and some other stuff. It's like, no. The kids want to just watch what they saw in cartoons growing up. That's what I want to see. I want to see a real life version of that. Just like I wanted to see that with He-Man, just like you want to see it with any fill in the blank, whatever it could be. But he's claiming he's going to take it seriously. I've heard, by the way, he's talking to some pretty interesting people about being in it. Chris Pratt, Bradley Cooper. Who else did I see? Walter Goggins. Like some interesting folks being in it. I hope they do it. I hope they do it right. Because, again, I'm a child at heart. Loved the 80s. Loved G.I. Joe. Loved the cartoon. And did not love the films they made. I would like somebody to do it right.
Well, obviously, you have to have Javier Bardem as the bad guy.
Some bad guy, yeah. Have him be freaking Cobra. He's got to be something. So, have you started that yet? Have you started Cape Fear yet?
I have not.
Come on, you got quarterback and Cape Fear.
On Widow's Bay.
That's true. You are. Would you know my wife? Would she like that?
She would love Widow's Bay because there's no jump scares in it. It's a bit creepy, but the storytelling is great. The settings are great. The plot and the subplots to it are fantastic. The characters are great. And I sent you a text, I think it was yesterday, about Stephen Root and how I think he is one of the gems of acting because he has the uncanny ability to take on whatever character it is and literally transform himself into that person. And I know that's, people are saying, well, that's acting, Tom. Yes, it is. But how many times have you seen different actors who seem the same in every film?
Right.
As much as I love Al Pacino, there still is a little bit of Al Pacino in each film. Same thing with Robert De Niro. Same thing with any actor you like.
Most of them, yeah.
A little bit of them in that film. Nicolas Cage, one of my favorites, but you're always going to get the Cage rage. That's one of the things you want. With Stephen Root, it's just a totally different person with a totally different voice, totally different accent. And I was 3 episodes in before I realized, since I didn't read the credits, that he was in it.
Have you seen this?
Have not.
I mean, it's up for tons of awards. It's supposed to be really good. It's labeled as a horror comedy, which I think is off-putting or confusing to some. And I think that's what would get my wife from being like, I don't know. But then now that I've asked, now I will use this tonight. I asked Tom, who knows you very well, would you like this? And he said yes, and here's why. And that's the ammunition I needed because I'm very intrigued by it. So worst case, it becomes the good night, honey. I roll over and start watching on my phone kind of thing. That's
which with this series is a little bit different for me, at least, because I'm more of a contrarian when it comes to what's popular. I usually don't like it, and I usually have my reasons for not liking it. And I think subconsciously it's the fact that everybody loves it and tells me how great it is makes me feel like, well, this, it really can't be that good. But to me, Widow's Bay, as far as, the mainstream and the normies take on it, I'm in agreement with the normies.
Okay. Let's do some memes. Let's do That's Meme-tastic.
That's meme-tastic.
That's meme-tastic.
We should do that one more time.
Okay, these are in random order. We just threw them in there today. We'll see what comes up first. Oh, we got a Sophie Cunningham one. She's pointing, as she's so good at doing, to the men's restroom for, is that Brittany Griner?
Yeah.
Sophie Cunningham is so helpful, it says. She is. We love you. We say it too much again. We have gotten a couple restraining orders, but none of them have gone into full effect.
I think she is slowly becoming the face of the WNBA because, when Caitlin Clark was, came out into the league, oh, she's going to be the face of it. And then it's like, no, you've got Me Bound, and it was and then it's like, no, what about Asia Wilson? And then all of a sudden it was Sophie Cunningham just sort of hanging out in the shadows, and they just little by little started creeping in. And all of a sudden it's like, boom, she's everywhere.
Mm-hmm. I would say that she's becoming more than the face of the WNBA. I'd say she's becoming like, I'm not saying that they're on the same level. I'm not making any judgments or comparison, but like she really is like, she's as interesting or becoming close to as interesting to a lot of people as the Sydney Sweeneys of the world and some of them. Everyone is on board with Sophie Cunningham. It's an interesting phenomenon to watch. Okay, so before we put this one up, let's just talk about flock cameras. Tom, can you give your definition of a flock camera?
Probably one of the most intrusive pieces of technology ever created by mankind to make sure that we live in a continuing panopticon in this Potemkin village of digital security that's being established around us.
Way more than I thought we'd get, but that's perfect. Okay, so you remember Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding? Well, we've got Nancy Kerrigan with the label flock cameras leaning up against the board, and we got Tanya Harding coming up behind her. Americans, we know how that worked. Yeah, I like that. It's very it's perfect coming from you. It's a great meme.
I don't want to just let me clarify something real quick. I understand the flock camera, and I understand it has tremendous use, especially if there's a crime in progress, if there's a vehicle that's wanted out of another part of the city that enters another city. I totally understand the uses for it, and I think it's great, and I think it's a tremendous aid for law enforcement. Where I have my issues with it, just like any other technology that is brought forward to the public saying it's going to help security, Flock is now instituting facial recognition to it. Yeah. So that part of it, of you just walking down the street and saying, oh, hey, look, there's Drew Berquist. He's got unpaid parking tickets. Let's go get him.
Yeah. Well, it's
that
everything.
Part of it.
Everything just gets taken. Like, again, the intention behind it was not necessarily good. There were parts of the Patriot Act that were good. It just got abused and taken, and then we got abused in response to it. You can take a bunch of examples like that. Take this. There's good in a lot of things. It's just when it gets abused and blown out of context where everyone gets screwed.
And here in America, we have a tendency to take something that's really good that we really like and mess it up.
Yeah. No, we're stupendous at that. Stupendous. Okay, so there's this big. Hopefully, you guys in the audience don't have it. Hopefully, none of us get it. It can be a great weight loss technique, but there's explosive diarrhea going around everywhere. And if you remember playing the Oregon Trail growing up, you have died of diarrhea lettuce. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people going through some rough stuff right now. I was going to say rough shit, but I don't want to offend anybody or trigger anyone who's dealing with explosive diarrhea. But that's a good one. There's lots on that theme today. This one's a great little break, though. We've got the World Cup. We've got some beautiful women, as there are from Europe and here too, but like, we got some Argentinian women fans. Those who know anything about World War II history when they realize why they look... Those who know anything about World War II history when they realize why they look like this in Argentina. Yes, exactly. There's a lot of layers to this.
Octung, baby.
Yes.
I know it's Brazil, but Gisele Bündchen.
I'm gonna leave my comments about some of the European fans. By the way, camera crews, great job. You've done a great job throughout this World Cup finding people. It's like the game's over there. Nope, it's right here. Like there's some stuff. Look it up. It's true. I'm not making this up.
Soccer's not gay.
It's not gay. There are very ungay women in the crowd at soccer games watching the people on the field, which we refuse to call pitch around these parts. We will not say it. I'm sorry I even said it right there. Speaking of leafy greens and lettuce and diarrhea, all those things, we've got Mark Safed from Leafy Greens today. We've got what looks like a Philly cheesesteak or some sort of meat sandwich with macaroni and cheese on it. Yeah, I mean, if you eat an unhealthy diet, like, you're safe. Like, you're going to be, I mean, you're safe from explosive diarrhea, I should say. We don't want to give too many legal health tips around here. But remember the gain of function research labs and COVID and how Fauci and our government tried to kill everyone and turn everyone against each other? Do you guys remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we've got a Babylon Bee headline here. We got a new facility, the Taco Bell gain of function lab. Explosive diarrhea epidemic traced to gain of function lab at Taco Bell Institute. I'm telling you, I don't think we have the other meme. Allegedly, Taco Bell's legitimately under investigation as a part of all this that's going on. Whether they should be, shouldn't be, is up for debate. But Taco Bell has been causing diarrhea in this country for a long time. Like, this part is true. Are they responsible for what's happening to thousands of Americans blowing their bowels out like Harry and Dumb and Dumber? I don't know. But usually the answer would be like, yep, there's them.
I mean, it's certainly not the lettuce.
There's I've told you before, it's gotten better, and I don't know if they've changed some things. I used to go to Taco Bell as a young tot, and I would be in the drive-thru. My stomach has never liked it, and yet I would get it. So that's its own thing. I get it. I have 2 therapists. I'll work through it. I would be in the drive-thru, and I already have diarrhea before I've been handed the bag of food. My body knows. Like, it's a smart-ass body. Like, oh, you're not doing this shit. Okay, all right, fine. Here's the deal. We're about to drop the floor out from beneath you. You're going to have explosive diarrhea in your Honda Civic, which is what I was driving at the time.
My dad always called it taco smell for a reason.
Still to this day, Taco Bell is one of my favorite places. I don't have those adverse reactions that you guys are describing.
Most people I know don't.
To me, what gets me with Taco Bell is if I come across one of those old Taco Bell buildings that looks like, a mission from like the 1800s, the original Taco Bell with the original Bell neon sign out front, just like with Arby's. If you've got the big cowboy hat with the carnival lights around it, I'm pulling in, no matter if I'm hungry or not.
Hell yeah. And I firmly, and I have these adverse reactions. I still will eat Taco Bell from time to time, but I 100% agree on Arby's. Arby's is the most underrated fast food gem, culinary genius happening there. And they're advertising that new sandwich. I'm like, well, I want that.
That cheesesteak, I had it 2 weeks ago. It was amazing. I mean, obviously, it's a fast food cheesesteak. It's not like, a cheesesteak place. But for a fast food cheesesteak, it was amazing.
See, if I wasn't going to dinner, I would get one on the way home. When are you here in studio next, Tom? We got to have an Arby's cheesesteak fest.
Yes.
Be so good. Speaking of Taco Bell, we did find out who's actually behind it. And here he is. You might recognize him. There's Dr. Anthony Fauci in his Taco Bell uniform. Son of a bitch, he did it to us again.
And let's not allegedly leave Ralph Barrick out of that equation.
Okay. All right, we won't.
Ralph, about a month ago, I received information that Ralph is now retired and is going off to do consulting work.
We got into the wrong line of work. That's an obvious statement. Conservative media and sports media, not the right thing. We need to. The science of killing people is so much better. It's just the financials are there.
Well, why couldn't our parents have been eugenicists?
Right. This is a house of learned doctors.
Yeah. No, but our parents had to be into this weird, old-fashioned notion of the preservation of life, and life is important, and life is worth living. Why couldn't we have parents that wanted to wipe out half the population?
Oh, there's a lot there. So England obviously choked. Has struggled in big games. They struggled. They were up 1-0 until the 85-minute mark yesterday, end up losing 2-1 to Argentina. We're coming up on college football season. James Franklin has moved from Penn State to Virginia Tech, which I think is a good fit. We've talked about it a lot when it happened. I think it will be a good fit for him there. I think that the Hokies, the folks in Blacksburg will be happy. And you're going to be jumping to Enter Sandman before you know it. It's going to be great. We're all excited. But this is a pretty perfect picture. It shows him on the sidelines in an England jersey because James Franklin has a lot of trouble winning the big games. He did at Penn State. He has everywhere. I thought that this was rather fitting. And I hope that he does well at Virginia Tech. And I think he can be a 9-3, 10-2, perennial Virginia Tech team and do great, an 8-4 here and there. You can't slide to 7-5 and beneath. But I think that he will do well there. Do I think he's going to win the big games? No. I think that he's going to have a great – they're going to be that team who – maybe not this year because it's first year. Once he gets his personnel in, once he gets his system implemented, like, holy shit, Virginia Tech's 8-0. They're back, baby. It's like, well, they are. But you're still going to finish 9-3 or 10-2. Like, I mean, just the floor is going to fall out because James has a history of not being able to pull these off. Not rooting against you, James. If you'd like to hire me on your staff, I would love to be a part of it, and then I will change all of my verbiage to being very supportive. But
well, he's not going to hire me with this next statement. James, if things don't turn around at Virginia Tech, you're on the cusp of becoming the Dave Wannstedt of college football. The guy that everybody likes and would like to see do well because you have all the appearances of being a great guy, but if you can't win,
yeah,
it's Wani time.
It's Wani time. Great mustache, Dave Wannstedt. Love your mustache, Dave. Not a great football coach, but love your mustache. Okay, we've got a graphic. We've got a bunch of logos in a circle on one side and then just a single one on the other. Have you won a playoff game at Mercedes-Benz Stadium? That's Atlanta, by the way. We've got a bunch of soccer teams, England, Argentina, the Patriots, Alabama, Indiana, Ohio State, LSU, Texas, some other soccer teams that no one knows or cares about. Georgia, yes. And then there's the Falcons, the home team at Mercedes-Benz, no. Struggling to do that. Be interesting. That's another interesting quarterback competition in this offseason with Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix Jr. We'll see what happens there. Okay, next meme. We've got another Babylon Bee headline. Healthy safety tip before consuming lettuce. Try being a man and eating real food. The doctor's holding up. Looks like a ribeye. Looks like a nice cut. Yeah, exactly.
So you're going to be safe tonight?
I'm going to be super safe tonight.
Yep.
I'm going to eat a lot of steak tonight. It's going to be uncomfortable. Like, my hope is to go to bed uncomfortable, maybe sweating, and lean to my wife and be like, why did I do it again? She'll be like, right. You know what you did. And then I'll turn back and like that's sounds miserable. And I know, I get it. It is. But that's how I hope this night ends. That's what I think is going to be the case. Okay, we've got England hasn't blown a lead this badly on U.S. soil since 1776. True story. Shitty country becoming Islam. Mohammed, the number one name for a third year in a row in England this year. And yet, I think it was Olivia or Olive or Olivia. One of the two is number one. The female is still doing fine, but they're radicalizing all the boys. That's happening. We've got a Taco Bell sign. Stop acting like you've never gotten explosive diarrhea here before. Who called the news? Exactly. And then last meme, we've got some astronauts. If liberals are the first people to encounter aliens, and we've got two folks, one holding up a sign. What are your pronouns? Yeah, they would do that. Totally do that. I think that's why they haven't come, if they exist. I'm not saying I think they exist or that I don't, but I think they're like, this place is screwed up. Screwed up. We're out.
Yeah, if they saw that sign, they'd probably just run back to where they came from.
Well, yeah.
Right. Yeah, we don't want any part of that.
No.
You know, as much as I want to believe in to a certain point, I do, that there could be life elsewhere and they're coming to our planet to try and figure out what's going on. I still can't get past the fact that if you are from a different galaxy and you end up here, and you come from a place that has superior technology, how in the hell do you end up flying your spaceship like, an Asian person trying to merge onto the 405? You just start crashing shit everywhere. I don't understand that.
That's a fair question.
Because it doesn't make sense. If you're that, technologically advanced, you can't figure out gravity and, how to guide your flying saucer around.
Yeah, fair point. That's a fair point, Tom Cunningham. Absolutely is. Okay. Let's get back into a couple news stories here. I think this is, I don't know. This is interesting. It's interesting and it's not interesting all at the same time. But it's interesting enough that I'm going to bring it up. So obviously you've got all the different athletic conferences in collegiate sports. And we're speaking specifically here about college football, which, again, praise Jesus, is coming back here soon. I love that Nate just jumped into the notes, by the way. Nate can't be here today, but he's in the notes. The Power Four conferences have their different rules in terms of sequencing, in terms of standings and order, and who gets into the conference championship, how tiebreakers are done, yada, yada, yada. Obviously, the big two conferences, the most prominent, the most powerful, are the Big Ten and the SEC. I'm not saying those in any particular order, although I am a Big Ten guy. Those are the two big two, right? They drive the conversations. ACC, Big 12, great conferences. They are great conferences, no two ways about it. But the ACC has come out and announced that they've changed their tiebreaker rules for their standings and who goes into the conference championship. We'll put this up. I'll read it to you here. ACC announces new football championship tiebreaker policy. The Atlantic Coast Conference has announced a new football championship tiebreaker policy that will take effect beginning in the 2026 season, reflecting the league's transition to a 9-game conference schedule and ensuring a fair and equitable – you go wrong as soon as you start saying shit like equitable – fair and equitable process for determining participants in the ACC football championship game. The updated tie-breaking procedure is built on 3 guiding principles. Head-to-head results will always matter most. Makes sense. That should be a key thing. You got the same record. Did you play each other? Who won? That team goes. No team, second point, no team will be overly rewarded or penalized based on the number of conference games it played. And then this one, which is where things get interesting. When head-to-head competition cannot separate tied teams, the team with the strongest overall body of work will earn the opportunity to compete for the ACC championship in the conference's automatic qualifier to the college football playoff, which, by the way, they don't have an automatic qualifier. It's the top 5 conference championship, top 5 ranked conference championship teams. Typically, that is going to be an ACC team, but it's not automatic. But you read that language right there. The team with the strongest overall body of work will earn the opportunity to compete. Who the hell gets to decide what that is?
Right. What does that mean?
Like, it means nothing. It comes down to, well, we're going to, clearly these guys were the most, like, their body of work was the best. That is the most vague. You're trying to, like, I just love that they're trying to tighten things up. We're trying to really improve this system here, guys. Bear with us. We want this to be a strong ACC championship. Let us put out a bunch of words and phrasing that says absolutely nothing and does nothing to actually improve things. That is like the very definition of some loose language right there.
It is. It's all based on how you quantify it, and the way to quantify it is make it up.
Yeah.
All right. So what we're going to go by is point differential. Well, no, let's throw in stats. Who had the most yards? You know what? Let's do likes. Who had the most likes on, a post that they put? Yeah, it's open to so much interpretation that it's not going to go well.
Yeah, it's not going to go well at all. And here's the thing. Let's just an example. You come up with a year, and they've had some years like this. I'm not trying to pick on them. So if you graduate from there, by the way, you're probably a smart person. But let's say Wake Forest has a great year. Like, they're kind of like the Northwestern of the ACC. Every once in a while they shock everybody, and then they go back to being okay, and then they shock everybody again. Let's say it comes down to Wake and Clemson, right? Or Wake and Miami. We'll just use Wake and Clemson. They're statistically equivalent, and it comes down to the strongest body of work. The strongest body of work in the eyes of the ACC commissioner and the networks is going to be Clemson every time, because they're a better draw for the conference. They're a better draw for the networks, for television, for all the things. I just think that this is and I get why they're doing it too. Like, don't be mistaken. I understand what you're doing, ACC, and why you're doing it. But upstart teams who have overperformed, had a great year, like, you get dicked over in this. And the team that the ACC thinks represents them the best, which is going to be the Miami, the Clemson, the Florida State school, that's who it is, right? Like,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it going to be like, whatever team has the best ratings this year so that we can get the most money on the playoff game? That's just a bad way to do it.
Just call it the Clemson Kane clause.
There you go.
Right. Exactly. It really freaking loose, man. That's if I'm the head coaches and the athletic directors at some of this, if I'm Georgia Tech, UNC, Duke, Wake Forest, any of these, if I'm James Franklin at Virginia Tech, any of these folks, and he might get on the better side of the conversation because Vatek has a great football history and he's an interesting name that people do like. I think he is a good guy. Maybe he wins out on that, but there's a lot of schools who are like, we got a problem with this. Like, this isn't great. Speaking of you have another point?
I was just going to say, it just reminds me of like carve-outs that politicians do. It's a carve-out.
Yeah, it is. I don't think that goes well. I think we're going to have another rule in the next year or two. Like, the ACC has clarified its tie-breaking rule. It's got to be specific, people. You cannot leave something that important with. It's not just win or lose, championship opportunity or not. There's a lot of money on the line with this. So, like, schools, presidents, athletic directors, like, people are they're gonna needle this to death because you've got to be specific. Like, going to the ACC championship, having a chance to then go on to the college football playoff. We're talking lots of this. Is there pride? Yes. Are there banners? Yes. But it's this. At the end of the day, that's a money thing. All right, last thing, sticking with the NCAA, the Rules Committee, subcommittee, I should say, has, as you've seen there on your screen, approved the usage of the ABS challenge system in college baseball. So similar to what you're seeing in the major leagues now, the SEC did it in their tournament. Now, there's still one more hoop they have to jump through, but it looks like it's formality. Now it looks like this is coming to college baseball. So basically, a pitcher, a catcher, and a hitter can request the ABS challenge. It has to be. Here's the crazy thing about this. And I think this is similar. I don't know the exact time frame for Major League Baseball. It's got to be like you've got to tip your hat. Mine's backwards right now. You got to tip your hat within 2 to 3 seconds to initiate the challenge. That's a quick. I'm telling you, at my point in time, and I'm not trying to say I'm super old. Because people are, you're not that old. At my point in time, 2 to 3 seconds, like, I'm still processing, like,
right,
what's going on. You want me to make that call.
But you're starting to see that issue in the major league too. You'll get players tapping their helmet or something that the umpire doesn't see, or they're looking the other way, or whatever the case may be, and it's like, oh, you didn't do it fast enough. Well, no, like, what's the real time frame, you know? And so, I mean, I think it's good personally. I like that, it kind of takes the human error out of it, so to speak. But yeah, you just got to kind of work.
Getting the call right is good.
Right, exactly. Yeah. You got to get the kinks out, of course. But
I guess that's my problem with it from the major league side of things so far in this experiment. I saw a couple of the SEC tournament games. I didn't watch all of them, but I don't know. I feel like maybe we can do a little bit better job of who gets to challenge, what the time frame is, how this works. Obviously, it's new to baseball. We're in the early days and stages of it. But I'm not surprised college baseball is doing it, I guess, to say as it pertains to the story itself. I think there's some good things that come with it. I just think that the system is just weird on both levels.
Yeah.
It is a very weird system, and it's stories like this and times that we live in where I really wish that either Billy Martin or Earl Weaver were still alive so they could weigh in on this. I would love to hear their take on a replay system for the players.
Bro, I'm pretty sure it was, this is back in the floppy disk days. Like this, the early floppy disk days, like when floppy disks were like cool. And Earl Weaver had a game where, it was like the equivalent of NFL Challenge, if anyone remembers that, where it's just X's and O's like going against each other. And it was just random. Like you called a play, like you might get a first down, you might not. You might as well have been rolling craps in Vegas. But the baseball was similar, but you could build your own stadium and it looked like crap because it was on an old, IBM or whatever. But in his baseball game, you could build your own thing. So if you wanted to build like the equivalent of a green monster, if you wanted to build 2 green monsters, you could do whatever you wanted. I think it's one of the greatest games ever. I'll never forget it because I loved how much like you could come up with things and create things from it. All that to say, total side tangent because you bring up his name, a legend, but I like that. I just want to get, what, man, at the end of the day, I think that maybe I missed my calling, but maybe it's in stadium design. Like maybe, Tom, we've talked about doing documentaries on it. You've worked on one. Like maybe that's the sweet spot.
Yeah, it is. Kansas City. It all started in Kansas City with an architectural firm there that started the first single-use stadium when they built Arrowhead Stadium.
Yeah. There you have it. Okay. The weekend is upon us. So here's a quick recap before we get out of here. I'm just going to give you some cheat codes. World Cup third place game, France, England, Saturday, 5 p.m. That's happening. If you ain't first, you're last.
Speaking of gay, third place.
I was gonna, and here's what's sad, because it's Saturday and we're in the off season of the sports that matter. So I'm going to have this shit on. I'm not going to watch it actively. I'm not going to make food for it or anything like that. I'll be sitting out back, having a cigar, probably a beverage at that time of day, and working. And it's Saturday, but I'm a business owner, so I'll be working. But that is like the third place game. That's tough. Like just flip a coin at that point and be like, you got third, we got fourth. That sucks.
That's as sad as like, the bowl game before Christmas.
Yes. Oh, you're in the old, using an old example, the Aloha Bowl. Like that's, right. Yeah. It's really more of an insult than anything. But that game is happening. It's Saturday. It is France and England, 2 countries who are bound to let you down. One of them will do it as well. That's 5 p.m. The World Cup final Sunday, 3 p.m. I think it's on Fox. Don't quote me on that, but I think it is. That's Sunday afternoon. That will be a great game. Argentina, Spain, definitely worth watching. Got to figure out Iberian ham or Argentinian steak. I'll work that out. There's nothing saying I can't do both. Okay, like if I want to really get my nitrates up, we'll see. And then the Open Championship, over at Royal Birkdale, started today for the PGA. That's going on, obviously a big deal. So that goes today through Sunday. And then NASCAR, you got North Wilkesboro Speedway in North Carolina. The Window World 450. I love some of the names for these races. Window World, it's probably a big deal somewhere. I've never heard of it. It's like you have a race named after it. It's like a bowl game.
I was about to say, it's like a bowl game, yeah.
The Johnson Motorsports Entire something bowl. Like, what?
Yes. The Balls and Banter 300.
Yeah, we definitely need. I actually had a NASCAR. I can't get into it because the other company that I can't get into it. But anyways, I had a NASCAR advertiser who like hounds me. Call last night. It's like, bro, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. It's not about this show. It's about something else that I used to be involved in. But at any rate, that is Sunday. So the Window World 450 Sunday. It's a late race again. There better not be freaking weather delays. I cannot handle it like last weekend in Atlanta. Starts at 7 p.m. We'll see. Hopefully it doesn't go until the butt-ass crack of dawn. But all that's going on this weekend, so there are some good things. And then we get closer and closer to that first preseason football game, the Hall of Fame game. week 0 in college football, all that stuff coming. So
I thought you were going to say the NHL season.
And the NHL season. And it's coming up. I mean, that's September 29th, baby. Like, we're so close to greatness. And yet so far. But we're closer than we were yesterday. So we'll enjoy that. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Please do hit that like button on the way out. Bring some people back with you on Tuesday, 3 p.m. Eastern. We'll be here everywhere you podcast, everywhere you watch, all those things. Have a great weekend. Be safe. Be smart. Be free.
We got balls and banter.
Good afternoon, fellow patriots. This is Matt Shea, and welcome to Patriot Radio, broadcasting live from deep inside the heart of the future Liberty State. Sponsored once again by On Fire Ministries, in the legacy of Dr. Stan Monteith, bringing you the story behind the story and the news behind the news, where it's not about right or left, it's about right and wrong. It's about our hope not being in man, but in Jesus Christ. About not ending in prayer, but moving to action. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Father, deliver us from the evil one.
Welcome to Patriot Radio.
Good afternoon, fellow patriots. Today on Patriot Radio, finally, left-wing terrorism at center stage internationally. Ukrainians continuing to take out shipping in the Azov Sea. And, well, we have a guest today that I think you're really going to enjoy. Talking about the occult, how she came out of it. How does that tie into UFOs? Also, what's Trump's speech going to be tonight? We're going to give you an idea. We've been talking about this for now 6 years. Here at Patriot Radio, we want you to be prepared for the times that are ahead, the times that are already upon us, but no fear. We were made for this. And that brings us now to a couple of things. First of all, in the hours that we're in, if you are not signed up for this, you need to be. On Telegram, Patriot Radio, we have a real-time intelligence analysis and breaking news feed. Some of the great minds in the country actually follow this, and so should you. So you're going to know what's going on. You're going to have all the primary sources to back it up. Share that with your friends and family. Also, we want to pray with you through all of the hard times you might be going through. And patriotradio.us/prayer is a way you can connect with us and we can pray for you. Which brings us now to your wisdom from the Word. And again, taking things into context about what is happening right now. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 11. For this reason, God will send upon them a deluding influence so that they will believe what is false. Literally, activity of error. For this reason, God will send upon them a deluding influence so that they will believe what is false, in order that they all may be judged who did not believe the truth and took pleasure in wickedness. In other words, these are people that took pleasure in wickedness. And we're seeing that spirit of deception right now spread throughout the world. The great end time deception. And they're trying to justify it because Darwinian evolution has been so disproven now. Need to make something else up. The only thing they could come up with, because it's very clear we are created beings, there must have been other beings that created us, and those are aliens. That is why they are talking about this. So, again, one of the marks of apostasy in the last times is saying that God did not create humanity. Clear end time deception. And we're going to get into this right now. I want to talk about UFOs and aliens for just a brief moment to kind of set up what we're going to be talking about later with our guest before I get into the intelligence brief. Aliens are demons. There is an entire body of work on this. There's a book written that is very clearly laying out all of the testimonies that are known regarding people invoking the name of Jesus and ending alien abductions. Again, this is what they compile, what is known, okay? Hundreds of those testimonies showing that alien abductions suddenly stopped in the middle when somebody cried out to Jesus Christ to be delivered. Vice President of the United States said that aliens are demons. Why? Because he was briefed on this. And I want to get into a little bit of the origins of this, because ancient aliens is likewise a deception, making it sound like aliens have always been there. No, demons have always been there. Back to the fall. Fallen angels, back to the fall. And we have a huge repository of writing on this that was quoted by the early church fathers, including parts of Enoch that we know match and are authentic and were not part of the Gnostic corruptions later. Primarily the first book, the first part of the book of Enoch. It's broken into several books, but the first book, the first part of the book of Enoch very clearly lays out what happened. That fallen angels came down and took an oath against God. That one of them, named Azazel, and somebody's going to try to fix my pronunciation, don't bother to do that, okay? One of them, named Azazel, taught humanity how to sin. In fact, it says in that book that he was ascribed all sin. And in Leviticus chapter 16, talks about the scapegoat. And also, later, but it's not what it says in the original Hebrew. It does not say scapegoat. Go look it up for yourself. It is a proper name, and it is the name Azazel. In addition to that, the record would indicate that Azazel was locked up in the holding area, Tartarus, for fallen angels and demons. Fascinating that there is one fallen angel that is released in Revelation at the end of the age, named Apollyon. Is that the same one? I believe so, and I believe the linguistics not only support that, but I believe the Jewish and Christian teachings support that. And I'm not the only one who thinks this, okay? This isn't just coming out of nowhere. And that Satan, a separate fallen angel, roams about on the earth. Still, to this day. He is defeated, yes, but he still roams around like a roaring lion, looking, seeking those he can devour. Why am I bringing this up right now? Because it's so important to understand that this was the idea behind what Tolkien wrote in The Lord of the Rings with Melkor and Sauron. Melkor being the akin to Azazel and Sauron being the akin to Satan. So we miss these things. These guys understood it. They understood what the early church fathers taught. They understood what the Jewish rabbis taught on these issues. And it makes it fairly simple that if we have a whole body of testimony of people crying out to Jesus Christ, that there is still power in the name of Jesus, there is authority in the name of Jesus, and those demons had to flee. Where did this all come from? It came from a rebellion. And the record, the historical record, again, cited by many of the early church fathers, is clear on this point. And I have certain people say, well, that's not canon. Those books aren't canon. That's irrelevant to the discussion that we're talking about. What was the understanding in the Second Temple period and by the early church fathers? They understood what I am telling you right now. The demons are the spirits of the dead Nephilim. That the Nephilim giants were killed in the flood. That the linguistics support that, that the ancient documents support that, and that the understanding of those who founded the Christian church was the same on this point. Okay? So when we talk about aliens, and some people say it's too simplistic to say they're demons. No, it's really not. It's really not. Because when those evil spirits were dispossessed from the physical bodies that they were occupying, they've been looking to occupy physical bodies ever since. We call that possession. Part of what no one really wants to talk about is that this entire issue surrounding aliens and UFOs is far simpler than we would want to make it, because it brings up some implications that there is actual evil in the world and there is actual good. Some people who thought they were being good or following good were not. They were following our enemy, the devil. And with that, we're going to take a short break. And when I come back, your intelligence brief, what is happening in Iran, what is happening regarding the fight against Marxist terror.
Your financial advisor isn't going to tell you this. Your bank won't mention it. And your 401k custodian, they're hoping you never find out. You can convert your retirement account into physical gold and silver, real metal in your hands, or stored exactly where you decide. It's called a gold IRA rollover, and it's 100% legal, 100% IRS approved. And your financial, quote, experts, they don't get a commission when you take control like this. Wall Street wants your money in their system, in their accounts, where they control it. But physical gold, that's yours. Can't be hacked, can't be deleted, can't vanish when the market crashes. Verity Metals, we're the experts they don't want you to call.
Convert your IRA or 401k into gold and silver that you can actually hold. Call 888-328-6703 or visit veritymetals.com, because your retirement should be in your hands, not theirs.
And we're back with your daily intelligence briefing, coming to us from the Globalist Front.
The future is built by us. We have the means to make progress on the global agenda.
Ebola expanding in the DRC faster than any previous outbreak, says the WHO chief. Are they setting us up again for something? I don't know, but there are some significant crackdowns and policy implementations that are happening right now, particularly with people coming back from the DRC, that they're having to stay outside the country for 21 days until they can prove that they are not infected, which tells us what they believe is the incubation period, which is far longer than what Ebola has been. So we should take this seriously. And by the way, when it's stretched out that long, we have to ask the question, was there any gain of function research happening in the DRC, or was something released there potentially? And yes, that is a fair question after all we've learned about COVID in the last little bit. And that brings us to the China front. President Trump has just shocked experts again, obtaining a whopping $100 billion investment from Taiwan semiconductor maker TSMC into the United States with manufacturing and jobs. Again, the nearshoring or reshoring and the rebuilding of our manufacturing sector continues apace. This looks good for the United States of America for the next decade. That brings us to the Middle East front. As we are recording this broadcast right now, the United States is beginning to hit Iran again. Iranian media reports that a bridge connecting Bandar Abbas to Shiraz was struck. It actually looks like a fuel truck tanker was hit in the middle of that bridge, as well as Keshem Island and several other areas reporting aerial strikes right now, including a new wave of drone strikes, it looks like, on the coastline of Iran, marking the first time here a couple days ago that the United States successfully used above-surface drones in the ocean to attack Iranian submarines and Iranian ports. They also are going after, with A-10 gunships, the fast attack speedboats, which we've been talking about here for a while, that have plagued the Strait of Hormuz. Looks like war is on in earnest again. The head of information for Hamas's military wing in Khan Yunis was killed in a vehicle strike in the city's northwest. The reports from Gaza, the Israelis continuing to take out terror leaders. A large seizure of Iranian weapons and drones bound for Lebanese Hezbollah, including 100 fiber optic drones and anti-tank missiles, was intercepted by Syrian authorities earlier today as Iran continues to try to bolster Hezbollah in Lebanon. And those peace talks, by the way, are going well and apace. I want to note something. Fiber optic drones means they are trying to make those drones more resilient to anti-drone technology, specifically EMPs, and specifically some of the jamming and some of the hacking technology as well. So that's an escalation that we're seeing right there, at least technologically. Also, the Telegraph citing sources in Yemen reports that the Houthis are preparing contingency plans to close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in coordination with Iran if Tehran decides to escalate the conflict further, which is very likely to be happening in the coming weeks. The leader of Yemen's Houthis, Abdul Malik al-Houthi, on Saudi Arabia attacked them. They attacked Sanaa's airport, and targeted it in broad daylight. They started their aggression. They had absolutely no justification. And then, when Saudi Arabia commits an act of aggression, we will no longer just accept it. You're in the wrong. They are oppressors and they are aggressors. That is Islamic language for that is justifying a strike back. Notice this is now breaking down along Sunni Shia lines. In Syria, specifically, the Sunnis intercepting weapons headed to Shia Hezbollah in Lebanon. That brings us to the Russia front. Ukrainian drones struck another 11 Russian vessels last night. 147 Russian vessels have been hit over the past 10 days in an effort to cut off Crimea. And it does look like their attacks on logistics and Russian logistics is in fact working. There have been claims that Russia has captured a city in Donbass. However, that doesn't really matter if their logistics is being cut off, including their rail logistics, which we were talking about. Their oil refineries, which we've been talking about. This might actually drive the Russians to the table, or it could dramatically escalate this conflict and turn it into a world war. It's kind of a dramatic either or there. Ukrainian Air Force Deputy Commander Pavlo Yelzarov said he has submitted his resignation, saying the decision follows the Defense Minister Fedorov's resignation. He added that he joined Ukraine's defense forces in 2022 to win, not imitate activity. In other words, not imitate like you're winning. The defense minister is widely credited with technologically outpacing Russia and massively improving Ukraine's chances of holding back the Russian army and actually bringing this to a peaceful resolution. The fact that he has resigned has resulted in protests around Ukraine, but specifically in Kiev. He was very popular because he put people first and was talking about reforming the system where they put man catchers on the street as part of raising troop levels, which many people in Ukraine are completely opposed to. So his statements on this are, it should be more of a model like the United States and other Western countries do that should be more voluntary, which is one of the reasons he was so popular. Also, Marco Rubio heading up a conference on finally taking out leftist terror and addressing it internationally. Stephen Miller just walked out in front of global officials and unleashed the truth on leftist terrorism. Quote, left-wing terrorism always ends in bloodshed, misery, and suffering. It can only travel in one direction. There is no point at which the left-wing terrorist is satisfied with his gains and ceases progressing. Inevitably, left to run its course, it always becomes a gulag. I could not agree more. Well said. Also, Scott Bessent announced the U.S. Treasury is actively investigating left-wing groups to revoke their tax-exempt status that are being used to provoke violence and foreign actors. In other words, these have been funnels for Chinese money to provoke violence on U.S. streets. Marco Rubio, for far too long, however, our counterterrorism doctrine has had a blind spot when it comes to extremist violence from the political left. He also remarked that some people try to soft pedal socialism. And the fact is, it has actually never been a good system. And it never will be a good system. And it's rooted, this is me speaking now, in Satanism. You can read that Karl Marx poetry, which he wrote in 1837. J. Michael Waller pointing out something. Many of us, especially those of us who have been involved in counterterrorism for years, know already that the, quote, countering violent extremism crowd denied for years that Antifa was even in existence. Finally, we're acknowledging who the enemy is and that they need to be dealt with. December 2025, Jack Smith swore under oath that he didn't spy on text messages belonging to members of Congress. Today, new evidence, according to Senator Rand Paul, confirms he spied on dozens of members of Congress, Rand Paul included. Will Jack Smith be held accountable? Now, Trump is giving a speech tonight, widely understood to expose the Chinese attack on America's election in 2020, which we have been talking about on this show for, well, since it happened. President Trump is preparing to drop bombshells that the CIA knew and withheld from him during his first term. The fact that foreign powers meddled in U.S. elections and China compromised voter data. Save America Act obviously is essential to be passed now. And the Gateway Pundit showing the massive election corruption report detailing 824 findings across 800 pages of search warrants and investigative documents. It looks like there is no question that this happened. The only question now is, what are we going to do about it? When we come back from the break, our guest, Ivani Greppi.
In a world where uncertainty can change everything overnight, one thing shouldn't: your access to the essentials. We've built a secure, private supply chain designed to keep you prepared, no matter what happens next. Every item ships directly from trusted U.S. suppliers to you. No middlemen, no international dependency, and no guesswork. When shelves are empty, when systems fail, when the world gets out of hand, you won't have to worry. Because preparation isn't panic, it's peace of mind. Join the network that keeps you supplied. Secure your access today.
And we're back with our guest today, Ivani Greppi. She's a Brazilian-born registered nurse, but also the author of Cast Out: Chronicles of a Familiar Spirit, a fictional story, but I think really rooted in her own personal experience of coming out of the occult and coming to a saving knowledge of Jesus Christ. Ivani, it's great to have you on Patriot Radio.
Thank you so much, Matt.
So if you could give us a little bit about your background, how did you come out of it? I've heard so many stories that Jesus Christ can just reach right into even the darkest place and people are saved out of it. So I'd love you to share that.
Amen. I was born in Brazil, as you mentioned, and I came to the United States when I was 9. But my entire life, from birth until I was 38, I practiced what my family had practiced for generations, which was Spiritism and Umbanda, which is an Afro-Brazilian religion that is a mixture of Spiritism, Roman Catholicism, and Ifa, which is African-based, Afro-Brazilian.
And I've heard that the ties to Nigeria, particularly with that, with some of the familiar spirits in Nigeria being brought to the New World.
Yes, through the slave trade. So just in Brazil, what we practiced was Umbanda, which came, it's like I said, a mixture of Roman Catholicism, Spiritism, and the Ifa root, which is West African, and then Yoruba based. It's very similar to what's practiced in the Caribbean and many other Latin countries like Santeria, which is, I think, mostly known in the United States. And also voodoo is connected, very similar, because the same gods are worshipped. So at the age of 14, I was indoctrinated into this belief system.
So how did you come out of it? I mean, you're talking about generational evil. We're going to get to that here in a second, but how did you come out of that? How did Jesus reach you in the middle of that?
Well, he's a loving God and merciful God, because it was a very casual event. My sister worked for my dad's printing shop in Kissimmee, Florida, and a pastor from Brazil who was a missionary pastor that came to minister to the Brazilian population in Florida, reached out to her, met her, she accepted Christ, and I didn't want anything to do with it. Obviously, I was demonically possessed, which I didn't know. I believe that the spirits that I welcomed into my body, what we called receiving, which was actual possession, were my spirit guides, which were spirits of light, like I said, from generations of my grandparents, great grandparents being mediums, and thinking that we were doing God's will through our gift of mediumship. So the pastor introduced Christ to my sister, and then I was 38 years old at the time. And after, it was a long period, it was many months, maybe even almost 2 years before I actually accepted the fact that what we truly believed was not from God. My family were wonderful people. No one did this to hurt anyone. They were not evil, but we did practice evil, not knowing that we were dealing with demons. So once I did realize, and it's a long story, but we can talk about that later, why these were demons and how we were deceived, I accepted deliverance from this pastor, and Jesus Christ delivered me from demonic possession.
So I think the intentionality of some of these rituals, a lot of people think that they're just not that big a deal, but the intentionality of these rituals, and you can talk about many countries that experience this, Kenya, South Africa, where tribes, that's what they've done for generations. They have rituals where they literally receive, they're intentionally being possessed. They don't necessarily use these words to describe it, but that's what's actually happening.
Exactly. Yes, in Umbanda, when I did become indoctrinated into that, I was even baptized in a waterfall. This system would be where you welcome these spirits into your body and you do become possessed. It literally takes over your body, and you thinking you're doing something good, and it sounds beautiful, and there's color, there's light, they do healing, energy healing, and all this stuff, when it's actually very dark, very dangerous, and deadly.
So this happened during a false baptism. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, when I was 14 and I was introduced to Umbanda, which is the Afro-Brazilian religion, once I became a medium and I started receiving what they called receiving, which was becoming possessed by these so-called spirit guides, which were actually demonic spirits. They take you to a waterfall and you're baptized into the Umbanda faith. So just like Satan is the great counterfeiter, so everything that Jesus did or does, Satan will counterfeit and do his own twist into it. Very deceiving.
Very deceiving. That's very well put. So what was your turning point? I mean, what was the moment you knew that Jesus Christ was the way, the truth, and the life?
There were the first incident was at my sister's house. The first time I met the pastor, this Brazilian pastor, which I didn't want anything to do with him. Obviously, the spirits that were guiding me and just taking over my life since I was a little girl. Because since I was a young child, I could see to the spirit realm. I saw spirits. I saw shadowy figures, what we call shadow people, vultos in Portuguese. And that was considered a gift. So I really resented him saying to us that these belief systems, being from Brazil, he understood our background. And I resented so much that he was saying that what we believed in was not from God. And I just, obviously being demonically possessed, I did not want anything to do with the light of Christ. We said that we believed in Jesus and we believed in God, but it was a Jesus and a God. It wasn't the God of the Bible, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. It was another completely wrong teaching of who Jesus was and is. So what happened was, the first incident, I was at my sister's house when we met the pastor, and we basically just argued back and forth. And he would quote the Bible, and I would tell him I do not believe in the Bible. I never had read the Bible. I was 38 years old. And the scripture, the little bit of scripture that I did know, was twisted from the Spiritism upbringing that I had. It was Allan Kardec, which is Kardecicism, which is a type of spiritism considered to be gospel based, but it's the gospel according to spiritism. It's all twisted scripture. So I just told him I didn't believe in the Bible, and it was it's the warfare started right there. It was like, you know, light and darkness just clashing. And he was very kind, and but I was horribly rude to him, and I just wanted to get out. I couldn't stand being around him. And the more he tried to tell me about Christ, the angrier and angrier I got. So we were ready to leave, and before leaving, it's at my sister's house. He said, "Can we please pray before we leave?" And I didn't want to be part of the prayer circle. Everybody, my family were just being introduced to Christ and looking at this, like starting to think, well, what we believed doesn't sound. It's like it's from God, and I was angry for them to doubt what we believed all our lives. So I was angry at my family. I was angry at my sister for bringing him into our lives, and I hated him. I felt this hatred for this man that I didn't even know. So when he wanted to hold hands and pray, I said no, I didn't want to pray. And then my husband and my dad were just tired of the back and forth, so they grabbed my hand and said, "Let the man pray, and then we'll go home." So as soon as he started praying, I became possessed. And to me, it was the same thing that happened at the Umbanda temple. I believed I was being possessed. I was receiving my spirit guide, and I lost consciousness because that would happen when I became possessed. I would lose consciousness through the dancing and the rituals. And my husband told me and my family what happened. It was out of a sudden, like as soon as he started praying, I became possessed, and I was dancing around the room backwards with hair all over my face and just distorted. My husband said that my whole features changed and I looked completely horrendous. And the kids weren't allowed. My son was a teenager. My daughter was a little bit younger, and my niece and nephew, they weren't allowed. But they took a little peek and were scared and were told to go back upstairs at my sister's house. So as soon as that happened, and eventually I came to, because my dad kept yelling at him, "Stop, stop, whatever you're doing, you're hurting my daughter." Nobody understood what was happening. It was the power of the Holy Spirit showing everyone what this demon or these demons really were. And what that made me even angrier, because I thought he was a phony and he was just trying to come to the family to get money. I didn't believe in church. I didn't believe in pastors, the Bible. So I just stormed out. I was so angry. When I came to it, I vomited. I had no idea. I had never heard of deliverance, which is a lot of people understand exorcism, but we know it's different because it's deliverance is Jesus Christ doing. There's no rituals. It's Jesus Christ. So I just stormed out and told my husband I never want to see him again. And that was the first event. I was angrier and angrier. But what happened was things started. We always had spiritual activity in my house. It was part of our upbringing. And whenever things got dark, we would do saging and light candles. And I would do rituals with seawater and coconut, everything that we learned in Umbanda to cleanse the house.
Saging is burning sage. Yeah.
Yes. Well, we used incense, different herbs and things like that were specifically taught since we were little, including herbal baths to cleanse all the negative energy. So the house became even more, there was a lot more spiritual activity. There was one night where we were sleeping and we both woke up, my husband, with like pounding behind the bed to the point that we both jolted awake. And then there was glass breaking in the kitchen in the front of the house. And then my son got up with a baseball bat and thinking somebody had broken into the house. And my husband ran, my son ran. There was no broken glass. The dog was barking, nothing. We all heard it, but there was no evidence of anything broken. So my kids started to really get scared because it was affecting them to the point that it was a lot worse than what we normally experience, where I would always take care of it, say, we do a cleansing, and it's just deceiving spiritual practices. So finally, my husband said, "Can we please just have the pastor come and pray over the house?" Because we always thought it was the house. We didn't realize it was us, that I was the one that was possessed. So finally, after, my family just begging me, please do something because the kids are scared and this is getting worse. Nightmares. All my life, I had the
Night
sleep
terrors.
paralysis.
Oh, it's sleep
Sleep
paralysis.
paralysis, yes. And I had two incidences in my life where it happened while I was wide awake. As a little girl and then as a teenager, it happened where I saw spirits around me. So the pastor, finally I agreed, the pastor came, this was the second time, and he came to the house, and I just wanted them to leave me alone and get this over with. So my son and my nephew were upstairs. We had a spiral staircase with a little loft. They were upstairs playing video game. The pastor came and he said, well, let's pray again. And, do you want to go? I said, I just want my house to be rid of these spirits, whatever it is that's hurting my family. And he started praying. The same thing happened again. I became immediately possessed, lost consciousness, and started. And my son and my nephew looked down and they have this testimony where they saw this. My son didn't even recognize me. And he said, I was walking on the back of my feet, like my feet were backwards. And I was going backwards, just completely and I had no idea what was happening. I thought, again, that my spirit guide had taken over my body. And so I came to again and I was angry. And he said, unless you want to be set free from these demons that you think are your spirit guides, I can't. No, Jesus Christ is not going to force himself. You need to accept it. You need to want this for you and your family. I can't make you. And that's when he left. And I thought, oh, good riddance, until my son came to me and just, again, he's a teenager and he was almost crying. And he said, Mom, please, this is what I saw. He said that I looked up, my eyes were black. My nephew, they both looked down and I looked up at them and said, just whispered, help me. And it just, he said, please, Mom, this is not from God. So that broke me. And that's when I started to accept the fact that these things were not from God. And slowly I started listening to the pastor. He gave me a Bible. I still have it. It's so old. It's in Portuguese, but he gave me my first Bible and I couldn't read it. Every time I tried to read it, my mind would just go blank. And it was a horrible spiritual battle. But very long story short, he came on Saturday before Easter of 1997. It was March 27, I think, in 1997. And with his wife, unbeknownst to me, my sister came after. He didn't know my sister was going to be there as a witness to the deliverance. I didn't know. Again, I didn't know, had no idea what a deliverance was, but that's when he started to pray. They were reading, my sister and his wife were reading scripture, and he had anointing oil. And from then on, it was 8 hours of complete. My sister is the one that witnessed the whole thing, and the pastor and his wife. And I thought I was out for about 2 hours when I came to, and it was 8 hours of a battle. And I think the battle was because I kept going back and forth of being afraid of letting go until I finally released it to Christ. And when the last time he said, he cast out the demons in Jesus' name, he screamed, get out of her in Jesus' name. that's when I remember hearing the pastor, and I felt like a bomb went out, like something exploded, and I went flying backwards. And when I went in a hallway, and we had tile floors, and when I went flying backwards, I thought that's what I was starting to realize what was happening. And I felt like I'm going to die because I'm going to hit my head on the tile and crack my head, because I went up. I don't know how high. My sister said I probably went up maybe 3-4 feet and went back quite a few feet backwards. And as I was falling, I came to, and when I hit the ground and I opened my eyes, I felt like this veil just lifted off my eyes, and I was looking, and my sisters came running to me crying, and I was like, "What are you doing here?" And I started crying and laughing, and I was looking. I never saw such brightness in my life, and I didn't know that for 38 years I had this veil, this darkness over me. And it was so beautiful because I kept looking around and hugging my sister and the pastor and his wife, and just praising God. And that's when I accepted Christ, because I couldn't accept Christ before I was set free. And once I accepted Christ, it's just like the Bible says, you are born again, you are a new creature. I just felt a peace that I had never, ever felt in my life. My children weren't home, obviously, when this happened. Even my dog, he said, "I don't want the dog here. I just want us." And this is not a show, no videotaping, nothing like that. We didn't have phones back then,
Amen.
iPhones or anything, thank God. So my husband and my kids had gone to my parents' house to be praying, and everyone was fasting. And then when he arrived at 2:00 in the morning, it was after 2:00. When they arrived, he walked in. He's like, something's burning. And the pastor said, "No, nothing's burning." He's like, "I smell something burning." My husband pushed the refrigerator away because he thought he smelled smoke coming out from the refrigerator, like an electrical fire. And obviously it wasn't. It was just the atmosphere was filled with smoke and that smell of sulfur. And during the time that the pastor was praying for these demons to be cast out, there were maybe 8 or 10 trash bags filled with all the paraphernalia that I had throughout my life, all my books, VCR tapes, records, everything, the statues of the goddesses and gods that I worship,
idols.
everything went into. And then I think it was it had to be the next day. Or maybe a couple of days later, because it was Easter, when 2:00 in the morning was Easter morning, and we burned everything. It was Monday after Easter. We burned everything.
Praise God. Good.
Even like jewelry, gold jewelry,
especially jewelry. Yeah,
everything we burned. We didn't hold back. It was like everything was gone, and I didn't understand that. That was actually in the Bible. That I think in Acts, they are told to burn all their occult books and everything, and it was worth so much money. So that's how God worked, and it was just a miracle because it was generations. And my children, my husband, my parents, my sister, her family came to Christ.
Amen.
Then the pastor went to Massachusetts, where most of my family lived. Most of them came to Christ, and then he went to Brazil, and many of them came to Christ.
Amen. We're going to take a quick break right now. I'm going to actually carry you over into another segment, if that's okay. This is absolutely an amazing story. So when we come back from the break, we're going to talk about exorcism. We're going to talk about Roman Catholicism a little bit and UFOs, what really is behind that. So when we come back from the break, more with Ivani Greppi.
Your financial advisor isn't going to tell you this. Your bank won't mention it. And your 401k custodian, they're hoping you never find out. You can convert your retirement account into physical gold and silver, real metal in your hands, or stored exactly where you decide. It's called a gold IRA rollover, and it's 100% legal, 100% IRS approved. And your financial, quote, experts, they don't get a commission when you take control like this. Wall Street wants your money in their system, in their accounts, where they control it. But physical gold? That's yours. Can't be hacked, can't be deleted, can't vanish when the market crashes. Verity Metals. We're the experts they don't want you to call.
Convert your IRA or 401k into gold and silver that you can actually hold. Call 888-328-6703 or visit veritymetals.com because your retirement should be in your hands, not theirs.
And we're back with our guest today, Ivani Greppi, IvaniGreppi.com, talking about her testimony of coming out of the occult, being delivered of demonic possession. And this begs a few questions. So typically in Brazil, most people are Catholic. And so the grid or the lens is exorcism. So tell a little bit about maybe the differences in some of your experiences in dealing with that, because you said it was a Brazilian pastor. It wasn't actually an exorcism. It was deliverance.
Yes. Well, like I said, I had no idea what deliverance was. I've heard of exorcism through the movie, but we thought that was all fantasy because in our faith, we didn't believe in angels or demons or hell or heaven. We believed in the recycling of reincarnation to better yourself. That was part of our religion. But in Brazil, yes, it's, I don't know if it still is, but it was the biggest Roman Catholic population in the world. We called ourselves Catholics, even though we didn't go to church. We went to church only for traditional purposes. We got married in the Catholic Church, had the babies' baptisms and things like that. So the difference with exorcism in the Catholic Church that I understand and deliverance as just Jesus Christ delivered demonically possessed people is that with the Catholic Church, there's rituals, people have to be trained. It's through the Vatican and all this, there's a lot of laws and regulations that go with it. But ultimately, only Jesus Christ can set you free from demonic possession, from demonic oppression, or any demonic activity.
So that brings up an interesting question. Recently, there was a Catholic priest who said very unequivocally that UFOs are demons. And that's what I've been talking about for a long time. There's actually a book written called Piercing the Cosmic Veil, which is dozens and dozens of accounts of people being delivered from alien abduction, alien abuse, sleep paralysis, etc. So just quickly, what is your take on this build up with the UFO phenomenon, especially this new movie that has come out, Disclosure Day, and I think it was the producer said, this is going to challenge the faith of Christians. And my response to that is really, it might challenge the faith of Christians who don't believe in the power of the Holy Spirit moving today, but probably not those that do.
Exactly. Well, yes, was it Stephen Rossetti was the one that was fired. He was a priest that did exorcism. He was fired because he was one of other people that had mentioned that aliens are demons. And because of that, he was fired by the diocese, I believe in Washington, or Washington, D.C. So I believe that demons are, that aliens are demons. And I think it's that great deception that the Bible talks about.
Yeah.
Because we believe that, pre-trib or post, whatever tribulation you believe in, that's not a salvation issue. We know we're going to be saved and we're going to be with Christ. We're going to be taken up. When that happens, this is their way of explaining this is the demonic, Satan's way of saying these people are gone because they were taken by UFOs, by aliens. So I think that's a great deception that the belief, because if there were other life forms, or if God wanted us to know, it would be in the Bible. He would have told us in His Word.
So let's talk a little bit about that, because the Vice President of the United States came out and said demons are aliens, aliens are demons. So let's just be really clear about that. And what most people don't know is he was briefed on this topic, and that the president, as I understand it, has been briefed on this topic because they wanted to know what is behind this phenomenon. And, the occult and some of the practices and some of the things that surround satanic ritual abuse really points to a breeding program for people to be possessed by demons. And if you kind of look at it very simply in that realm, that makes sense. And if you talk to people in Nigeria that talk about some of the demonic possession and oppression that happens there, it sounds very similar, except they go under the sea. They take them to cities under the sea. It sounds very similar to alien abduction. But in each one of the cases, somebody crying out to Jesus Christ for deliverance, that breaks it. And so I wanted to just kind of get, again, your perspective on that and what your message would be to Christians who might be suffering night terrors, sleep paralysis, maybe suffering these unexplained losses of time, the power and authority of Jesus Christ that you have experienced and the Holy Spirit that you've experienced in your life.
Yes, that's it. And it's not, oh, I'm going to church, I'm going to read the Bible, I'm going to be a good person. It's truly giving your life to Christ, knowing that it's not what we do, it's what he did for us on the cross. And accepting that gift of salvation in him. Once we're saved and we believe that he's our Lord and Savior and that he rules over all, including Satan, then that fear is gone. I used to be so scared of everything. Since a little girl through adulthood, I was petrified because I would sense these. Now it's the power of Jesus Christ. That's what all we need to believe, to give our lives to him. And for people that are abducted, that have that experience that they're abducted, it was very surprising when I became a Christian and I learned that from my pastor. When I asked him, what about aliens? That's not in the Bible. And he said, they're demons. And I started reading about this is over 30 years ago. And it just makes sense to us once that veil is taken out of your eyes. But I just believe that, if the vice president of the United States is warning people, priests, pastors, just saying these are demons, I think that we should take that very seriously.
I agree. And so the last thing I want to ask you is, what can people find on your website? What are they going to see when they go there?
Well, I have my website. It just talks about my background. There is my testimony booklet that can be downloaded for free, and you can just read my whole story from when I was a little girl and I saw spirits and I had the gift of mediumship from a little girl all the way through my deliverance. And there's scripture. You can contact me. If I do not have a deliverance ministry, but I believe that some people, and that's something I would like to, if we have time to talk about.
Absolutely.
I think that just like C.S. Lewis I always go back to that quote, and I'm paraphrasing, that either sometimes people put too much emphasis on demons and others not at all. They don't believe it at all. There has to be that biblical, real
Amen.
biblical teaching. And there are many churches that don't talk about this at all, which is very dangerous because there are a lot of people that may be going to that church that need this help, spiritual help with warfare, with demonic possession, or as a Christian, we cannot be possessed. I don't believe that we can be possessed as a Christian. We can be oppressed. We can be attacked, yes. But if you're not a Christian, then you can open yourself to these demonic possessions through a cult. Even things that may seem so innocent, like playing with a Ouija board, that's very dangerous. Having your palm read, going to psychic, even yoga. these are all open doors to demonic activities. So I really believe that when you're in Christ, you call out to Jesus when you're afraid or when you're suffering, and he will. And if you need help, you go to your pastor, and the pastors. That's what I'm hoping that people like you that are talking about this, that pastors will not shy away from helping people that need. Sometimes it's not that they're possessed, but they're so oppressed that they do need prayer. They need guidance. Other times it gets confusing when someone's in sin and they blame that on the demonic, which, yes, sin is demonic. But as a Christian, we have free will to choose right from wrong. So sometimes I see in some of these ministries that that confusion about someone, oh, you have the demon of alcoholism. There could be a weakness in us in certain areas, but Christ will set us free from all that. There's so many scriptures. Turn from the power of Satan to God who deliver us from the domain of darkness. Colossians 1:13. And I mean, the Bible's full of verses that we can cry out to Christ and just pray, believing that we're covered by his blood.
Amen.
I don't know if I answered your question.
You did, absolutely. That's amazing. And so for people that are dabbling in the occult with one foot in the world, one foot in the kingdom, or think they have one foot in the kingdom, they're dabbling in the occult, and maybe some people think that they're too far gone. There is always hope, and that's what I really appreciate about your testimony, and really appreciate about what you're doing, because there is always hope.
Yes.
Any final thoughts?
I'm just grateful for what you're doing, and I just pray that whoever listens to this program or all the other guests that you have talking about the demonic, that they put their trust in Jesus Christ first, that they know that as a Christians, as believers, that greater is he that is in us than the one that's in the world. And there's peace and that transcends all understanding when you're in Christ.
Amen. Ivani Greppi, thank you so much for joining me on Patriot Radio today. What an
Thank
honor,
you,
and
Matt.
thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Matt. God bless you.
God bless you too. IvaniGreppi.com. Check her website out. This is an incredible testimony. This stuff is real, and we are coming into the end time deception, because there is going to be great darkness, but there's also going to be great light. And we need to know, we need to have that spirit of discernment that comes from the Holy Spirit, a spirit of discernment to know the counterfeit from the real. And just like bank tellers, many of you have heard this, they learn how to tell counterfeit by just counting money. They don't even looking at it. They do it by feel. And they do it so often that they become practiced and studied in it. And the scripture actually says we're supposed to practice this discernment. And the more we do, the more we're going to know. And yes, very simply, UFOs, aliens, that whole thing, it is demonic in origin. And as you heard at the beginning of this broadcast, I went through all of that. Replay it, share it with your friends and family, but most importantly, know that there is a solution. There is an answer. His name is Jesus Christ. Thanks for joining me today on Patriot Radio. May God bless all of you. And he is making this generation the greatest one. So keep up the fight.
Podcast is all about. We talk about a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it. Did you vote for these eternal wars? They're not forever wars now, they're eternal wars. Did you vote to spend trillions every year in defense? Defending us against what? When we don't have control of the cities of the United States. The enemy is inside the gate. And the enemy's in City Hall in Manhattan, and City Hall in Los Angeles, and Chicago, and Minneapolis, and the governors of these states. And guess what? The enemy is inside the gate in the imperial capital. From the intelligence agency, now we know, all the way to the White House staff.
I remember when I lost my mind. There was something so pleasant about that place. Even your emotions have an echo in so much space.
I find it funny how people who are calling to deport me, they've been saying this ever since I became Muslim. They're like, you would never live in a Muslim country. You would never live in a Muslim country. Like as if living in Medina is something horrible. Wallahi, I would love to live here. This is peace, and the first time I came here 3 years ago, really, it felt like seeing heaven on earth. It's the closest thing that I've ever seen to heaven on earth. Look how beautiful. I want to live here, but what's more important, especially with my abilities, is that I stay in my home country, the United States of America, and I die trying to convert every last person to Islam.
As well, we're doing everything we can to ensure that non-citizens are not able to vote and that only U.S. citizens vote in our election. And it's working. There's no evidence that non-citizens are voting. If they were.
Well, Mr. LaRose, I'm going to let you follow up on the statement from Ms.
Yeah,
Benson.
we found 135 this year that had voted. We found another 400 that were registered but hadn't yet voted. And this idea that it's already illegal. It's illegal to hijack airplanes, but we don't get rid of the TSA.
As well, we're doing everything we can.
They're starting to squirm before the release of information, declassified information regarding foreign involvement in the stealing of the interference and stealing of the 2020 election, and then whatever happens.
To report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week, it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure, one where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes, and really exposes like levels never thought possible, to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems, dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it, made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026, this is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela, and that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls, and yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody, and it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, We can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
All right, Thursday night, and we are live. Hope everybody's doing good. As always, be blessed in the mighty name of Jesus. All right, let me say it to everybody. I've been talking to you in the chat, but let me say it to everybody as much as I can. I'm at the bottom here. So let's see here. Jules, 21 Hours is on. The Great T1AU is on. Conservative Warrior is on. Graybeard's on. Big Jim Go Blue is on. Jules, 21 Hours. The matriarch of the rant is on. Jim Brody is on. Skunk, 71 is on. You guys are the best people in the world, by the way. You really do get it. You really do get it. Sunwoo 45 is on. Producer Aaron is on. Let me see. Conservative Warrior is on. Did I say Skunk yet? Skunk 71 is on. If I said it, welcome back. Aphrodites is on. Tom Lipley is on. Wisconsin Honey Badger is on. Jim Brody is on. Agravane is on. Biggie 926 is on. Dead Pal Fitty is on. DC 941 is on. Uncle Wally is on. Laura Jeanlin is on. Stephen Toms is on. Release the Hog is on. Let me see here. Lisa Kinzer is on. Let me see. Free Lumbee is on. F. Tatanka is on. Keeper 1376 is on. Let me see. Dana 59 is on. Oh, you guys are really adding on here. Patriot of the North is on. Trisha Snow is on. I'm going to get all the way down here. Let me see here. Scrolling down. Confederate 1 is on. Granite 2468 is on. M. Spurk is on. Let me see here. Scrolling down. Bud Dave is on. Let me grab a couple more here and we'll get rolling. Let me see here. Oh, Mark 1069 is on. Let me grab one or two more. Be Chilled is on. Jeannie Malfeasy is on. Is it Fred Farhat?
It looks like Farhat.
Is it Farhat? Fred Farhat? Oh, it is Farhat. Oh, there's no, Farhat. Fred Farhat. It's pretty funny, though. Oh, man, I just got kicked off the chat. Are we good? Is it good? Everything good for you, Aaron?
Yeah.
Okay, it can't be me. We all know that.
No.
I mean, we know it can't be me. I just got kicked off the chat. What the heck is going on around here? I can't get on Rumble. Is Rumble off?
No, it's working.
What the heck, man? So okay, I just want Aaron to see it.
Yeah.
Okay, here I am. Okay. Okay, there we go.
Now
Okay.
it's back up.
All right, there we go. Back on. Sweaty is on. Those Jesus people is on. There we go. Fred Farhat. Okay, there we go. Welcome, Fred. Love you. All right, Ever Eden is on. All right, so anyway, let's hop to this part. You heard President Trump allude to this. Alex Bruce Witt's tweet just shows you what the mainstream media is all about. Democracy dies in the darkness. Shameful behavior from ABC and NBC. And ABC will not broadcast President Trump's primetime address live on their networks. This is why you don't provide the topic of discussion in advance. Who did? Brianna Morello, by the way, great account to follow, as well as Alex Bruce Witt. Bannon's been ranting about this all week. This was the subject matter was actually leaked from President Trump's staff to mainstream media. And since it's been leaked 2-3 days ago, they've been eviscerating him night in and night out. Who does this? Who are these people inside of the Trump orbit? Even maybe inside the Trump cabinet? I don't know, but who would leak this? You just go, the president will address the nation on Thursday night at 9 o'clock. That's what you do. And then they have to cover it. Honestly, I don't get these people. I mean, it's amazing. And it can't be stupidity. It has to be purposeful sabotage. It really does. So anyway, just a couple of things off of this. And then I've got a whole bunch of stuff on election fraud. I don't know how much of it I'm going to do. I'm already bored with it. But anyway, not riveting tonight. Aaron, were you riveted?
No.
I wasn't Will? No. Okay, anybody in the chat? I'm looking at the chat right now. Just tell me if you were really riveted by anything you heard tonight. Not a whole lot of new news for me. And here's the problem with me is if you watch this podcast, I am very specific. Very, very specific. Like, I don't just say there was no excess deaths during COVID. Aaron and I get out the charts and probably lose viewers because people are bored by it because all they want to hear is sort of salacious QAnon sort of information. And I'm not a believer in QAnon at all. But anyway, we go chart by chart how there's no excess deaths.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I do everything very, very specifically. He got into some stuff. China acquired 220 million of our voter rolls and that it was suppressed by the Intel community. I want names. I want names. Okay. Like, what are they going to do to Trump? Nothing. There's nothing they can do. I want names. I wanted Chris Krebs to be quoted. I wanted people to be quoted. I wanted Bill Barr eviscerated. I want names. I want specific voter data. I want out of this 220 million files, how it affected the election, all those different things. Now you're like, well, Tom, they're going to do an investigation. How many of us are tired of, we can't talk about it until the investigation's done? I want it all aired out now. Okay, because you know what ends up happening is the same thing that happens with all the elections. We're not allowing anybody illegal to vote. Actually, we did allow everybody illegal to vote, but we're going to check into it after the election is certified when you can't do anything about it. Okay, that's what happens every time. The same thing here. I don't want to hear about it 5 years from now. Let's go ahead and put it out there. If you're going to declassify these documents, I hope that they're actually put out because I want to know what's in the burn bags. I don't want to hear that there's burn bags. I want to know what's in the burn bags. I want to know the name of the FBI agent who is quoted in the burn bag saying, I was running a shadow government to cover up the acquisition by China of our voter files. I want to know the FBI agent's name. I don't want to worry about, there is nothing that says you can't release that information. Nothing. Like, well, it'll help their lawyers. How's it going to help their lawyers? They know that there's a pending charge or a possible charge and they have no information. Doesn't help them. So it's all just lies so that nothing ever gets done. Now, I got two negative Nelly. Will, I wouldn't classify Will as black-pilled. Aaron certainly is with maybe red sprinkles. Okay, but all I ever hear from Will is, yeah, but when's anybody going to be arrested? Yeah, when's it? And you know what? I would love to say, shut up, Will. You're wrong. I can't. Will's right. Okay, so I can't say that to Will. And believe me, your piece right there, I'm hearing Will. When are they going to be elected? When are they going to be arrested? When are they going to be arrested? And I went, man, I wish Joe was working tonight. But anyway, but he's right though. He's right. And I mean, I think it was Aaron that actually said at this time, Aaron's time, well, when's anybody going to be arrested? I'm like, oh, Aaron was like, do you honestly believe that anything's ever going to happen from this? I'm like, I am emboldened by the Bolton arrest. I'm putting all my chips on that. I mean, that's it. I'm hoping that that's the beginning of things. Now, as some of you have said in here, I mean, again, this is the greatest chat in the world. We ain't big, but we're smart.
Yeah.
All right. This is a smart group of people. This is a smart group. The people that have left are dumb. This is a smart group of people. So I see the same thing from you guys. Okay, when's this going to be over? Let's get to the news. You're right. Okay, but we have to cover it because, and we didn't really even lose that many viewers. I guess we could have just done the podcast. But anyway, yeah, I got a haircut, Patrina. So you got a haircut. I get the same haircut. It gets very noticeable because I'm so lazy that I don't get it cut for an inordinate amount of time till it literally sticks out everywhere and I'm pasting it down with hairspray. But I finally got a haircut. And she's the greatest in the world. A girl by the name of Sarah cuts my hair, man. She does the greatest job. But anyway, so I mean, I agree with you. Do I think anything's going to get done? If I was putting money on it, I'd say no. But I am hopeful. I am hopeful. And and I saw the various pieces of the chat last night, tonight, earlier in the week. Great T1AU stuck in my head. Day 500 and whatever it is of the administration. Nobody's being perp walked. He's right. Because even my John Bolton thing, Aaron found out while we were watching, he gets sentenced in October. He can get a maximum of 5 years in federal prison. Hopefully he does. But anyway, so there you go. Now let's do this. Let's look at some voter fraud stuff. If I get bored with it, let me see what I got backing it up. I'm going to get bored with it. I'm going to get bored with it.
Very boring.
Yeah, because I'm gonna do a couple of them. I don't have as much time tonight. So anyway, so let's go to Melissa Tate. Let's remind everybody of what the elections were like in 2020, because Trump is right on this, and this is part of the greatness of Trump, is that he is willing to be ignored by the mainstream media and address a very pertinent issue. We just saw it in California. They can't tell us who's elected in California until 30, 60, 90 days after the election. Okay, we all know it's massive voter fraud, and the Democrats know that they are promulgating and promoting massive voter fraud because they are absolutely corrupt, demonic people. That's who Democrats are. They're corrupt, demonic, baby butchering human beings. So credit to Trump on this. Okay, now I'm not even, I don't think I'm talking about, I don't think I'm going to say anything about Iran tonight. Hate Iran, hate no wall. Aaron was talking about this while we were watching the video. Okay, right now everything's with an EO. They can open the border because Trump basically closed the border with an EO, which I don't know why you even need an EO to close the border when it's already law that it's closed. But anyway, he closed the border with the EO. So if a Democrat wins, if Gavin Newsom is the new president, he's just going to open the border again because there's no wall. If there's a wall there, it's a lot harder to open the border. So again, I don't like that part. I hate the big, beautiful bill. I like the SAVE Act. I hate the new war. I love that he's closed the border. Listen, he was right about like investments in 401ks. Those things. I made a lot of money last year with my guy who runs my investments named Jeff Tomas. Putting out your name, Jeff. There you go. Contact him. He works out of Port Charlotte, Florida. But anyway, he runs my money. He made me a crap ton of money last year off of the Trump economy. I love that part of Trump. That various domestic and foreign investments into our economy have been good. Do not like, the myriad of things that I've already said. Do not like that flock cameras are going up everywhere. Do not like that J.D. Vance was created by Palantir. A lot of different things. But anyway, but remember, Trump should have won in 2020. He didn't win because of mass mail-in balloting. No voter ID, no signature verification. Melissa Tate video, Georgia fraud was the worst of all. Play it for me.
Felons voted illegally in Georgia. 66,248 underage and therefore ineligible people to illegally register to vote before their 17th birthday when the law requires 17 and a half years old. At least 2,423 individuals to vote who were not listed as registered. 1,043 individuals to cast ballots who had illegally registered to vote using a post office box. 4,926 individuals voted in Georgia who had registered to vote after their Georgia voter registration date, thereby canceling their Georgia voter registration. 10,315 or more individuals to vote who are deceased by the time of the election. 395 individuals to vote in Georgia who had cast ballots in another state, which is illegal in both states. 15,700 individuals to vote in Georgia who had filed a national change of address with the United States Postal Service prior to November 3rd, 2020. 40,279 individuals to vote who had moved across county lines at least 30 days prior to Election Day and who had failed to properly re-register to vote in their new county after moving, also in violation of Georgia law.
Yeah, in case you missed those numbers, this is Georgia. And remember, Trump lost the election in Georgia and was criminally prosecuted for simply asking Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, who then basically filed the charges against Donald Trump for all intents and purposes, the conservative Brad Raffensperger. And then we end up with Fonnie Willis again, and that's who ended up basically filing an election interference charge against Donald Trump for, I don't even know the specific charge title, but anyway, election interference charge, really at the behest of Brad Raffensperger after he whined and complained, saying that he felt like threatened or intimidated by Donald Trump, and Donald Trump said, find 11,000 votes. Okay, can we find 11,000 votes here? Here they are. 11,000. That's all Donald Trump asked for. Well, 2,000 felons illegally voted, all for Joe Biden. 66,248 under the age of 18 voted, all for Joe Biden. 2,423 weren't registered at all that all voted for Joe Biden. 1,043 voted from a P.O. box for Joe Biden. 5,000 voted past the registration date for Joe Biden. 10,000 died before the election and voted for Joe Biden. 395 voted in 2 different states, which is illegal in both states, all voted for Joe Biden. And Tom, do you know they all voted for Joe Biden? We do. Come on. I mean, do I know that? No, but I'm just saying we know that it's true. 15,000 moved out of state and voted for Joe Biden. 40,000 changed counties and didn't properly re-register and voted for Joe Biden, and Donald Trump asked for 11,000 votes. So there you go. I mean, that's Georgia. Let's go to Michigan. The Skiff tweet. I'm skipping all over the place tonight. I'm going to drive Will crazy here. All right, a minimum of 138,000 votes were stolen from Trump in the Michigan 2020 election, which he mentioned in his address tonight. This is only the beginning of the fraud found. The Michigan voter turnout was 105%. Oh my gosh, this does bring back memories.
Yeah.
Now, everybody knows that that's impossible, right? Because you have to register 30 days prior to the election to vote. What a Democrat will say is, wow, that's great turnout. That's impossible turnout. Because everybody who's counting as the 100% registered at least 30 days prior to the election. So if you're going to have 105% show up, at least 5% is illegal. And we all know that roughly 50 to 60% of the electorate actually votes. So really it's 65% were illegal votes. With around 5,453,000 registered voters, with a projected 5,716,581 votes counted. That's impossible. That's impossible. Remember, Trump allegedly lost Michigan in 2020 by about 20,000 votes. How many were non-citizens or dead voters? They're not even that. That's everyone gets, it's real sexy to talk about dead voters. Oftentimes, it's not dead voters. There's plenty of dead voters voting. But really what it is simply manufactured ballots. Yep. Mail-in ballots when they get 47 of them to one house, and they simply manufacture the ballot, and they only vote in one specific part of the ballot, which is usually all for Joe Biden at that time. They don't vote down ballot. They vote once, and they're all counted by people. Will brought this up. Like Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, her daughter, who both need to mix in a salad, were then given a presidential freedom award, whatever it's called. What's it called?
Medal of Freedom, yeah.
Medal of Freedom. Presidential Medal of Freedom Award for their election integrity when they're on video feeding the same ballots into the same machine over and over again. They sued in the D.C. court. Rudy Giuliani won $40 million when his net worth is $12 million. Because it doesn't matter what you do. If you are a Democrat suing a Republican or prosecuting a Republican in a blue district, you will in fact win. even if you're on video, putting the ballots into machines twice. On top of this, there was mail-in ballot, a mail-in ballot dump of at least 130,000 plus votes in the middle of the night, which was caught on the security camera, all going for Biden. You can see the graph on the bottom. Election workers were finding ballots with voters not in poll books and voters with a DOB of 1921, but registered to vote in 1900, 21 years before they were even born, which indicates massive voter fraud occurring. The Michigan 2020 election, this is all Jocelyn Benson, election was absolutely stolen. That's what Trump is talking about tonight. All right, we're going to skip the next one, Will. Skip the next one, Will. I'm not going to get into all this crap. Let me see here. All right, we'll do the Frazier one. I'm going to skip from state to state. We just did Michigan, so I'm not going to do it ad nauseum. Flashback to 2021 and New Jersey gubernatorial election. Worker illegally offers ballot to non-citizen. Play for me.
You voted in the election in January of last year?
The presidential.
And did you register?
No, I wasn't registered either.
Are you registered now?
Oh, I never filled anything out. No.
Okay, then I can't see how you can vote because you're not registered.
Remember, I do remember him.
Okay.
Remember, we was allowing anyone to come in. We was allowing anybody to come in, and they say
presidential.
Yeah, during the general, they just let us.
Okay. I'll let you fill out a ballot now. Whether or not it's going to be, they're going to count it, I don't know.
But I don't know if it works because I'm an Irish. But I'm an Irish citizen. I'm not.
It doesn't matter. I mean, you have some citizenship here?
With the work visa, yeah.
Listen, we'll let you do it. They'll figure that out.
The brand new one, yeah. There's not much many new ones, so you know.
So if you're ever wondering why it is we never win an election in New Jersey, there you go. Do you have some citizenship here? The guy, this of course was a setup for these election workers. I am a Irish citizen. I am a citizen of Ireland. Do you have any citizenship here? How does that make any freaking sense to anybody? I mean, I guess you could say dual citizenship, but obviously he doesn't. He didn't say, I have a dual citizenship with Ireland and the United States. I am an Irish citizen is what he said. Do you have any citizenship here? What is she talking about? And how is this man allowed to vote in any election when all elections require United States citizenship, which he doesn't have? Why is it that another election worker is chiming in and go, oh, remember what they told us? That they can't vote in the presidential election, but they can vote in the gubernatorial race. This is why we never win races, by the way. It really is. There's an occasion where we'll lose an election. I mean, we're obviously probably not winning elections in NYC, but we would actually win New York. But it's the mass corruption, the mass absolute corruption. They're just a lot of, again, it's super sexy. It's dead people voting. It's not. It's mainly them just manufacturing ballots just like that. They're just manufacturing them. They print them out and they fill in names and nobody ever checks them. That's why they never want a forensic audit. That's why why would you challenge Trump going and getting Fulton County ballots from 2020 with Tulsi Gabbard at the helm at that time? Why would you care? Would you care? I mean, would you care? I wouldn't care. I mean, if you were if I was running an election, it would be integral. So I wouldn't care. Go get them. You want to go and waste federal resources? And gather up ballots from 2020. Go right ahead. Go gather them up. I'd be like, go right ahead. We'll prove that we won again. But why would they fight it all the time? Because of this stuff. And what happens is, and she said, I don't know if it'll be counted or not. It all gets counted. And unless it's challenged, it's not overturned. But here's the thing. Then they challenge it or we challenge it. And then they say we can't challenge it or we're lax standing or it's already been certified. So it's too late. That's what they always do. Every single time. That's why the greatness of Trump is actually addressing this stuff now. Now, it would have been way better if he started to address this on January 20th of 2025 and then didn't get us into a new war. And we didn't have Kash Patel as FBI director. If we had somebody who actually had courage, as our FBI director. A lot of the people that I wanted are gone now. They're doing other things. I like the assistant FBI director. Or the deputy FBI director, whatever you call him. Let me see. We'll do this one for a minute. Eric Doherty video. Holy crap. Former Fort Deposit, Alabama Mayor Jacqueline Boone has been arrested for mail-in ballot fraud. Play for him.
Been accused of abusing absentee ballots. Attorney General Steve Marshall says Jacqueline Boone and Stephen Thigpen have been arrested. Boone is the former mayor of Fort Deposit. Thigpen ran for city council. Both were declared winners in the August 2025 municipal election, but that election was thrown out over voting irregularities, and a special election was held in January 2026. Now, if convicted, each could face anywhere from a year and a day up to 10 years in prison.
All right, so there you go. Just over and over again. I don't know how many of these I want to do, but anyway, we'll do this one. Rumble video. Jesse R. Bennell. I'm trying to hit one state, one subject matter for each state. I could spend an hour on Michigan alone. Jesse R. Bennell on Trump, on Team Trump Senate hearing, December 16th, 2020. Fox News had a media blackout on all hearings before state legislators. There you go. So anyway, here's Nevada stats. Play for me.
Our next witness is Mr. Jesse Bennell. Did I get that right?
You did.
Wow. Mr. Bennell is an attorney for the Trump campaign and is lead counsel for the campaign in Nevada. He is currently...
Our hotline never stopped ringing. While the media and Democrats accused us of making it all up, our team began chasing down every lead. Our evidence came both from data scientists and from brave whistleblowers. Here's what we found. Over 42,000 people voted more than once. Our experts were able to make this determination by reviewing the list of actual voters and comparing it to other voters with the same name, address, and date of birth. This method was also able to catch people using different variations of their first name, such as William and Bill, and individuals who were registered both under a married name and a maiden name. At least 1,500 dead people are recorded as voting, as shown by comparing the list of male voters with the Social Security death records. More than 19,000 people voted even though they didn't live in Nevada. This does not include military voters or students. These voters were identified by comparing the list of voters with the U.S. Postal Service's National Change of Address database, among other sources. About 8,000 people voted from non-existent addresses. Here we cross-reference voters with the Coding Accuracy Support System, which allowed our experts to identify undeliverable addresses. Over 15,000 votes were cast from commercial or vacant addresses. Our experts found these voters by analyzing official U.S. Postal Service records that flag non-residential addresses and addresses vacant for more than 90 days. Incredibly, almost 4,000 non-citizens also voted, as determined by comparing official DMV records of non-citizens to the list of actual voters in the 2020 election. The list goes on. All in all, our experts identified 130,000 unique instances of voter fraud in Nevada. But the actual number is almost certainly higher. Our data scientists made these calculations.
Great video, you go on longer. But anyway, so just 130,000 confirmed voted illegally. 42,000 voted twice. That's 84,000 right there. 19,000 voted that don't even live in Nevada. Remember, Trump lost Nevada by a few thousand votes, too, in 2020. So absolute fraud. I'm just going to read this one. We're going to keep skipping around. Will, so just keep your finger on the trigger. Swing state Wisconsin voter rolls show, this is 2020, they have 7.14 million people registered to vote, but only 4 million adults live in the state. How do you have 7 million people registered to vote as Wisconsin voters, but only 4 million adults live in the state? A Democrat would respond, those count the kids. They can't be registered, moron. Right. All right, so skip Quantum Guard, skip the next one, skip Jen Ellis. I don't know if I'm going to do any more of this election stuff. I'm already bored with it. Skip the Bridget one. Let me see. Yeah, we already know about Somalis. Let me see here. Yeah, boring. Okay, I'll finish with this. This is good. Go to Adam Klasfeld, Will. We'll do Adam Klasfeld and Rumble right in a row. Bill Barr, both of them. You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, play 'em.
By fraud. And I haven't seen anything since the election that changes my mind on that, including the 2000 Mules movie.
Did you just hear the conversation about the laptop from hell?
Yes, I did.
When this was all going down in the fall, did you see what the left was doing with this disinformation campaign? Did you come out and say anything about that?
Absolutely. As soon as this letter came out from these so-called intelligence specialists, the DNI, John Radcliffe at the time, and the FBI, which worked for me, both came out and said this was not the result of disinformation, Russian disinformation. The media ignored that completely. Just kept on going with the disinformation line.
I mean, that's pretty egregious. I mean, would you say that there was a conspiracy between big tech, former intelligence officials, the media, the Democrats to, I don't know, let's just use the word rig an election?
Definitely, that definitely made an impact on the election.
Okay.
Suppressing that news. And it's not a question of whether it was criminal or not.
Right.
Just the facts alone were shameful. And most Americans would immediately see what was going on and how repulsive it was. And it would have had an effect. The issue of criminality is a different issue.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
Nobody ever asked him whether it was criminal or not. Bill Barr made a public statement that he did not, first of all, he said that he investigated whether or not there was mass voter fraud, and he never did. Not the Michigan investigation, none of it. Okay, he never did it, so he's a liar. Can't say he's a perjurer, but he's a liar. Probably a perjurer also. But anyway, so then he's laughing at the whole what was it called? The mules
2,000
video.
Mules.
2,000 Mules video. I never watched it, but anyway, and I can't stand Dinesh D'Souza anyway. But anyway, I like sometimes I like him, but not very often. But anyway. He laughs at that whole thing, which is basically video proof that that the Democrats cheated. Laughed at that, and then subsequently to laughing at it, he's on Jesse Waters saying, "Oh yeah, that was mass voter fraud." That's how. But now, of course, it's too late to do anything about it. Now it's completely too late to do anything about it. And remember, this all happened under his watch, or close to his watch, and where he could have made public statements about it and did absolutely nothing. This is a good video right here, Real Robert video. This is President Trump actually posted this very recently over the last couple of days. It has an older date on it, but maybe he didn't post it. I think in my mind he did. But anyway, I think maybe somebody just reposted it. But anyway, President Trump posted this about Dominion. Play for me.
If I'm remembering correctly, there were several states involved.
And which time period are you referring to?
This was 2020.
Before or after the election?
During the election.
In your examination of any of these Dominion systems, have you seen any indication of non-election personnel remotely accessing a Dominion system?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I too have reviewed a series of emails produced by Dominion, in which they're discussing remoting into Gwinnett County, Georgia.
You also mentioned Dominion remotely connecting to election systems, but you don't have any evidence that occurred in Georgia, correct?
There was one county. I've seen a lot of Dominion emails. I've had to translate Dominion emails from Serbian to English to verify the technical questions I was being asked about them, to verify that it was translated properly. So
it's your testimony that there is evidence of Dominion remotely accessing Georgia election equipment?
Yes, on the one county. It was included with stuff that I was researching and reading through, considering Colorado. Michigan was also involved, and there were other ones.
To your understanding, is Dominion able to remotely connect to these election systems?
Yes.
Are they able to do that without detection?
Yes.
And are you aware of any instances in which that has occurred?
Yes.
Can you identify those instances?
One would be the Denver, Colorado server was granted, or requested to grant Belgrade, only Belgrade. I did search. There is a Belgrade, Montana. Again, why would Montana need to connect into a Colorado file transfer server as part of the election system. And there are other components and things that were done in the background concerning the database and the configure of the database server that still do not have an engineering change order, because if somebody works in an operational environments for a lot of different things, what I will tell you is sometimes things break or you have a problem and you have to fix it. And you submit a change request, or in this case, an engineering change order that's retroactive, right? You want to go back and make sure that you record the process so that you have change management and integrity of the system. If you do not record changes, you lead yourself down a very...
But weren't we told year after freaking year after freaking year that you can't access them remotely, that they're not connected to the internet?
Yeah.
Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong. Everything that he said means that they're connected to the internet.
Yep.
Namely from Belgrade.
Yep.
So we're getting all sorts of foreign influence, going into our elections. I wonder why it is that Dominion canceled their lawsuit against Michael Lindell. I wonder why they're getting dumped all over the globe. I wonder why it is. I mean, but again, they're fully funded because they got $700 million from Fox News.
Yeah.
$700 million from Fox News, because Fox News put on people that just said what that man said. And Fox News paid them that, because really they're all the same company. It is that way. I don't have time to get into that, but that's Fox News. I can't remember it now, but basically Dominion is a major minority owner of Fox News. And so Fox News basically paid their own stockholders by giving $700 million to people who have their stock in Fox. This is the real world. This is how it really works. All right. Speaking of the real world, no more elections. Let's go on a run here. Matt Van Swell video breaking horrifying footage out of Baltimore shows 6 black teens beating the living blank out of an elderly 74-year-old white man. Imagine if the races were reversed. Play it for me. Just imagine. And I know you're a racist, Tom. I'm not a racist. Don't care at all about race. But just imagine. Do we have a black on white crime problem? Do we or do we not? Look at the statistical data out of the UCR. We absolutely do. And nobody cares about it. ABC and whatever it was, ABC and NBC, don't want to show the Trump press conference tonight, or the Trump address tonight. What it wasn't a press conference. They don't want to show that. Why aren't they showing this either? Because as usual, none of them preaching to the choir here, but it's really not that overly different on either side of the media. All right. Nobody tells the truth. You have MAGA media that lies about Trump in a good way, and you have the MAGA media, the anti-MAGA media that lies about Trump in the bad way. So they don't say the positive things that Trump does. They attack him and they accuse him of things that he doesn't do. And then you have the 11-gram MAGA party media like Benny Johnson, who don't address any truth also. This is the truth. The truth is we have a black on white crime problem in the United States, and we have a media problem that will not report on black on white crime, because they're so afraid, like Keir Starmer was afraid of being called anti-Muslim. So he allowed 250,000 girls, to be raped by low IQ inbred Pakistani Muslims. This is the problem. Nobody wants to deal with the truth. A lot of Christians are this way too. They don't want the Bible. They want their own version of Jesus. No, I mean, it's not how you're going to be judged. But that's how people are. Want the truth. Crave the truth. John 8:32, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Let's go to the next one. Aaron was talking about, this before the show, we're talking about China. Colin Rugg video. China is side by side there, and if you can, China is building replicas of U.S. warships, fighter jets, Navy bases, and Taiwanese presidential buildings deep in the Taklamakan Desert, according to the Telegraph. China is reportedly mounting mock warships on rail cars to simulate ships moving on the ocean, then hitting them with missiles. But thank goodness, Aaron, thank goodness, Will, that we're fighting in the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah.
Aren't you glad? Was Iran doing any of this? China nuclear? Yeah, Iran nuclear? No. So what in the world are we doing in Iran? Play it for me.
At first, it looks like any American warship at sea. Then you notice the sand. More than 1,000 miles from the nearest coastline, hundreds of miles from any major city, deep inside the western Chinese desert, what appears to be a full-scale mock-up of a U.S. Navy Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. Look at it side by side with the USS Fitzgerald. The resemblance is striking. Both are around 510 feet long. At the back, the helicopter flight deck, used to launch and recover naval helicopters. Next are the vertical launch systems, cells used to fire guided munitions like the Tomahawk cruise missile, heavily used in the conflict with Iran. This is the bridge and command area, where navigation, communications, and combat operations are controlled. At the front is the deck gun, used for surface targets, air threats, and shore bombardment. Together, the details suggest a carefully built, full-scale replica of one of America's main guided missile destroyers, workhorses of the U.S. Navy fleet, more than 70 sailing in oceans around the world. If conflict ever erupts over Taiwan, these destroyers would likely be among the first U.S. warships deployed. Han Su analyzes China's military for Taiwan's top defense research institute.
Why would China go through all the effort and expense to build this?
The Chinese try to prepare everything from A to Z.
The Chinese military has ballistic missiles that can attack from high angles and cruise missiles that can attack horizontally. So they're trying to combine both and enhance their anti-access and area denial capability.
He says they're trying to improve the accuracy of China's newest hypersonic anti-ship missiles displayed at Beijing's military parade last year. The 3D replica is covered with antennas designed to simulate the radar signature of an American warship, helping China detect, identify, and perhaps target the real thing. It's located in Xinjiang, the same area where the People's Liberation Army built 2D flat mock-ups of U.S. aircraft carriers and destroyers several years ago, even putting them on tracks, analysts say, to move at the speed of actual ships.
Have they ever built a 3D mock-up before?
It's first time. Open source intelligence analyst Joseph Wen first spotted the mock-up when it was still under construction about a month ago.
I do think this is quite surprising. The scale of the construction is really massive.
What message are they trying to send by building this?
The message that they are sending is China is always preparing for war.
Under leader Xi Jinping, China has poured billions into modernizing its military, from aircraft carriers and nuclear weapons to artificial intelligence. The PLA has also long trained using mock-ups of everything, from U.S. military assets to Taiwan's presidential office. On China's tightly controlled social media, censors are allowing comments like these. The U.S. military's premier escort warships, long regarded as a source of pride, have now become designated targets for Chinese missiles. They are nothing more than targets sitting in the desert, waiting to be hit. Will Ripley, CNN, Taipei.
So this is why you have the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and we actually teach them how to do gain-of-function research. I mean, imagine, does everybody get this? I don't even know how to put this in the words. I honestly don't. Because it's absolutely counterintuitive. This is our number one geopolitical threat. Now we're in a war with a country of 95 million. Instead of a war, instead of preparing for at least de-escalating China, causing them to think maybe we shouldn't mess with the United States, instead, we are actually in a war, and we're on again, reminding everybody, we've got about 1 million troops total. That doesn't mean ready to fight. We got 300,000 or 400,000 ready to fight. They have 1.4 billion people live there. Iran, 95 million. China's already nuclear. And we all know that if Gavin Newsom becomes president, they're going to take Taiwan. This is what this is all about, because Newsom won't do a thing about it. But anyway, China, we see their number one military threat, number one geopolitical threat, number one economic threat. So what do? We're going to Bill and Melinda Gates, tens of millions of dollars, Anthony Fauci, millions of dollars, the United States government, Ralph Baric, UNC, millions of dollars to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which owns the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Okay, all millions of dollars. And we are going to do combined bioweapons research with them at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I mean, again, this would be very akin to we joining up with the Nazis in World War II, and coming up with atomic energy together, atomic weapons together. Tom, that's totally counterintuitive. Why would you go to your enemy and create weapons together? Why would you go to your enemy and teach them how to do gain-of-function research, which Ralph Baric did with the Bat Lady in Wuhan, and then taught her how to hide it? Why are these people not in prison? Because this is what we do. And here's one little other side note. So everybody can call me anti-Semitic again. Who is it that gives all of our secrets and sells all of our military secrets to China? Oh, the very, very country that Section 219 of the NDAA now guarantees that we're going to merge with militarily. That would be Israel. That's who sells our, that, by the way, is a proven fact. I can't say it's a proven fact, but it's definitely in the public ether, and it's stated by politicians and intel people that Israel sells our secrets to China. Yeah. So basically it's fact. So now we're going to merge our militaries with them. We already taught them how to build bioweapons at the Wuhan Institute of Virology at the tutelage of Anthony Fauci and Ralph Baric and numerous others. We've already done that. Peter Daszak, Eco Health Alliance. Oh, it's for your health. No, they're going and they're getting paid to merge with, to collaborate with our number one military foe on the planet. It ain't Russia. Do you realize the very freaking size of the Chinese military with hypersonic weapons? You know what does hypersonic means? Undetectable. We can't even detect them. And allegedly, I played the hearing on the podcast probably a year and a half ago, where our own whoever was Secretary of the Navy or one of the secretaries of the military was testifying in front of Congress saying we are behind China in hypersonic technology. And every single war game, our military, our Navy versus their Navy, we lose. Number one, they're way bigger. Yeah. But don't worry, we're preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon that they don't have, while we ignore the threat from people who actually already have weapons. All right, let's make fun of Democrats for a couple minutes. Gina Milan tweet. New York Times, Lorenzo Salgado, this is the new Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was just chasing the American dream before ICE shot him. Reality, he had 3 bags of meth found inside his van right prior to the shooting while he was chasing the American dream. You actually go to the next one for me, Wolf. Did I give you that pic? Is the pic of that? Or did I not include it? I didn't give you that. All right. Got to show you this one. Red Wave press video. Hypocrite, far-left Michigan U.S. Senate candidate Abdul, of course, El Sayed, who sounds like somebody on the terrorist watch list, who frequently attacks the ultra-wealthy, is under fire after releasing his tax records, showing he made $686,000 last year, more than 9 times the state median income. Play for me.
Hopeful Abdul El Sayed releasing his tax records as he faces criticism of supposed champagne socialism. The Democrat candidate brought in more than $686,000 in household income last year, roughly 9 times more than the state median in 2024. The move comes amid a transparency fight between El Sayed and his opponent, Democrat Congresswoman Haley Stevens, who has embraced a more moderate approach ahead of the August 4th primary. Those are your headlines. Back over to you.
I love all these guys attacking the rich. As we see Ro Khanna all the time. Ro Khanna's always attacking the rich. He's worth $300 million, of which $270 million of that was made since he's been in Congress. He walked in with his wife's $30 million, but don't worry, it's a blind trust. Yeah. Blind trust. But I mean, all of his very suspicious investments are over the areas of the economy that he regulates. Very weird, isn't it? But anyway, about Abdul al-Sayed from the Washington Free Beacon. Al-Sayed had been photographed on the campaign trail wearing an array of luxury watches worth thousands of dollars. Al-Sayed appeared to wear a Princiere Omega, a Speedmaster moon phase chronograph worth $10,000. In a June campaign video, in a June campaign video, and he donned a Glassoff SAR rescue timer, a German nautical watch worth $2,000 while getting ice cream in Grand Haven. This is the advocate for the poor. The man who made it just under $700,000 last year, but somehow or another hates millionaires. Speaking of bourgeois left, Wall Street Apes video, Pennsylvania lawmakers, get this now, spent $2 million on food for themselves in the last 2.5 years. Play it for me.
We all love food, but Pennsylvania lawmakers spent $2 million on food over 2.5 years. But one senator's lunch habits stood out. Senator Vince Hughes from Philadelphia spent almost $80,000 on catered Tuesday lunches for his staff and colleagues. We're talking coconut chicken tenders with mango apricot sauce, baked salmon, boneless pork chops, and assorted cheesecakes. These lunches cost $39 per person and fed anywhere between 25 and 80 people every Tuesday the Senate was in session. On at least 7 of these days, Hughes also got reimbursed through per diems for meals, which Senate policy prohibits. But here's the thing, there's no actual limit on food spending at the Capitol, as long as it serves a legislative purpose, however you want to interpret that. When I tried to attend one of these lunches to see what legislative purpose they served, Senator Hughes said no. But I did watch who showed up on June 9th of this year when one of these lunches took place. And some lawmakers and staff walked in, grabbed a plate, and headed straight back to their office within minutes. Experts say lawmakers should be more careful with their food spending because Pennsylvania has the largest full-time legislature in the country, so cost that up fast. Want to learn more? Find my investigation at PennLive.com.
This is how it is everywhere. Just so you know, just everywhere. It's like this, especially in Washington, D.C. That's the way that it is. You eat cake and they eat coconut shrimp, and salmon, and T-bones, and ribeyes, and everything else, all of which you pay for. All right, we should have Red Wave Press next. That should be next. Red Wave Press, unbelievable Minnesota governor. There you go. Now, I want you to understand, when you hear Tim Walz talking here, I just had to throw this in here. I've tried to throw it in last couple podcasts, last couple weeks about this whole story, but I never got to it. But Tim can't keep his mouth shut. So this is great. Red Wave Press, unbelievable. Now, okay, this is what I want to say. Remember, what he's talking about here is this man, side by side if you can, Aaron, this man right here repeatedly, for years, raped a 10-year-old girl. Over and over and over and over again. Tim Walz pardoned him, which enabled him to escape being deported. This is what Tim Walz is talking about. This is who Tim Walz is talking about in this video. Play it for me.
Did that make us any safer? Did that make the children that are left behind any more stable? Did it improve the idea that we can't all be judged by our worst day?
The Laotian national was convicted of repeatedly assaulting the victim starting when she was just 10 years old, justifying his actions to authorities at the time as a, quote, cultural thing, even claiming the victim was as much at fault as he was.
That just shows you what a Democrat is. I mean, what they are, not who they are, what that Democrat is. So Tim Walz says, on your worst day, we shouldn't be judged by our worst day. If you repeatedly raped a girl starting at the age of 10, that's how you're going to be judged. I'm not talking about your eternal judgment. I'm talking about right here on earth because you can ask for forgiveness. But I'm saying that's it. And what happened? Laotian refugee pled guilty to first-degree criminal sexual assault of a minor. Convicted in 2006 of repeated sexual abuse of a minor. Minnesota Board of Pardons, including Governor Tim Walz, granted a pardon on June 10th. Why? Because that was his worst day? Listen, it's over. You're gonna repeatedly rape a 10-year-old? Year after year after year, it's over. You're going to spend the rest of your life in not in federal prison, but in state prison. But and he's like, what purpose does it serve to judge somebody based on their worst day? Their worst day? You're talking about the worst years? What about the girl, Tim? That shows you who Democrats actually are, these advocates for women. All right, 10:18. That's good. Brief little show. But anyway, I think we got most of the main news parts, news of the day covered, so that's a good thing. We got any rants, Aaron?
Yeah, we got 3.
All right, 3 rants. Let's hit it.
Free Lumbee donated $10. Listening to TLP has spoiled me. Now I have even less tolerance for BS.
Yeah, that's the way it is. I mean, the truth is the truth. And no matter what, be somebody, which I know Free Lumbee is, be somebody who is good with the truth being spoken. There's never a reason to hide it. You should know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. John 8:32. Go to the next one.
Jules21Rs donated $10. Blah, blah,
The matriarch.
blah. Bring on Pastor Tom for FAAAECETs.
For the facts. Yeah, I agree. I mean, of that, I mean, I don't mind that Trump did the address. It's a good thing. Okay. I like it. I like that he's addressing election fraud. He has the courage to do that. That is the greatness of Trump. But that all could have been covered in about 12 minutes, if that, because there were no specifics. So I agree that Nate Dad one just popped up too for a $20 rant. I don't know if it's too late to get him on.
No, we'll get him on.
All right, go to the next one.
Conservative Warrior 65 donated $5. The same machine is still there, has not been going apart.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about establishment DC, you're talking about the election system, the election fraud. Totally true. Some of it's getting exposed. Some lawsuits from like Tom Fitton and Judicial Watch have gotten voter rolls cleaned up, but it's still, we're not going to win, or we can't win a blue state. They're not actually blue. Hardly any of them are actually blue. I would say Massachusetts is blue, Delaware's blue, but a lot of them are not actually blue. But we can't win because of the mass fraud. All right, go to the next one.
Nated Dad 1
Nate Dad
donated $20. Hi, guys.
Hey, Nate Dad, love you, man. Thank you so much for the rant. Skunk71 just popped on too.
Yep. Skunk71 donated $5.
Oh, man, I'm so glad you
See
said that.
everyone tomorrow night Bible study and Sunday
Oh, man,
church.
Skunk71, thank you so much. I completely forgot about it. Absolutely forgot about it. Yeah, tomorrow night, TikTok and Instagram only live Bible study. No politics, all Bible study, not weak Bible study. Again, John 8:32, ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Real Bible study, real. All the promises of God. God wants you well. God wants you wealthy. God wants you to win, but also hellfire and brimstone, and that you must repent to be saved. There you go. All right, I love you guys. Stick around for the post game. If I don't see you tomorrow night, I'll see you at Foundation Church. Sunday morning, 10 a.m., either live or in person. If you can be here in person, be here in person. I'd love to meet you at the door. I will probably know your name from the rant if I meet you out there. Usually I do. Sometimes I don't, but I usually do. So if I don't see you tomorrow night, see you Sunday morning. If I don't see any of those, back here Tuesday night, 9 o'clock. As always, I love you guys. You're the best chat in the world, best audience in the world. 313 people watching right now. Stick around for the post game. I love you guys. God bless you.
Hi, how are we doing today? I'm from the Office for Fairness and Equity. My name is Brenda Gifford, though a lot of people call me Toe Cutter.
Toe cutter?
You cut off one person's toes and suddenly that's your thing. You know how it is. Anyway, it's my job to facilitate the fair distribution of wealth, and I can't help but notice this tanker full of precious gasoline you have.
Scraptown refined this themselves.
And that's great, but they can't just hoard this wealth. We want to get it to those who need it most.
You're just gonna take it for yourselves.
Well, obviously, my office will need to get the supplies first. The people doing the redistributing need gas, or we wouldn't be able to go out and redistribute. That's just common sense. But after we've had our fill, we'll give what's left to the most needy or those with the highest social credit score.
You people ruined this world!
No, that was the capitalists. As soon as we started redistributing wealth, they stopped making it. Just goes to show you, they never should have been trusted in the first place. So now we just need everyone left to cooperate as we make our way through this rough patch to a more equitable future.
I'm not handing this over.
Do you have a permit for that sawed-off shotgun?
Yes.
That was a trick question. We don't give out permits for weapons. It really helps with the redistributing when we're the only ones armed. Anyway, if you're triggered by violent situations, I'd recommend you stop this truck and get as far away from here as possible.
Hey, Bear! Hey, Bear! Hey, Bear! He's moving right now! Damn it! Oh, my God! Bear, get off my golf clubs, please. Please. Oh, he's ripping my bag. Bear! Bear! Hey, Bear! Hey, no. No, stop! Oh, my God! He's gonna... Oh, shit! Bear, come on! Oh my God. Oh God. Oh no. Oh no. Get back. Here. There, get back here. Hey. There. Those are my clubs, man. Give me my clubs back, Bear. Oh, you're just thinking the goddamn mess. Oh, Bear. Oh, come on. Oh. There. There.
Naismoodissa, vaikka syntyperäisin olenkin mies. Ja sieltä on niin kuin 9 vuotta aikaa, eli siihen 9 vuoteen sisältyy aika paljon. Eli kun lähdetään ihan nollasta, niin ihan jo sitä, että pysyy pystyssä 2 jalalla, pysyy pystyssä 1 jalalla ja sen jälkeen rupeaa niin kuin uskaltamaan tehdä jotakin siellä jäällä. Ja sitten alkaa pikkuhiljaa kisaamaan ja esiintymään näytöksissä ja niin edelleen. Että sanotaan, että aika kivaa uraa.
If childcare is cut, I'm unable to work or go to school. I understand fraud is bad.
I'd rather die than withdraw. If they're gonna kill me, they're gonna kill me.
So you'd still like to serve on the Supreme Court?
I'd rather die than withdraw from the process. Not for the purpose of serving on the Supreme Court, but for the purpose of not being driven out of this process. I would not be scared. I don't like bullies. I've never run from bullies. I never cry uncle, and I'm not going to cry uncle today, whether I want to be on the Supreme Court or not.
So I thought I would just share a little bit about how the threats have affected me and my family personally. They have required me to, my children, to think about and see things that children should not have to see or think about. One example is when threats to my life were particularly intense a few years ago around the time of the Dobbs leak. My security detail sent me home with a bulletproof vest, and I carried it into my house, put it into my bedroom, dropped it down on a table, turned around, and my 12-year-old son was standing in the doorway of my bedroom, and he wanted to know what it was and why I had it, and I didn't know how to respond because maybe I lack imagination, but I didn't expect that performing this service was going to put me in the position of explaining to my children what a bulletproof vest was and why I had to wear one.
So, like Secretary Hobbs, I'm going to continue telling the truth, and they have found that our election was secure. There was no widespread fraud.
The Presidential Citizens Medal recipients, Jocelyn Benson.
More people voted than ever before in our state's history, which is something we should be celebrating and replicating, not trying to dismantle.
Secretary, you're shaking your head. Do you want to respond to that, Secretary Hobbs, before I move on?
Oh, I was just agreeing with Secretary Benson.
Ms. Hobbs, with the majority of Arizonans saying it was likely that intentional failures on election day, the election that you ran, caused disenfranchisement of Republican voters, and there's ongoing lawsuits.
Next question.
No, answer my question. Rule in Arizona.
Address your conspiracy theory, Jordan.
Conspiracy theory.
It was what we knew it to be, which was a lie. A lie so outrageous, no reasonable person could possibly believe it. But unfortunately, who did believe it? 366 people that have been charged with insurrection for storming the Capitol.
Hi, I'm Chris Wray, Director of the FBI. We're not going to tolerate criminal activity that threatens the sanctity of your vote or undermines public confidence in the outcome of the election.
I know the work that the intelligence community has done, that the FBI has done, that my team has done. And if I can reinforce or confirm for one person that the vote was secure, the election was secure, then I feel like I've done my job. And just look at what happened in Georgia. Georgia has machines that tabulate the vote. They then held a hand recount, and the outcome was consistent.
Ruby Freeman.
I want everybody to look at Secretary Benson in Michigan, Secretary Hobbs in Arizona. They're defending democracy. They're doing their jobs. Look at Secretary Raffensperger in Georgia, lifelong Republican. There's some real heroes out there. There's some real patriots. I did it right. We did it right.
They know now that we're onto them. This wasn't an isolated incident. This was statewide, and it was hidden by Attorney General Nessel. It was hidden by Jocelyn Benson. It was hidden by Gretchen Whitmer.
Who were preparing to kidnap and possibly kill me.
They must have known that this was widespread, and we're not going to stop. We're going to continue. We have some other bombshells to release that we're, holding in our back pocket right now.
Podcast is all about. We talk about a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it.
Team with the campaign plan for the global war on terrorism. He authored the first theater nuclear war plan and served as the vice commander of America's largest airborne intelligence wing. Colonel Rob Maness is a true American hero. This is Rob Maness Live.
Standing behind me very strongly, I want to pay my respects to Lindsey, who was our friend. He was a friend of all of us. He was a great guy. He was a great politician, actually. And it's hard to believe he's gone. Spoke to me just before he passed away, just to say hello. He got back. He felt fine. He was a little tired. And then this whole thing happened. And it's, boy, it's tough. So the flags are at half-mast until Saturday evening, which is an extended period of time, generally speaking, but I think he deserves it. And he's a fantastic person. He was a fantastic man. He was actually a great politician. He got along with almost everybody. And when he didn't get along, they knew it. He was tough, but he was a good man. He was very much in favor of the Save America Act. He called me about that. We were talking about that and some other things, but he just felt tired. But he felt fine, and then this horrible thing happened just a short time afterwards. So it was terrible. I just want to pay our respects.
I made a show. It's Training Tuesday, and we're live on Worldview Tube and our X Spaces simulcast. Well, life is unpredictable, folks. In a flash, South Carolina and America has lost its senior United States senator from that state. Lindsey Graham passed away suddenly in the entire state, and really the whole country is reeling from the news. Our thoughts and prayers go out to Senator Graham's family and his staff and every South Carolinian who counted on him for more than 2 decades. Mr. Graham was a veteran, a retired colonel who brought that same sense of duty to the Senate. He fought hard on national security and foreign policy, and whether you agreed with him on every issue or not, you knew where he was standing. And as the president just said, this is a big loss. We're going to spend today unpacking exactly what this means. Our guest will walk us through what some are already calling the new 40-day senator and how the seat will be filled eventually with an election. And we'll hear directly from South Carolina's Congresswoman Nancy Mason, a clip later in the show on Mr. Graham's passing and his legacy. And finally, we'll discuss something that Will Cain highlighted yesterday, and that is that Senator Graham was one of the few politicians who didn't get rich off his office. He left public service the same way he came in. To help us break all this down from a strong conservative perspective, I'm joined live right now by South Carolina native and Republican political expert, Chad Caton, the National Field Director for the Conservative Caucus. Chad, welcome back to the show.
Thank you, Colonel. It's good to be here.
Yeah, I wanted to get your take. Look, I was not necessarily a fan of Senator Graham all the time.
That makes two of us.
We disagreed. Matter of fact, I came across a clip from 2019 with me yelling at him from years ago when we first started this show about the FISA court law and those kind of things. He was on the Judiciary Committee. But you can't say he didn't love this country. It didn't work very hard for it, can you?
Well, I have to put a caveat out there too, because Lindsay and I have been fierce political enemies, if you will, and we've gone after each other. You know, him more as a sitting senior senator, he would do it with his team, or you know, within the state, and you know how politics is, especially in South Carolina. It's a blood sport, and
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been attacked online because I have talked so much about Lindsay and how I felt that he needed to be removed from office in comparison to what's going on with the MAGA movement and where we're heading with this party. That being said, you know, I'm being attacked because I said I wish all the best, and that's what differentiates us from the left, right? You know, I'm told every day that somebody's going to kill me in Antifa or something else, but we don't do that. And a man lost his life. He had an aortic dissection, which is terrible. And we need to show that empathy. And I am showing that empathy and respect for the senator, but I also have to be honest about my I vehemently disagreed with him on quite a few things, and his stature and stance as a very powerful senator. So that being said, South Carolina is in chaos right now. That's for sure.
Yeah. You know, let's talk about that issue of seeing the difference between its politics versus right now. I mean, the man lost his life out of the blue. It's a big loss for the country and for your state, simply because of that. For one reason, because he was a very powerful senator. I mean, he didn't have a leadership position, but he really wielded a lot more power than a lot of the people in formal leadership positions in the Senate. And he brought a lot of stuff home to South Carolina that you wouldn't otherwise have with a junior senator or somebody less powerful, didn't he?
He did, and there's some good caveats here in Horry County, you know, the Myrtle Beach area. He took the old Air Force Base, which you're familiar with, and that runway, and he actually went and got federal money so that we can extend that runway and make it a more viable international airport, which it's grown exponentially. And there's always good things that elected people can do. And here's the way I always explain Lindsay. Lindsay may not have been in leadership, but in the great land of Oz, he was definitely behind the curtain pulling the handles.
Oh, absolutely. And you don't have a problem with being respectful during this time of his record, even though, like me, you and I both disagreed with him really vehemently on a lot of things. Sure. Me specifically on Ukraine, the FISA Act, and that kind of stuff. But I don't have a problem with being respectful to him or respectful to his service. I mean, he was an Air Force JAG officer, colonel.
National Guard.
Had a little bit, a few more months total service than I did, about 33 years, I think.
Well, yours was active. His was National Guard.
Yeah, but he did volunteer to go to Afghanistan.
He sure did.
While he was wearing the uniform, not as a senator, but in uniform, to do part of the mission over there. I mean, you gotta give him that. I give him that. I mean,
I give him that. But as most military, I think it's important for somebody that did as long as you did, moving your family all over the planet and everything. I think that we need to call balls and strikes. Yes, he was a 33-year Air Force officer in JAG. And I appreciate that service, but I think it's also important, especially to respect to someone like yourself that did this as a career, comparative to 1 week in a month and 2 weeks out of the year. I have nothing wrong with what his service entailed, but as a serviceman, I think it's important that delineation is made.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Just like I think it's important people know that he volunteered to go to Afghanistan. I mean, that was not a no risk endeavor. Let's put it that way.
It was a low risk for a JAG officer, but yes, it's a no risk. I appreciate what he's done. I've tried to call balls and strikes again, you know, and I'm not being disparaging to the senator, I'm putting facts out, and those facts are where I'd like to live, and in respect to what he's done for our country. Again, vehemently, I had major battles with this guy, and it got very personal to the point where I was had investigations on me. So all of that being said, and I'm putting it to the side, but I'm not going to not recognize the powerful political operative that he was. And I think that we have to be honest within that. For some people, his ability was a benefit. To others, it was a hindrance, like myself. But nonetheless, we lost our senator. We lost a very powerful senator, and we have a feckless senator in Tim Scott. And I'm praying that we're going to be able to put a good one in. And the biggest thing people don't realize is Lindsey Graham ran South Carolina. It was not the governor. It was not the lieutenant governor. It wasn't the speaker. Lindsey Graham decided what happened in this state 1,000%. He was the kingmaker. And you know, with his sad passing, we have to recognize the opportunity for, and you're seeing it now with people coming out for this race. We don't have a lot of time, and we're going to have to recognize the opportunity we have. And I haven't slept much, and you know that. We're trying to get the right candidates and the right people in the right position so that we can move forward with Donald Trump's agenda and to codify a lot of what Donald Trump has tried to do.
Yeah. Before we jump into the who's and the wins and all that stuff, from a legacy perspective, both inside South Carolina and nationally, what do you think? What do you think Graham's legacy is going to look like historically now that he's gone from the scene?
I think Lindsey Graham is going to have highways named after him. I think you have to remember, there's only been two men in that seat since 1954, and that's Strom Thurmond and Lindsey Graham. So I believe there will probably be a statue somewhere in South Carolina on his behalf. I believe that he will be remembered as the statesman he was. And people have to understand, statesmen are just that. They're very good at politics. And that's why you saw, sad people running against him for years because of his power. That's being a good politician. I mean, call a spade a spade. And I think that he did do good things. He brought Boeing to South Carolina, brought a bunch of jobs. He brought Mercedes. He was a big part of that. There were some other things that he tried to bring to the state that ended up costing us a bunch of money. But, overall, I think his legacy and something that I can really get behind is he legitimately worked for veterans. He had an entire office in his Senate offices that their job was to look into issues that veterans were having with the VA. And I do know a lot of people that Lindsey Graham helped and his office helped. And that was something that was near and dear to Lindsey. And I give him all the respect in the world. Even myself, having wrote my senator based off of some VA issues that I was having, and his office was there for it. So all of those things considered, I think his VA or his backing of veterans in the military, even in appropriations, right? He made sure that we had the money and budget to build the strongest military we have under Donald Trump. All of that being said, within budget and then his judiciary, he's made sure we put some good well, not all of them, but we have some pretty decent senior Supreme Court justices and federal government.
He supported the effort wholeheartedly, on the judges, getting them nominated. I mean,
sure did.
Kavanaugh, I don't think Kavanaugh would have gotten confirmed had it not been for Senator Graham. So,
and that will go down in law. They'll see that. They'll be playing that in law offices about watching Lindsey Graham, which in most lawyers who are usually sharks have no emotion whatsoever. You saw the emotion of Lindsey Graham, whether it was fake or not, to get his point across in that committee hearing. And he did a solid for Judge Kavanaugh, who has been a pretty good judge for us. And it showed his power. Like you said, he's not in leadership, but it showed his power because he spanked every one of the Democrats that day to the point where they had to take a knee, and Kavanaugh became a Supreme Court justice.
Absolutely. We got to take a commercial break. We'll be right back with Chad Caton. We're talking about the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham and everything that comes along with that. We'll be right back.
Take a look at the water you just poured. It looks clean. It tastes fine. But what's really in it? Lead, fluoride, arsenic, chlorine, pesticides, PFAS forever chemicals, pharmaceutical residues, and bacteria. Every single day, these toxins flow straight from your tap into your glass, into your family. It's time for Sentry H2O from Worldview Water. Sentry H2O is the ultimate water treatment technology, designed to remove harmful toxins, balance your water's pH, and enrich it with essential minerals like calcium and magnesium, the way nature intended. From commercial-scale systems to whole house filtration to crisp, delicious drinking water right at your kitchen sink and shower, Sentry H2O delivers cleaner, healthier water everywhere you need it. No plumber, no tools, no plumbing knowledge required. Perfect for homes, apartments, rentals, RVs, refrigerators, and more. Because everyone deserves access to clean, healthy water. Visit worldviewwater.net. That's worldviewwater.net.
I want to thank the governor for selecting me to serve the remainder of Lindsay's term. It is such an honor. Lindsay has always been there for me, and now I will be there for him. My brother was the most amazing person, outstanding leader, and just a genuinely good man. He was kind and considerate and loved by his family dearly. As I think everyone would agree, Lindsay worked harder than anyone. He worked nonstop to make our state, country, and world better. He loved his family and loved serving this state and our country. He dedicated his life to our country. It is such a privilege to get to finish some of his important work, and I promise to work hard over the next several months to support the President and carry forward the efforts of my brother on behalf of the citizens of South Carolina and the United States. I know Lindsay thought the world of his staff and colleagues, and with their support, I feel confident. I think this is what Lindsay would have wanted, and I plan to honor him in this way. Now to Lindsay, I miss you more than I can even put into words, but I'm going to do this. I got it. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show on Worldview Tube. And my guest today is Chad Caton, who is a South Carolina Republican who has been involved in Republican politics in the state for decades now. I don't want to age him too much, but it has been decades. And I consider him an expert in this area. Chad, this has left a vacuum of not only the position itself, but a vacuum in the state. As you mentioned, he ran the state. So you've got a leadership vacuum plus the Senate seat vacuum. Your thoughts on that was his sister, Darlene Graham Nordone, who's been named by the governor, had been appointed by the governor to take his seat. Your thoughts on that development first, I guess.
Well, the people that are the anti-establishment folks, the real MAGA folks here in South Carolina, could not thank the president for posting about that, making it very complicated for the governor to go another way. For instance, to give the leg up to his lieutenant governor, who just lost the governor's race to our AG. So there was a lot of, I was super worried about. I mean, literally at 2 o'clock in the morning, my phone was blowing up. I was on the phone and I was talking to possible candidates that were calling me. I was calling them. We're trying to figure out how this was going to work out. I talked to Governor McMaster's office. I mean, everybody was up at 3 o'clock in the morning throughout the rest of the day in South Carolina that are players or advocates in politics here in South Carolina. So I think that this, whether it was, it's said that, well, let's put it this way. The way that the president posted about putting Lindsay's sister up made it sound like this was his idea. And I'm going with that because essentially he took that pick out of the hand of the establishment and gave us a real shot at the primary.
Yeah. I've seen some criticism of that, though.
Oh, my God.
From all over the spectrum, by the way, left and right, about, well, Senate seats shouldn't be to pay tribute to anybody, et cetera. I guess the president made a comment about, well, we're going to honor Lindsay by doing this. But really, it's a smart political move, isn't it? I mean, it's
yeah,
really
and
smart.
thank you for giving me an opportunity, because I've been losing my mind all over Twitter. There's so many huge accounts that I consider political accounts that have a tendency to understand what's going on. But this is extreme nuance, right? This is a special situation. Everybody keeps putting up some other senator's wife is now a huge rhino and a pain, and she won't leave the office and all that. But there's so much difference, and one of those are time concept of our primary or our general election. And we've already, it's already been established that she has no interest in running in this primary. So essentially and I'm going to leave it with Trump until I hear differently, because I have a really hard time believing with this opportunity and the way South Carolina was ran that a establishment governor would be like, let's leave it open to the primaries and see what happens. That's not it at all. This was absolutely a Donald Trump play, because there was 2 or 3 people he could have put in that Senate seat, himself being one of them, and they would have won handedly because of the incumbent tag put on them. People don't realize that being the incumbent and watching him on Fox News, being the senator that took over, that was appointed for Lindsey, gives all of this new pomp and circumstance to this particular person for an appointment. And what I loved about this is essentially Trump said, why don't we give Lindsey's sister a good 100 some odd days to clean out an office that Lindsey lived in for essentially 30 years, so or more. And that's the way I look at it. I appreciate the pomp and circumstance. We're looking at anywhere from 40 to 60 session days. The way that Thune's been going, it might be 30 because he keeps giving extra time. And let's be honest, what's really happening in our U.S. Senate? Thune isn't putting anything on the floor. They're not getting any votes. So, I mean, I don't understand the angst of the concept of nepotism when the nepotism actually is not there. The nepotism of a short, and this is a nice thing to give to his sister that Lindsey had to adopt based off of the death of his mother and father within 15 months of each other, and she's going to have that nomenclature of being a senator along with her brother. And people are like, well, that's not what we're supposed to have. I appreciate that, and we should put good people up. But if it would have went the other way, I assure you, you have not got the MAGA Republican that we have the opportunity to put there now.
Yeah, why do you know that we have that opportunity to fill that gap with a MAGA public?
Well, I know that I'm a big numbers guy. You know that. Not very good at math, but I can see which one's bigger, right? And at the end of the day, I know that 60 to 70% with an incumbent I after their name in South Carolina in a midterm is pretty much a 60, 70% chance of winning. And we, even without a name recognition, because they're going to be listed first as incumbent. And the sad part about that is that it is a huge leg up. You're going to get all the, again, pomp and circumstance of taking this seat from because Lindsey Graham had died, and the news is covering it. They're going to cover who it is. They're going to get plenty of speeches and interviews. That's not fair to a 30-day, basically, primary that we're looking at for the vote to happen August 11th. So by saying she's gonna keep the seat warm and clean out Lindsey's office, excuse me, then there's an opportunity there for the primary to be wide open. Now, there can come the endorsements. We all know that Trump's endorsement is a powerful one, especially in South Carolina. But now it gives Trump the opportunity to actually get somebody that, and I pray to God, and trust me, we're working everywhere we can, because there's some people he endorses. And if I had any issue with Trump, it's his endorsements that I think Trump learned at the RNC when Drew McKissick, the South Carolina GOP, showed his rear end in that. And upset the Trump administration. I think that what Trump did by doing this is he took the power out of the cabal. He took it out of the Dixie Democrat Republicans that are running the state, and he said, we're going to make it wide open. And I pray, and I'm working diligently to make sure that the president understands who's actually MAGA and who's not.
Yeah, what is the potential slate of potential candidates look like right now? How's it shaping up?
Well, you use the right. I'm sorry, Colonel. But you use the right word when you opened your show. There's a vacuum, and when everything is being sucked out that window right now, and there's a whole bunch of people from people that have zero chance but think that this is an opportunity and they don't have to worry about the machine that will come after you and Lindsey Graham. Plus, you also have to understand Lindsey Graham controlled the money in South Carolina when it came to politics. So a lot of people would run against Lindsey with $5 million against his $175 million. You know, he controlled that with Boeing and Mercedes and these other organizations that came in there in these PACs. So with that vacuum, I mean, literally, you could not have used a better word. Like, this is like an airplane losing its window. Everybody's running to that window, trying to plug it up and be the new king. And we're looking at Pam Yvette, I think, is our lieutenant governor who just got spanked in the runoff by our attorney general. Trump kind of did her dirty. He originally had endorsed her for the governor's race. And then when it came to the runoff between her and the AG, he also endorsed Alan Wilson, the AG, which, you know, he said, I like them both, so I'm just going to endorse them both. And that really did dirty. This would be a great way for Trump to make that right. I hope that's not the case, because she lost because she's an abject failure. You also have Mark Lynch, who was second place to Lindsey in the runoff. But I mean, he got spanked by Lindsey then. So I have a hard time believing that everybody's going to be like, this is a good idea now. I really don't think he has much of an opportunity. I think Nancy Mace is real. I think that it's there, and there's a lot of people that have issue with her and in South Carolina because she's pretty hard, but the good table flipper has never hurt. And then you've got the outside person that nobody's really talking about, but is being talked about, is Andre Bauer, the man that was the lieutenant governor for South Carolina, a huge friend of Trump's, and was actually running against Lindsey until he dropped out of the race. And then Trump subsequently named him as the ambassador to Belize. He's been waiting for confirmation. Again, Thune doesn't do anything. So, you know, there's people sitting in the wings here where, you know, if you ask somebody to drop from a race because you think that they actually might beat Lindsey and you need Lindsey for this particular time in your presidency, I would see, to me, he checks all the boxes. He's young. He has baggage, but his baggage was based on him being single and a lieutenant governor. Think about that in their dating world. That would probably be pretty interesting. And people want to turn that into something ugly based on the evangelicals here in South Carolina when they vote at 14%. So frankly, I don't care what they think. So, you know, when it comes down to it, the only one that really checks all the boxes and where we want to go moving forward and being about as MAGA as you can be and ready to go on the Senate floor and having the political wherewithal to do the job is Andre Bauer. Nobody's talking about him though, but that's again in those nuances. So we're going to see how this popularity contest works out. But I will say this, it could be Trey Gowdy. Trey Gowdy's getting a whole bunch of push from Tim Scott. I don't see that happening. I think the president recognizes that because Trey has not been very friendly. You've got Mark Sanford. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Benghazi.
Yeah, Benghazi. You've got Mark Sanford that's raising his ugly head again. And Nikki Haley, which is just hilarious to me, but because she couldn't be more of a disliked in South Carolina. But I think there could be up to 30 people on this ballot, frankly, in August. But I think ultimately, and I think that's the play that Trump did by Trump saying, hey, why don't you make his sister the senator? Because now it's given him time to work through who he wants to make the next senator of South Carolina. And when Donald Trump puts that endorsement on whoever, that will be the next senator of South Carolina. I hope it's not the Pam Yvette thing. I really, really don't. I really, really hope that's not the case. But I would lean towards Pam Yvette.
Okay. Well, we're going to take another break. When we come back, we'll hear from Nancy Mace, the congresswoman from South Carolina, whose name you just heard a few moments ago. We'll be right back.
3 years ago, the United States was stunned by an announcement from war-torn Korea. U.S. Army Private David Hawkins and 20 other prisoners of the communists had become turncoats. They had renounced their own country and disappeared behind Red China's bamboo curtain.
What had you heard? Well, only what our Chinese captors had told us, how great they were working toward socialism, and the great stride that they were taking, bettering the life of the Chinese people who for so many thousands of years had lived a life of oppression under various governments.
Whether you liked him or not, when he walked into that room, he was ready to fight. The gloves were off, and he loved America, and he loved South Carolina. Now, we didn't always agree, but he had my back when I needed it, and I've had his. I watched him in that spirit of the fight when Justice Kavanaugh was getting confirmed by the Senate. He walked into that room and defended Kavanaugh when he was under an ambush. And that's a fire and fighting spirit that is well known in Lindsey Graham. That'll be his lore, his legacy for an eternity. But I don't think he's replaceable.
I don't think he's replaceable. That's Nancy Mace. And my guest today is Chad Caton from South Carolina. He's also the national field director for the Conservative Caucus, very powerful nationwide organization. Chad, you mentioned that she's hard. What does that mean exactly?
I know Nancy personally, and I'm sorry. Nancy says what Nancy thinks. She's she's Trump in heels. It's that simple. She doesn't go the popular route. She fights for what she legitimately believes in. Sometimes I wonder if those things correlate between her constituency and what she's actually doing, because some of it seems very personal, especially when it comes to men and women's locker rooms, things like that. But I think that she speaks from that, having been raped herself. She is speaking for the youth of this country, and that's where I really learn to respect her, because I'm also a table flipper. So I appreciate her way of doing it with uncanny and fearless action. And I don't know her to necessarily be against anything specifically. It's just people don't like her tone. And I think that goes along with the fact she's a woman. She's an attractive woman. And I'm not doing the sexist thing, but it just seems like even yesterday when she came out and said, I keep trying to get out of this, but they pull me back. And everybody thought that was in bad taste, when in fact, the only person that was being talked about or to run for Lindsey was in fact Nancy Mason. People were saying, you won't even let his Lindsey's body it's still warm, blah blah blah. But what people don't understand is you have to file this week, and you have 30 days to run. So we have to talk about this. So I thought that I think she gets a lot of angst from especially females. They seem to, which is ironic, but the females seem to be very headhuntery when it comes to her. And maybe it's a strong female thing. I don't know. But Nancy makes me laugh. And at the end of the day, I like her way of politics, and I like the way that she will stand in that breach when nobody else will, with fearless regard. So Nancy, saying Lindsey can never be replaced. Well, we're going to do it August 11th. So I appreciate that. And I'm somebody that understands what Lindsey's power was about. And for me, it's time for that change. And I wish it would have happened because we had somebody good running instead of the loss of his life. I am no way happy about that. But this is a situation, an opportunity right now for South Carolina to relinquish itself from the Dixie Democrat Republicans, the most liberal conservative supermajority in the nation.
So you don't see Mace as a Dixiecrat Republican?
Not even close.
She's more MAGA than anything else?
I don't know if she's more Macy MAGA. I mean, she kind of has her own brand, she kind of goes MAGA. She kind of, goes, she's not a sycophant. Let's say that. She will not just follow because somebody told her to. She stepped out against Trump, and they had their little beef, but I need everybody to recognize there's only two people that have legitimately gone against Trump in regards to reelections or even in the press. And there's only two people that have come out okay on the other side, and that's Lindsey Graham and Nancy Mace.
Yeah, good point. That's a very good point. I'm not sure what kind of relationship she has with the president. What about your lieutenant governor? You mentioned her a couple of times in the last segment. What's the issue there?
Man. You're really putting me on the spot here. I remember I live in the state, but nonetheless, I don't care. Yes, our lieutenant governor is, the lieutenant governor is somebody that goes and opens businesses, cuts the red thing saying welcome to South Carolina and the business is going to be great here. And she goes around, shakes hands, goes to parties, does speeches. She didn't really do anything. Now, that being said, personally, I can say that in the beginning of her being the lieutenant governor, she did work very closely with me to pass a piece of legislation that we were trying to pass for almost 20 years as firefighters. And that piece of legislation was to for the state to actually recognize that we could get cancer from the smoke and the inhalation that we actually had. And it was the presumptive cancer bill that we got passed, and she was a big part of that. So I have to give her credit where that's due personally. And I was having that discussion with her and working to get that passed. But subsequently after that, I just feel like it's a I need the next position type thing. She's also from Ohio. She has a large accounting company that she dabbled in and played in the DEI game for quite a bit. So it kind of feels like she talks out of both sides of her mouth when it comes to true policy. She's likable, but I don't take her as strong in any way, shape, or form to represent one of the strongest states in the United States, be it South Carolina in our Senate House. So that being said, I don't think she's cut for this job. And I think that South Carolina people recognize that also. That's why they didn't vote for her for governor.
Yeah, being a CEO and then dabbling, to quote you, in the DEI thing as a corporate CEO, that's a big red flag for a lot of people.
It is. And South Carolina ain't big on the carpetbagger thing, because when it comes to the lieutenant governor, we don't really vote for that person. They're picked by their running mate, and she hit a lot of the things that she's very soft. She doesn't come across as somebody that is overtly rude or a table flipper or anything like that. She kind of goes along to get along, and she is a nice lady. But we just lost a powerhouse in the Senate that, whether we liked him or not, he was able to get things done, and Trump knew that. I think we need to replace somebody with a MAGA South Carolinian that's going to go up there and flip the table in the Senate, because we know the Senate's a problem for us as Republicans right now. So she's not it, though.
Yeah, and we know that the president likes Bauer. He wouldn't have appointed him to be an ambassador to anywhere, I don't think, if he didn't know him and have a good sense of hearing. What's the difference between a Mace candidacy and a Bauer candidacy from your perspective?
Great question. Mace is kind of ass on fire kind of thing, and then you have Andre Bauer, who is extremely articulate, very well spoken, understands his point, and doesn't. We have politicians that argue their points, but none of it makes any sense. He's very good at that. He brings people along. He's the people's lieutenant governor. He was very involved in things that were important to him in South Carolina and important to the constituency. He actually was the guy that was on CNN prior to Jennings going on CNN and being the Republican voice in those roundtables. That was Andre Bauer for years after he became a lieutenant governor. So he obviously is willing to and able and has the ability to stand up to the radical left that's moving here exponentially from New York because they can't afford to live.
Oh, they're moving to South Carolina instead of Florida. I thought they were all going to
Florida. You can't get insurance, and South Carolina is the fastest. Horry County, where I live, is the fastest growing real estate market in the United States for the last 4 or 5 years, and that's because the boomers are retiring and they're taking their retirement and moving where they don't have to pay near as much for their property taxes or any at all, because they get to, we have a thing here where you are. You don't have to pay property taxes after 65. So Homestead Act. So. Yeah. They come here, they don't have to pay the property taxes, the exuberant ones that they pay in New York or Boston or wherever, and they're coming down here and they're bringing their politics with them, unfortunately.
Yeah, we don't need them to bring their voting for the Mondani communist Islamist types with them, do we?
No. And when we had the No Kings rallies here, my wife and I loved to go up there and troll them with a big speaker. And the last time the first time they ever did it, there was maybe 200 people there, and they were your typical. The last time we did it, which was actually our wedding anniversary, and I said, for our wedding anniversary, we're going to go troll the No Kings rally. She thought it was great. Elizabeth did. And we went out there in my truck and a big old speaker, and there was probably 2,000 people there then. So, and they're saying 80 people moved to Horry County, South Carolina from up north daily. So as you can tell, we are going to be the Florida purple when they had their generation all moved to Florida after they retired. And South Carolina and North Carolina are dealing with that right now.
Well, it's a struggle for the southern states, not necessarily Florida, except for the northern part of it, because they're from the old South, and you got a lot of former Democrats changed to R. And I know people don't realize they think that's old history, but that's really not old history. I mean, Mississippi's Republicans have only controlled the legislature for a little bit over a decade.
That's because the Dixie Democrat followed themselves. And my senator, Luke Rankin, who at one point had the lowest rated conservative voting rated per CPAC at 22% conservative voting as a Republican. And he's the third most powerful man in the Senate. He actually is the one that chooses all of our judges with this crazy judge merit selection committee instead of us actually, because us and Virginia are the only two states that appoints our judges, which is ridiculous. And this guy's an absolute Democrat. He actually wrote a letter to his constituents saying, because of redistricting, I have to now run as a Republican. And he hasn't changed his stripes at all. He is every bit of a Democrat. And then the one in North Myrtle Beach was also a Democrat, and he now carries an R. That's why we have the most liberal conservative supermajority on the planet in South Carolina. But the people of South Carolina are red, red, red. They just don't pay attention to the nuances that I argue all the time. Play the game, learn the game, play it better, then you can kick their butt. We just go with the next shiny object and vote for them because they have an R after the name. It's sad.
Yeah, and Republicans, we love our incumbents, man. It's tough to get a Republican
it is so ridiculous.
Out. You don't see very often like what just happened up in the Northeast, where Mondani's communist slate all defeated these very powerful, and when I say powerful, I mean very well-funded incumbents like Dan Goldman. I mean, I was very surprised that they were able to pull that off. It's just a very different story when you're talking about Republicans. And the Democrats that have switched over, they love it because they get to keep their power, and it happens all the time in the South. We got to take our last break, Chad, when we come back. I think we'll see another clip, obviously, but it's about Graham's wealth. This one pleasantly surprised me. I want to get your take on it. We'll be right back with Chad Caton on Worldview Tube.
The storm hits. The power's out. The stores are empty. Grocery shelves cleared in hours. And now you're staring into an empty pantry, wondering how you're going to feed your family. It doesn't have to be that way. Worldview Store offers premium emergency freeze-dried food, real meals packed with nutrition, ready when you need them most. Hearty breakfasts, savory dinners, hot, satisfying food for your whole family. With a shelf life of up to 25 years, you store it once and forget about it until the day you need it. Just add water. In minutes, you've got a hot, delicious meal. No refrigeration, no fuss, no panic. Hurricanes, blackouts, job loss, supply shortages, whatever comes, you'll be ready. Don't wait for the next emergency to wish you'd prepared. Visit worldviewstore.com. That's worldviewstore.com or call 901-825-0652. That's 901-825-0652.
It's reported today that Lindsey Graham died with a net worth of $1.5 million. The man served in the United States Senate for 30 years. Now, one could say, why are you going to throw flowers at the feet of the way it should be done? Maybe because it's a rarity to see it the way it should be done. Like the vast majority of people in Congress and in the Senate that go serve for 3 decades come out mysteriously and typically rich. And here's Lindsey Graham, and I think his primary net worth was in a Washington townhouse that he owned and a home back in South Carolina. Like, he obviously wasn't insider trading. He obviously wasn't on the take for Zelensky. My man was just doing it for love of the game. 100% love of the game. That's Lindsey Graham.
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show. It's Training Tuesday. We're talking about the unfortunate sudden death of Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina with South Carolina Republican expert Chad Caton, who's also the national field director of the Conservative Caucus. And that one surprised me, Chad, because, Senator Graham is heavily involved in the defense sector. You mentioned that he brought Boeing and Mercedes to the state. of South Carolina, moving thousands and thousands of jobs and economic impact dollars into the state, which is wonderful. But for him to have only as his net worth the two homes really that he owns is really shocking in today's environment in a positive way.
Yes. But it's also what we know Lindsey for. Everybody's out there saying what an operative he was, what an amazing political mind he was. He had enough skeletons in his closet that the financial thing would probably be a big problem when he was a part of appropriations and a part of defense spending. It's widely known that he took the military industrial complex from McCain when he died. And Lindsey was his point person. And Lindsey, I'm not going to make any accusations but what I will say is that how can we say that somebody was such a fox in the concept of politics and make the assumption that he was with the military industrial complex, Boeing, Mercedes, all of these things, and he always had $200-300 million in his campaign coffers, in his Wells Fargo account, and what he's known, which I actually looked it up, and I think Will Kane's wrong there, because his condo or townhouse he had in DC was known as a rental. He just had been renting it for a very, very, very long time. However that works. But see how easily that can be misconstrued. So he had his sister, he had his nieces and nephews that all have net worths at very young ages. So you tell me. I don't know, but I'm not jumping on that. Well, damn, Lindsey's great, and he didn't partake in the game that is money floating around DC. I'm not fully. I look too far into things, and like you said, I have been living in South Carolina. There's not many people that know Lindsey better than me, just based off of our own issues and fights. And I'll just say that I don't know that that's necessarily accurate.
I would just say that in the defense piece of it, anyway, it's very difficult to hide it because there's so much money there.
Well, it's difficult to find it. What you mean, I think, because it's not hard to hide it. You just got to put it over here, way far away from you, and say, this guy, Bob, whatever. And that's not just Lindsey, that's South Carolina. I mean, you want a road built in South Carolina, it's all about greasing the wheels. Unless you have people like Chad Caton that'll stand up to you to keep a stupid road coming through a swamp here to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. So all those things, and that's why it's important that we stand up and get off to X and these things and get out and get things done.
Absolutely. So, were you surprised? The president's talked about this a couple of times since Lindsey died. Is that in the last conversation they had together that he said, "I think we've got the Save America Act passed," something to that effect. Were you surprised by that?
No, and let me tell you why. Because Lindsey had to give a lot of collateral to get rid of Andre Bauer out of the Senate race, then run against Mark Lynch, which got 28% of the vote. It wasn't really fair. Trump knew that Andre could bring a real fight to Lindsey, and we have a real Democrat challenger, a doctor lady that I'm not gonna say her name because I don't like her, but she's viable. She's a viable candidate for the seat. So all of that being said, ultimately, I think that where we're going in the direction of this particular primary is going to be important. It's just hard how it's going to be worked out.
Yeah, I mean, that one surprised me a little bit. I mean, you're a Senate kind of watcher too. You've mentioned Thune a couple of times. I just don't see the path unless Thune changes his tune, so to speak.
Well, they're going to do it under
rhyme, but it did.
Yeah, Lindsey's whole goal was he was going to do it through this military spending act or this bill, and he basically what he was going to do was. He was going to say that I'm connecting it to this and force Thune to deal with the Save America Act. That's already set up. If it's true from what Lindsey said, then I think it won't be hard for, say, his sister to, and again, we play with the emotions of a midterm, and everybody's kind of looking at the sister of Lindsey Graham trying to passed this, and Trump's doing a great job saying, well, if you guys want to, respect your friend Lindsey, then you should pass the SAVE Act because he was doing this, through appropriations. So I think that we're 50-50 right now. It's all going to be determinant on how, if we don't get the SAVE Act, then we know that there are Republicans out there that are working specifically with the Democrats, and they're worried about keeping the establishment in play. There shouldn't be a reason now, especially on the emotional side of somebody like Lindsey Graham and his sister and this particular bill, the spending bill, that they want to connect it to.
Yeah, and I think some people are worried about her, but tell folks how the staffs are important. And his staff didn't die.
No. Well, here's the thing. I tell everybody she's got roughly 40, 60 session days. Again, and Thune could make that 10, the way they keep taking vacations. Yeah. And at the same time, let's be honest, the Senate is feckless. They're not doing anything. So the idea that this is some kind of nepotism thing and she's going to just be another Lindsey 2.0 is really not fair in any way, shape, or form if you look at those nuances. So I don't really see where that's going to go. I don't see why people are mad about it. And again, I thought it was based on the primary and the opportunity for Trump to have a MAGA Republican. This was a brilliant move. And now we're going to see the emotional side of it to see if the Save America Act is actually passed through this appropriations bill.
Yeah, because it's smart. I think Senator Graham attached it to this small spending reconciliation bill, which only requires a 50% majority, right?
Yeah, it takes away the 2/3 vote, and we wouldn't need the filibuster because it's a reconciliation bill, right? So come into 50%. We have that with J.D. Vance, even at a close number. So there's going to and people are going to have to go to committee and stand up against this. They're going to have to vote against this. They're going to have to put their name on it. Now, the ones like Cornyn and Tillis that have already been dealt with, they're automatic no's. So they're going to have to figure out how this reconciliation bill comes through and what they get out of it in the long run to see if they can flip those votes and we get the 50% threshold, which I think is possible if it goes the way that Lindsey had it planned and told the president we're good to go on Save America Act.
Yeah, I think so. Have Cornyn and Tillis said anything nice about Senator Graham since he passed? Maybe
that's
the
a
president
really
can
interesting,
pull the emotional string on those guys.
Yeah, that's a super interesting question. You haven't heard anything from Schumer, which I did a great a post about because I thought it was very telling. Schumer and Lindsey were decent friends. Like they're known up there when they had the big three with McCain and Lieberman and Lindsey. They brought along Schumer. And I find it very interesting on the left how there hasn't been anybody when Lindsey was known and kind of made people like me upset, would work so diligently and give the left what they did. Part of his Kavanaugh argument was Sotomayor and these other judges I voted for. And here you are doing this to Judge Kavanaugh. So he was very central to the left's issues, and he would listen and have that debate, which some of it's okay, but he did a little more than I wanted. But I think it's extremely telling to show that the Democratic Socialists of America are in control of the Democratic Party. And if any of the old war horses like a Schumer goes out and says he was my friend, they're going to be dealt with exponentially. The only one I saw has gone out and said anything about Lindsey is Spartacus himself. Who really has no position anywhere and probably isn't going anywhere. So he didn't have a whole lot to lose. And he kind of was, I'm sure they're letting him do that as the face of the Democrats, saying that Lindsey was a statesman, blah, 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 blah. And he did it smiling while he was on a run, which I thought was in bad taste. But nonetheless, you got it. You haven't heard from Schumer. You haven't even heard from Mitch McConnell, right? He hasn't. I mean, they're buddies.
Who?
Yeah, that guy. There's a picture out there now that apparently they sat him up and put a shirt on him. But this is extremely telling, both on the right and the left, showing that they're worried about the Democratic Socialists of America making that move or saying anything positive.
Yeah, let's just call them what they are. They're the American communists. And Mondami's power stroke that you just saw in New York has to have Schumer shaking in his boots.
Oh, it
does.
No
doubt about it.
They know that, and I mean, it was talked about that Schumer is playing nice because he's scared of AOC, which is hilarious to me. But nonetheless, this is how depraved the left has been prostituted into this communist socialist political agenda, and we've seen that with Tim Walz pardoning a illegal immigrant pedophile to the point where he was out there and then doubled down saying nothing good is going to happen from sending him out of this country, this illegal that groomed a 10-year-old and raped her multiple times. And he said the reason we pardoned him is because she wrote me a letter. A 10-year-old wrote you a letter, and you're going to take that as a concept of pardoning. That's probably not very good when the idea of grooming is well known, and there is that aspect to where they may be scared of the CCP, they may be scared of this guy's provenance. So all of that being said, it just shows how depraved, and you've seen it where people are celebrating Lindsey Graham's death on the left and some on the right, which I find disturbing. But nonetheless, here we are, and that just shows where we are as a country and how divided we are and how vitriolic we are to give up our moral senses and look to the concept of death and celebrate it.
Yeah, I think that's as we go to close here. I got about 40 seconds left. I just want to say, you and I think, are on the same page about showing respect to Senator Graham, even though we opposed him a lot and very, very vocally, aggressively from a policy perspective. But we're Americans. We're all Americans. And I think I'm a little concerned that the other side can't see that anymore. And that's probably the most telling story as we come into these midterms and then 2028, isn't it? Give you the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, Colonel, I get threatened every day. Nick Sorter, we do what we do when we go to these Antifa riots. I mean, they look us in the eye. They definitely want us dead. There's not a moral compass in there in any way, shape, or form. And we have got to the concept of that vitriol to where people just would rather kill people than have debates or be intelligent. With today's AI and Google, there's no reason we have the unintelligent voter that we have. And they choose to be lazy. They choose to follow certain people. I tell people all the time, don't follow me. Take my perspective and look it up. Make your own decisions. And that's why I try to ride very strongly on calling balls and strikes based off of my political beliefs. So, and the conservative caucus. So all of that being said, we are in dangerous times, and the morality of this country is in the microscope right now, and I hope that we can take a immediate turn right and fix it.
Absolutely. Well, Chad, thank you very much for joining me. It's a tough discussion, but it's one that needs to be had, both out of respect for the senator and the pathway of our country and the state of South Carolina moving forward. We appreciate you, man. Thanks a lot. You can follow him at X. I'm fired up too. Chad Caton. Check it out. Tomorrow's Whistleblower Wednesday. We'll see you then.